I know we're never gonna fade away. comes to life. Scream and shout, tell it to the skies. Make it loud, reach for the satellites. Is this the legacy we wanna live? Give up the ghost
I feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. And evil that was deep within. He will meet you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He is on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. And evil that was deep within, deep within.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Is the
Now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series a stake and a turn! And he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt! Through all the disbelief! They earn their place!
Winning is not a matter of chance.
It's a choice! It's in! He's in the enemy base! Jackie Love just found everybody!
Body block from the Warren! Who's he called? Pick it up!
Oh, hell, the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double gallios! Pain Gaming have done it! Look at the teleport! He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
Welcome everyone to Worlds 2025, where it is the last day of the Swiss stage, meaning 3 matchups, all full of possibly huge heartbreak for one of the teams. I didn't time that because of this shot. I didn't know what was going to come first. It might be CFO.
Okay.
And for the other, elation, as they would be able to book their ticket to the quarterfinals. It is the day with the most stakes. We'll see if Bin makes it over his brethren of the LPL in TES, or if Jackie Love will reign supreme. What beautiful fan art as well. Those are all of the questions in the matchups that we see today. And our very first match today will decide which region gets completely knocked out the first.
Azael's mental health for the remainder.
Yeah! How's the stress levels, Azael?
You know, we're
not great.
Okay. We're here. Yeah.
You wanna delve into it?
No, you know, we'll see. We're doing okay.
You want to give it some time, and then we'll talk about it later.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
take
I
it
can
deeper.
I could talk about my mental state. I'm doing great.
For T1?
I'm feeling good. Of course, there was a little bit of ups and downs, but come on, it's T1. I trust my team blindly, even though they have been, you know, a little bit circusy. They've been doing that for the whole year.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You've still got some time.
It's fine.
They play Movistar
It's
Koi in
fine.
the last match of the day. But first, to let everyone catch their breath a little bit, of course, we've been celebrating 15 amazing years of League of Legends, and Riot has been posting a bracket of the most memorable plays from World's history. And this one, and we have DRX's Last Stand from 2022 and Tien's Lee Sin double kill from 2019.
Dead. Gonna come down to a smite fight. King of the ult is off. Beryl has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes. Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to stun him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down. The Drake secured. T1's jungle. Trying to do it. T1's going to the base. They're going to the Nexus. Can they do it in time? Kingan comes back. Elder Drake at the ready. But what can he do? Q3. No damage just yet. Elder Drake, the execute. Sail is down.
Step up, a 30-minute Infernal could be very valuable. Dredgeline is dodged away from as the Drake is secure, but now G2 are split. That's at least some CC to interrupt. The chain of corruption will start to spread, and it's Mickey that gets tagged. He's locked down, he's knocked up, he's dead! LWX is on a rampage. The Sivir is terrifying. There goes the teleport. The Tian, you beauty, gets the double kill.
There we go. Here's the bracket. I know who I want to win, and luckily it won, because I don't want to see that Tian double kill ever again.
I think it's so hard to beat DRX. That still is my favorite Worlds of all time. The entirety of that storyline feels like it was custom written. If that was a movie, you'd be like, it's a little cheesy. I don't know. I don't know if we can pull that off.
This can't happen. I remember being in the room where it happens. Like, you just feel it, don't you? And you feel it when you see that clip again. I think it'll be very hard to beat. Perhaps maybe a Zero Shuffle versus that one.
Could be.
That could be indeed. So we have the Swiss stage coming to a close. It's the 3rd time we had our Swiss stages, and there's been a lot of talk about the groups and the draw and how everything's played out. So we've put together a little quiz to see if you mayhaps have remembered some of the iconic groups or iconic draws. So guess the World's run. Which team drew these teams and did this? OG.
This was before my time, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, this is way back.
This feels like
is before my time.
Doesn't this feel like if OG's in it, it can only be like 15 or 16, right?
So
yeah, it's got to be like 2015 or 2016.
Well, especially because LGD is getting 2-0'd, so it has to be the run.
Is it
the
that?
Worlds. It has to be that run.
It's that group.
It's that
I
group.
I'm guessing like T1 or something. T1.
T1? Let's see. Katie.
Oh, yesterday's desk would have known that one.
Yeah, they're mauling backstage. Okay, let's take a look at the next one. That actually looks pretty rough. Versus Rock Tiger 1-1, G2 1-1, CLG 2-0.
Oh, you got this. 3-0'd by H2K.
Yeah. Albus Nox Luna. No?
No, because that's who they played in the. That's who they played in the knockouts.
That's true. So, oh yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah, because
it's the
3-0. Oh, it's counting the quarterfinals. I was thinking this was their group stage. Yeah.
Never forget Albus Nox Luna. Let's go. That's just some far history. People may not be aware of that. The World's Run versus Mad, LNG, TL, Mad, C9, EDG.
Rio C9.
Oh, I know this one.
Oh, is this?
I know this one. I know this one because of the loss to EDG. This is Worlds 2021. I think this is Gen G.
Gen G?
Because they got that EDG, what was it, semi-final was kind of a mess. And I know everyone was saying that the dumb one versus T1.
Is it Gen G?
I think it's Gen G 2021.
Yeah,
there we
nice
go.
One. Great job. What do you think? That seems doable. I think they dropped the ball there.
No, because EDG did win Worlds, so I didn't feel that bad.
Good point. Good point.
Because that was what I took away from that, because I was the dumb one fan back then, and my expectations weren't too high, and obviously that didn't end up coming through. So EDG did win.
Oh, I think this might be Mad Lions. Just because of the GAM 1-2. The GAM 1-2.
I think it is Mad Lions.
I was expecting a Mad Lions draw, but yeah. Unfortunately, last year around, they didn't make it.
I think we did pretty well as a team.
We did okay. Is that everything?
We did okay.
We did okay.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't going to be that good at this, to be honest.
No, I thought it was going to be the draw of the group, actually.
I'm just happy that we skipped DK stamping tickets for everyone last year. I'm not over that yet.
But this is our Swiss stage and how everything is playing out. How do we feel about the matchups and how about the upside-down draws from yesterday?
Yeah, really the main takeaway is obviously, for me, whether you're happy with this, is how do you feel about that LPL team kill? I think the other matchups, there is a lot there. I think both in terms of level of team, where you can really look at it either way when it comes to CFO Fly. T1 MKOI has a lot of history, but I think LPL fans, from my understanding, always just would have rather had the chance to get two teams out.
I don't know. I was in the room, and I feel like there was an era of none of these teams deserve to go through. I gotta say, with the way they've been playing, and I gotta say, from the level of play itself, you know, it's not as evident, I think, that you would have all those teams in the knockouts. We'll see what happens, but we're going to start out with CFO versus FlyQuest. Let's start with Flying Oyster. They have been present at every single international tournament this year, and I feel like I'm really waiting for the next step, because they, similarly to Fly, Azael, have had good performances, even versus the East, but they need that final hurdle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think to take you from like an outside competitor, a dark horse, you have to win like a big series against one of these LCK LPL teams. You know, they went 5 against some really tough competition at MSI. You know, we saw them play really, really well. They won a best of 1 here against T1 as well. This team has been super impressive, but to make that leap to where you actually believe they could win a tournament, they have to get to quarters, and then they have to win against LPL or LCK in a best of 5. Then you can really start talking about, okay, how good is this team compared to the very best?
And the tragedy is, as Azil was saying, getting close so many times will get you a lot of fans, will get you a lot of hype behind you, but unless you actually cash in on it, people will forget very quickly.
True.
Right? This was a breakout year for them, as you're highlighting. They got so close so many times, but an actual win, getting into quarters, would be such a big story for this team here today.
It seems like that's the path they're going on, but of course FlyQuest is also a difficult opponent, and the question is, will they get Sion?
I think they absolutely should not, and I wanted to talk about Sion because I think it's such an incredibly important pick for them as a team. Early on in the tournament, obviously it was getting a lot of picks, not as many bans. You know, towards the later stages of the tournament, it has been getting banned more and more and more and more. And it is actually the only champion with which they have a win at Worlds so far. All of their wins are with Sion. I feel like it is incredibly important for them, not just as far as how the top lane goes, but because some of their objective setups are a bit weaker, this allows them to retake space. You have an ultra tanky champion who can just walk in late to a fight, you know, soak damage. You can't really hard engage on Sion. It allows them to paper over, I think, a lot of the weaknesses and to create a ton of space for their carries, Hongq and Doggo, who have been absolutely stellar.
I feel like you would be full of despair if they let Sion through for the side of FlyQuest. So let's talk about FlyQuest then. Isaac, I'll go straight to you again. I'm sorry, Mo, because
you're good.
They didn't manage to win versus G2. In the post-game interview from Inspired, it basically came out of nowhere for him. They had full confidence. They didn't even think that that would be a hurdle, right? What do you think that does to the psyche and the mental of this team?
I mean, it sounds a little bit rough when you're reading between the lines. And Inspired was obviously pissed. He was emotional after that loss. But we also had Masu, giving this interview where he's saying it's really easy to lose confidence in not only yourself, but also your teammates, which is the part that I think a lot of people are like, oh, that doesn't sound good.
No.
Because when you lose faith in your teammates, it changes the way that you play. You no longer want them playing these hard-to-execute comps, these hard-to-execute picks. You don't even necessarily want to play towards them in game.
And for me, FlyQuest, it's going to be a test of how they can bounce back, because this is not the team, even though the lineup has stayed the same, that gave me nightmares last year at Worlds, right? And I think they are at the risk of kind of having the issue we talked about with CFO, where you can get close many times, but if you don't actually take that final step over the finish line, you're going to be looked at in a very different way.
And nothing matters, right? And it's up to the coaching staff to really get that team together. But we also have, here, he's on screen right now, and earlier Lord was able to catch up with Busio to get his thoughts in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Today's matchup, big day, but before we talk about this, I want to quickly follow up on the Inspired interview we had on broadcast last time. A lot of frustration on this side, but understandable. I feel, how did you talk about this with your teammates to make sure that you're all in the greatest mindset coming into today?
Yeah, we all have pretty high expectations of ourselves, and in our last match, we did not meet those expectations, so it's very valid for him to be frustrated. And we all were very frustrated, so the only thing we could do is rewatch the games, and now we can prove that we improved.
Okay, good. And Masu was saying in an interview with Sheep Esports that when it comes to these moments at the end of the season, you can't really fix things. So it's more about like band-aids and the more urgent issues. What were the most urgent things that you guys had to fix coming into today's matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Masu's right about that, and probably one of the most urgent things is just when we're in the game, understanding what's important and what's a risk worth taking, and when it's not, and the proper place just to sit back and do the standard thing. So basically, we just have to read the game states better and make sure we're playing properly.
I think it's fair to say that you guys maybe, and you echoed that as well, right? That you haven't been playing at the expected level, especially thinking about what you guys have been achieving last year against Genji. What is going to be something you really want to focus on today when you think about CFO?
I just want to make sure we're focused on the game and not thinking too much. Just play naturally. Don't get excited. Also, don't be scared. Just play well. Yeah.
Okay, one player to keep your mind on.
On our team?
No. On the opposite team. Yeah, of course.
I don't know. Definitely, Doggo's been getting a lot of hype.
Okay.
But yeah, we shouldn't think too much about the enemies. Let's just think about ourselves and the champions in the game.
All right, focus on yourself. Thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
True. It's the only thing you can do. Also, rightfully calling out Doggo. He's going to be in the lane versus him. It's really interesting to me, this matchup also, Azale. We had a lengthy discussion on the shuttle ride home the other day, because for me, I feel like for both of these teams, they're on the brink of something. And I actually put them on the same level currently. I'm not saying that maybe FlyQuest last year at this time was definitely better. Perhaps that's true. I don't think that's true today.
Yeah, I think coming into this tournament, I would have had them, on a similar tier. I think based on the games in the tournament, CFO is definitely better. I think you can't really argue that. FlyQuest has not shown up thus far, but when you talk about bright spots, Busio has been that for me. This guy has been stellar. This is some of FlyQuest's recent international history. A couple of the ones that really stand out, obviously, went 5 games against Genji, went 5 games against BLG, 3-0 against G2. Those were the kind of series that gave a lot of hope for North American fans that, hey, we're on the precipice of something great. But it's also very reminiscent of a similar run that TL was doing, where they were going, close series against T1, almost taking series, almost taking games, and then the roster's gone, and all of a sudden no one cares, right? So you have to take advantage. You have to strike when the iron's hot, because you don't get very long in modern League of Legends. Rosters break up. They don't last forever.
And for both teams, this might be the final opportunity, right? As you were highlighting, we don't know if the team's going to be able to stick together, if these players are going to play in the same configuration. And I think that even though what Busio was saying is what I think every player is aspiring for, right? You want to be in that flow state, you want to be able to trust blindly, you want to be able to follow up together without overplaying. with all that pressure coming in and this being the final series of Worlds for these teams, that's a lot to ask.
That's a good point. It would also be whoever loses is the one region that's not represented in those quarterfinals. So let's dive into our predictions. I can kick it off. I'll hold the best for last, which is usually Azael. But I am giving it to FlyQuest a 2-1. I just want the dream draw of G2 versus FlyQuest in the best of fives. I'm just going to say it. And I think they can recover because I don't believe that the FlyQuest we saw versus G2 was the level that we should expect from them. I think they're better.
I am going to choose to trust Junja in particular. That guy for me has been crazy this tournament. And I think if Hongkyu gets closer to the level that we've seen him throughout really the entirety of the year, because I think he's been struggling compared to expectations, that between Junja, Dogo, as well as Hongkyu, I think CFO have got it. I think they're going to be able to make quarters.
Where's your prediction?
So I prepared a lot for this. You know, I went back, I watched the games, and I watched the games in 3 different ways. I'm going to give you my predictions. So first, I just watched the games. And based on the games I've seen at Worlds, let's be honest, it's a 2-0 for CFO. I didn't really like what I came away with. So then, I only watched Busio. I started to get a little bit more hyped. It's 2-1 Fly. Then I realized if I just don't watch the games at all, I can just say it's going to be 2-0 FlyQuest. Let's go!
Let's go! Woo!
It really takes a lot of maturity and self-reflection to reset quickly.
It was going to look like North America could deny them one more time, but it's G2 as they look to take down these Nexus turrets.
This is our last chance to qualify for the bracket stage. There's no more room for regrets.
以往我们赛区打世界赛都会打得绑手绑脚，然后被碾压的感觉。然后今年的CFO带给大家越来越晚，感觉都是军事的样子。
CFO smacking down the LCK's T1.
Both of us are at a point of no return. FlyQuest won't be leaving anything behind.
Genji made quick work of Top Esports. A lot of people will wonder, could this series have just been an email?
目前我们来说，现在成绩是2杠2吧，然后最后一把机会嘛，所以说我们最好把握这机会吧。S13和 S14 BLG 都在瑞士轮打到了最后一场 BO3，最后都进入了8强，觉得今年也不例外。我们会去上海，我们会去成都拿到最后的冠军。我们的故事还没结束，我们会赢下这次生死战。
I want everyone to remember these worlds as the introduction of MKOI.
저희가 4시드부터 지금까지 많은 경기를 했는데 아직까지 좀 제대로 된 기량이 나오지 않은 것 같아서.
When we started, we were 0-2. Then, we lit a fire.
These hounds are hungry! A triple for Elioya!
Now, we are 1 win away from greatness.
엘리오야 선수 불장난하다가 큰 코 다칩니다. 저희의 유산은 돌에 새겨져 있습니다.
T1, the winningest team in the history of the game, will not be stopped here.
그리고 저희의 여정이 끝나려면 아직 멀었습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk of Worlds 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe, who is not nervous, right? We're not nervous?
I'm glad that you are joining me today, Atlas, because this is an elimination series. It is elimination day, the final day of Swiss, and nobody is nervous at all.
Nope, no one's nervous. We're all safe. Everything is just fine as we introduce the teams. It's FlyQuest taking on CFO here to see who is going to make it to the top 8. It'd be historic on either side. But my heart, I'm sorry, Kobe. I feel like the Oysters have kind of stolen it this Worlds.
No need to apologize. I think a lot of fans will agree with you. The Flying Oysters, making every international event of the year, have really impressed and gained a lot of fans. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, they have built up so many expectations, and now is the time where they have to live up to them if they want to keep those hopes and those dreams alive.
Yeah, and things looked a little bit rocky the last time we saw them. It was theoretically a close series, but I was just kind of baffled during it. You know, normally I have pretty good attunement to the tempo vibes of the game. That one, 2 Barons, and then the game was over. And it was G2 that was heading to the top 8 and not FlyQuest. Feels a little bit like they could rectify some of that, but I think mentally it's going to take a lot.
Yeah, I really liked the interview with Busio, you know, ahead of the match where, you know, he was talking about how they really have to clear their minds and how they think about the game, focus each game one at a time, and do not make any more mistakes. Both sides. I mean, the tension is always crazy on the last day of Swiss because the rewards are huge. You can see huge elation on stage when they win and they get to move on to quarterfinals, or your entire year coming to an end and you will be eliminated if you lose.
And also all of these teams are coming off the back of best of 3s as well that they've had to win. And so it's a lot more that you've had to prep for and be ready for in previous days, and then to immediately come back and do it all again. It is a big expectation, and it all starts in the draft, Kobe, because there have been some mishaps perhaps if we look towards the very first game that FlyQuest went into when it comes to making sure they get rid of the pocket picks.
Are you perhaps
I was insinuating
to a certain Bard player's Bard that was let through by FlyQuest? Okay, yes, FlyQuest, they let Bard go through to Carrier, a cardinal sin. The question is, will they let Sion go through to CFO? Because I feel like that is almost equally as horrendous of a draft mistake.
Yeah.
So hopefully, you know, we'll see the respect given between these two teams. And for CFO themselves, they started the tournament with back-to-back wins, getting themselves up into the upper you know, bracket there, and then having to play the best of 3s versus AL and then HLE. And getting now knocked down to 2-2, and it all coming down to this final best of 3 really does bring the rest of the pressure home.
Yeah, and it is kind of difficult, right? Because it is the reverse sweep mentality. Once you get to that 5th game, if you're about to get reverse swept, it is quite difficult. And let's see how this one's going to go as we get into the picks and bans for game number 1. And this is... You mentioned this already. Wasn't this seen in the stars? This Mordekaiser situation?
Yeah, so Bwipo, again, you know, he showed early on in the tournament, he really likes Mordekaiser. He wants to pick it into people's Scions. So since you blue side, ban that Mordekaiser. Atlas, all the North American fans breathing a sigh of relief as the Scion is then answer banned.
Everyone loves a bit of character development in their League of Legends, Kobe, and we get it right here. One more ban to come on through, and then we'll see what's going to be left up. But there is a certain pigeon and a lady that does pirouettes with an orb, and I'm a little bit worried about. Never mind. No, she's still up. That was a test. Passed it. Absolutely nailed it. Aurora, though, and the Rai is going to be a big deal, but instead, I think Pigeon Man might get snapped up here by Honky. We'll see where they do decide to go.
Yeah, the power of the Azir is definitely worth investing in. It does mean that you have to play a little bit slower and invest in that Azir and get money into it. So I want to see if CFO want to grab that early and do a scaling composition around an Azir. It's definitely a tried and true strategy. Some teams have been hesitating a little bit if they want to do that, or maybe a more early game focused setup for themselves, but FlyQuest knowingly give that up to CFO. So this will be interesting to see the response here from FlyQuest. You know, what kind of counter do they have to the Azir? Typically, Quad will just answer with more control mages. He has not this year, you know, played like that Kali spicy pick into it.
I was thinking this because you've got Taliyah Pantheon up if they'd like to pick it. And I know Taliyah Pantheon, a thing in the past that we may have been waggling our finger at, but this is not a bottom lane duo. This is very powerful mid-jungle.
100%, and Inspired has really loved that. There's also the Vi that also pairs really well. Point and click CCs with it, so one of those combos, and the Vi does get locked in, so you have that guaranteed setup for the seismic shove for sure. We'll see if they can actually punish. Now on CFO's side, let's see the response here. Obviously,
Zin's our Rumble. Are we just going as stock standard as possible?
At least the Zin for Driver here. Do they want a bit more structure to a scaling 5-on-5? Maybe Driver they probably still want on a like frontline CC heavy champion, and he doesn't have to pick it early on, but he very well could.
Well, they do it.
Okay.
Sometimes if you manifest things, then they happen. So I need to be very careful. I'm going to stop doing that, Kobe, because I didn't really want to see it. But we do see it anyway in the end.
All right, well, this makes me think, is Bwipo just going to go the Ornn or the Galio then? Bwipo has preferred the Galio as far as those super common answers into the Rumble. But he could spice it up a little. You know, he always does have a very deep champion pool for counter picks. And because he has a deep pool for counter picks, he could actually let the pick for Bwipo drop all the way to 4 or 5 here.
I think Busio has been absolutely amazing on this Alistar. He played so many games on this champion, managed to pick that one up in a lot of the best of ones that they were in earlier on. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here. And I think if there's ever a way to get back on the horse, or the cow, I guess, if we're going to stick with the metaphor, then this is the way to do it, right? Because he's been so reliable.
Get right back in there. Yeah, I mean, he has been a huge playmaker for this team. Really has been the star for the team, honestly, in summer, in the second half of the year. So Alistar never likes playing into Poppy. Neither does Vi to some degree. So the Poppy ban is very well deserved. Support Poppy has really been crazy thus far at the tournament. For CFO, they could just ban the standard Rumble answers of the Ornn Galio that we talked about, and then force Bwipo to do something a little bit more creative.
I don't mind. I feel like the Galio is kind of awkward in the composition. So we'll see whether they do decide to get rid of something else. They take away the Ambessa first, and now we've got one more ban to come on down here. I think Kaiwing wants to play an engage support, because otherwise CFO aren't going to have very many reliable ways to start a fight. I believe it was Skumon that was playing the engage Xin Zhao, which actually worked somewhat well, but I don't know whether I'd recommend it. So maybe a little bit of another option. So they don't need to worry as much about there being like a Siva Karma coming in on that bottom side of the map. And I think that that's pretty smart, given the fact that they've already locked in the Alistar, which can leave your bottom lane a little bit susceptible. Caitlyn already taken away though.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they definitely need something to keep people on a Rumble Ultimate.
Yep.
And that's going to be Kaiwing's job.
It's Leona, isn't it? They're just going to play Leona.
Yeah, definitely a possibility there. See about the protection bans here again for the Rumble. Is the Ambessa all that they're really worried about Bwipo going to? Okay, so the
Galio comes in. So is it just Ornn for Bwipo? Does he do that? Or are we going to see Urgot? Like, what's happening here? I don't know whether we're electing to cook or whether we're just going to keep the kitchen clean.
I would prefer the Ornn because Ornn plus Vi plus Talia, has a lot of combination possibilities there. But Bwipo probably prefers something a little bit more mobile. Okay, yeah. K'Sante is more mobile. I know.
Middle ground?
K'Sante has not had a lot of success at the tournament thus far, though. So definitely is a little bit contentious there. And it doesn't really it's not a hard counter or anything to Rumble, so it's not it's not too much spice.
I feel like it just exists in a lot of these drafts. You don't feel good, you don't feel bad, which knowing K'Sante's past, maybe that's a good thing. So let's see what Doggo's going to be playing here. Just need to round out the bottom lane here for CFO as they've basically just taken away their top side, and will now just lock in some picks for Doggo and Kaiwing. There's that Leona that I was talking about. See, I'm not going to make a suggestion for what Doggo's going to play, and therefore we can keep up the suspense.
You've manifested the whole draft.
Yeah, it's
for CFO,
problematic. So. It's really problematic. If they lose, I will have to apologize to everyone. Ben's going to be in my DM saying dude, please stop.
No, I mean, honestly, this is the meta, though. This is the straightforward meta here for CFO, and that's a good line to take for game number 1 of a series. Doggo, of course, I feel like just has been such a star here for CFO. He's been playing very aggressively, and I've really liked what I've seen from him. When he does have advantages, presses them really effectively.
Double equalizer comp. I know package isn't there anymore, but Valkyrie still kind of works and got buffed since the removal of said package. It's all right. Busio are going to be hovering a Vayne. Don't know whether that is actually going to be coming in, but it's the right era for a Corki matchup.
Yeah, I want a high DPS champ here for Masu. I think we really do need more of a hyper carry style champion for Masu here, since we are running K'Sante, Alistar, and Vi. Those aren't. Jhin is definitely not a hyper carry. Okay, well...
I mean, there's no true tank, but Leona is kind of a true tank at the end of the game. Like,
exactly. So Jin has a lot of playmaking, and FlyQuest do have a lot of playmaking. They don't have a lot of damage for super later into the game, though. Like you're saying, though, Jin can have really good damage versus non-tanks. It's just sometimes it's hard to work around. Like a Xin ultimate, hard for him to deal with. Leona can be very hard for him to deal with as well. Jin doesn't necessarily like have his own dash to get off of Rumble ults either.
Yeah.
So I prefer CFO side. I got to be honest, Atlas. I do prefer CFO side.
Thanks, Kobe. I guess I can try.
I prefer Coach Atlas.
There we go. I will not take credit for it, though, because obviously this has been pretty standard on this current patch. And the shudder at seeing a Jin is pretty standard for me, too. So just understand that even though I groaned, that is largely to do with bias against the champion. It just isn't something that I've enjoyed seeing here. Kind of feels like you're playing... Think about this in card terms, you know, you've got like a ramp deck, but then your top end is 2-drops. You know, it just doesn't feel like it's working.
So I'm ramping from 1-drops to 2-drops.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. We're just not really doing too much more afterwards. I guess 4-drops is probably what I should have said because it's Jin, and that would have felt a little bit better. But they do have a lot of setup. There is a lot of CC. Like, if you can get an accelerated Jin in this game, he will still do work. And I still have nightmares. You know, it was T1 that was at the front of it, I'm pretty sure, earlier on in the year. Or was it last year? I'm not entirely sure, but it wasn't a great time. Anyway, let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1. CFO on our blue side to start us off. First Dragon going to be that Infernal. And Fly going to see whether they can get off to a good start.
I love Gyos, by the way.
This is so cool that it's also like, there's not a, you know, like, it's not an LPL team on the Rift right now. And we're still getting the Gyos. It's just super cool.
Yeah, you can actually feel the energy, feel the excitement. Last day of Swiss, making or breaking dreams. And we are going to get the makings of a Raptor Ward.
Well, we already audaciously charging on top of Quad here. Does get taken down to half health, but he doesn't drop. And speaking of drops, a reminder, the drops are active all worlds long, so be sure to log onto your accounts at lolesports.com for a chance at earning some digital loot.
250 HP lead, Atlas, in mid lane. Yeah, that is a pretty good level 1. I like that. Now it's 300 HP lead. Hongq here on the Azir having a really good early start. Even small things as going for a Raptor Ward and Jinja camping there with Hongq, so once you get vision of the enemy mid laner just jumping over for that early trade, can have huge ramifications for how this lane does play out.
And it used to be such a contentious lane matchup, even when the champions were in different positions, right, as far as power level was concerned. I think Azir taking the most recent nerfs, but Talia really lost a lot of power. And so I think Honky's going to be pretty happy about how this one's going because a lot of our Azirs really learned how to play this matchup.
Yeah, and I also like how CFO are going with the Doggo topside strategy again. Doggo has proven that he is very good at the AD carry, you know, 1v1 situation on top side of the map, and Corki is a very powerful 1v1 champion here into Cassante.
Yep. You just saw there that we had a look at Hongq and Quad as well. Their shared champion pool, a lot of control mages that both of these players do like to play, but it feels like Hongq has been allowed to have more fun this world.
He's got the, like, Aurora and Akali, which are kind of missing from Quad, you know? So the fun of the mobility of those champions definitely can be on stage later in the series. Currently, though, Quad going for the early recall, so is just going to have the early tier purchase. Now, he didn't have any extra money, it looks like, for any potions. So this will be a Talia with no sustain versus Azir with still Biscuit in inventory and both potions available.
Oh dear. Well, that is an aggressive Valkyrie here from Doggo. Remember, he's already done this to Doran. So it is going to be Bwipo able to walk his way out, but you know that he's always going to be aggressive. In goes Kaiwing, speaking of aggression, as Quad, you mentioned the lack of potions. I think that was a poignant thing to talk about there, Kobe. Well done.
Yeah, and it gives value here to all these ganks towards mid lane, all the extra pressure.
Well, Ebapov does come on down here as Masu. Decent deadly flourish. His driver stands still for a while, but does have the scrap shield. He'll be all right. We'll just be convinced to go home.
Okay, so we have teleports available for both Driver and Bwipo. Bwipo did cancel his Rico, and he's sticking around, though, on 50% HP. As Jinja decides to call off the long play there. Leona was still coming over.
Still seems to be making his way up as Junja is going to, at the last second, cancel that recall. Still looking for a way in.
Yeah, I think if you delay it too long, though, the defense gets here. Vi is on the way. Busio's actually not coming up here, though.
He cancels another one. Another audacious charge goes in. Wind becomes lightning, connects, but hasn't seen Inspired. Finally does now. Looks like they were still considering it. That was very CFO of them, but they are going to back away in the end.
This is going to significantly cost.
Oh, we've paused. FlyQuest are like, no. CFO would go for that dive. These must be different players.
We get the sepia tone view of Summoner's Rift for a while. Nice calming view. All right, we'll update you on whatever caused that issue. But since we just saw them stick around, see, you know, the cost of sticking around and threatening a top lane dive like that for Junja is going to mean that he's pretty far away from second respawns of his camps. Since he actually cleared from bottom side up towards top side, he now should probably just recall so he can get his purchase off and then go re-clear from Krugs up. But he's going to lose a few seconds of tempo, and Inspired never loses a few seconds of tempo on his second respawn. He is like always like, as soon as they respawn, I am up there, I am re-clearing. This guy is always trying to keep up his own farm. So we'll see if that ends up, you know, actually deciding anything in the game, because sometimes you'll get like second respawns of Scuttle Crabs. If you're there a little bit early and Vi does have like brush advantage, it means the difference of a Vi getting a full charged Q, in which that actually does give you a chance to beat a Xin in an early scrap. Whereas otherwise, if they're just staring at each other on even timings, then you usually favor the Xin in, you know, starting and creating a lot of the plays around those early objectives.
Yeah. And I don't know whether it necessarily matters. The whole time you were talking, I was like listening and then trying to work out what this means for later on in the game, right? Because we look at these compositions, I think we've seen CFO's comp played by a lot of different teams many, many times, and we know that it does scale quite nicely into the late game, but you don't have like a true tank necessarily outside of Pseudo the Leona. Corky's more of a mid-game champion. You don't have like the hyper carries there apart from, I guess, the Azir. But I'm looking on the side of FlyQuest, and I just don't know where the damage comes from later on in the game, unless Quad has like an incredible performance and lands a whole bunch of shoves. But we're gonna, I'm just not gonna get your opinion on that, because we're gonna get the opinion of the analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. We'll give you an update momentarily, but this does give us a little chance to hear what you two thought about the draft. We were talking about it. Do you agree with the casters? What do you think?
I mean, my main takeaway is I just didn't really love the Alistar on 3. I do think picking Galio there would have made more sense, because I think since it's a game 1, like in my mind, Alistar is not so critical that you have to get it that early. That's not so much stronger than the other engaged champs. And also, it would have opened up more of an opportunity to go for support counter pick on 5 and try to get a winning 2v2 bot, you know, something like a Bard angle or an Enchanter angle if it is there. So that's kind of where I was at, is, you know, if you just go Galio on 3, Galio doesn't get banned out. It's a great answer to the Rumble. It's something that Bubba is super comfortable with. And then you go AD on 4, support pick on 5, and I feel like that could have set them up for a potential better draft. But this is not like a bad draft by any means. I don't think that they can't win or anything like that. I just would have preferred a different order.
Yeah, are you worried about the damage at all?
I think because they're pretty squishy on the other side, I don't think it's that big of a deal as long as Quad doesn't get put really far behind. Like, Vitalia is decent damage. Cassante is like... Cassante hitting a tank is nothing, but Cassante hitting squishy champions is something. Yeah. And Jhin is actually pretty bursty against these types of champs.
Yeah, I would agree. The only thing, because I think there were a couple of draft traps. Obviously, I think giving over Sire would have been a huge mistake, regardless of counter pick. We didn't see Fly do that. For CFO's end, I think their draft is just, as Atlas also ended on, we've seen this exact draft a million times. Like, it really does kind of everything. I think it scales decently well. Your front to back is solid. You can play for a couple of early skirmishes as well with that Leona and Xin Zhao combo. So I really don't got no notes on their draft. For Fly, though, the one thing that I was talking about with Azil backstage as well, I would have loved to see Sivir. I think that Sivir is one of those champions that would alleviate not necessarily damage issues concerns. If you stay even or ahead. I think the comp on the right is fine. Also, I have watched Gen G pilot way worse, but that's
you're talking about Gen G.
Well, okay, I was going to say it myself, but I do think that does influence how you look at drafts, right? Like the teams that you watch on a daily basis. But I do think that this is the type of draft where, as long as you don't fall behind, the amount of damage will be susceptible. If you have Sivir, though, it's a really good matchup in the Corki.
A knockout game as long as you don't fall behind.
Well, yeah, but that's what this comp screams to me. You do have good tools to find picks from behind.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as I was going to say is that you do have Fly. Your two best players are on playmakers. You have Inspired on Vi. You have Busio on Alistar. I think they're the two stars of the team. They can find picks. They can make things happen. And I do like that they have agency here. Not that there was anything wrong with Sejuani in the game against G2. Like, I think he's great on Sejuani. He can play these things. But when he is on these types of picks, you just kind of have that feeling that he could make something happen for your team, similar to when Busio was playing Soraka. Soraka, I think, was great there. I think he's a great Soraka. But when he's on Alistar, it just kind of hits different, right?
Yeah, they could paint the picture a little bit for me because I've become a little bit addicted to his Bard because it's so good and I always want to see it. Do you think that in terms of Alistar, who of course can be a super playmaking support as well, that he's going to be able to really put his stamp on this game?
I definitely think so. I think he sets a really good Alistar game so far. He's very creative with his angles. He uses Hex Slash really well to try to circumvent vision. He's very good at tracking that. So I definitely think he can play well here. The reason he doesn't just go Bard on 3 is you're really worried about some of these lane counters that can be very difficult. I do think, if they wanted to go for a Bard angle, it would have had to be what I was talking about, where you leave it for 5th pick. But then CFO might have just banned it on their 4-5 bans, since in that world we're having like the top lane already picked.
I also think with the opening, like Azir to me doesn't really scream a champion that you really struggle playing into as Bard, because he has so much innate mobility. I think even Rumble we've seen be able to dodge a lot, and then with a lot of mobility carries still being open.
But it's the Bard CO.
Well, you know I love me a good Bard.
It's so great. When we look at stylistically the strengths of these two teams and the fact that for me, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think CFO is tremendous in finding the correct skirmishes and pushing their advantage forward. I wouldn't necessarily call them as good as FlyQuest usually at kind of setting up for objectives and getting those objectives. And I say that only, Isaac, because in LTA, they are the best team at that completely, and they almost never drop the ball. So how do the comps work in that regard?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just going to be about like who's getting early advantages, what sides you want to play to. Obviously, they did lane swap level 1. Kaiwing, not Kaiwing, I'm looking at the Corki, but Doggo went top, obviously. So are we going to see them actually just trading? Are we going to see them contesting on the objectives? I do feel like FlyQuest absolutely wants to be first to objectives. When you are playing pick comps, you want to be trying to control vision, forcing them to walk in, and then having them scared that Alistar is in a brush somewhere. Having it be really difficult for Azir to walk forward, because you don't have, like I talked about at the top of the day, you don't have a Sion to just like walk in blind and tank the engage. Xin Zhao can't do that. Like, yeah, you're kind of tanky. Leona can't do that. Yeah, you're kind of tanky, but if you just walk into a full combo and get flipped in, you're going to die.
You're dead.
Yeah, to go towards the CFO win conditions, I do think that we saw their laning phase already start off really well. Obviously, Doggo in the 1v1 was doing a great job, as you would in the range versus melee matchup. Then Junja was also able to find very early damage onto Quad, who actually has, as a result, not really, I think in this matchup, neither player should die, but not having lane prio does make that Junja is freed up. And I do think that CFO's comps leans into their strength very heavily in that every single member of this team is able to go in very consistently or able to assist in case of
And they do. I think the
cool
thing is that, and they will. They very much will. I think also for Junja, we didn't get to talk about it that much either. I think I've seen some huge Xin Zhao games the last couple of days, like absolutely super carry performances. I think in that last game versus G2, FlyQuest also went for the Xin Zhao, but just didn't get, oh no, in the Soraka game rather, sorry. But it didn't really work out the way they wanted. Do you think Inspired has to somehow adjust how he plays or not at all? I'm just thinking about him in the sense of he was the one who was most downtrodden in that series after G2. Is he going to change what he usually does? Because I don't think he has to.
I don't think he will. I mean, I think Inspired is very consistent. He's going to prioritize his goals. He's going to prioritize his farm. And then generally he's really mechanically proficient and he plays team fights well. And I feel like that's kind of him. He kind of does the same thing every game. But he believes that is the best way to play League of Legends and to play it really, really efficiently. And it's enabled by Busio. This is something I talk about a lot in NA, is that Busio is kind of their jungler often in the early minutes, right? Busio is often going to roam. He's going to leave Masu by himself to help Quad push out a lane, to help Whippo be protected on a dive. Not that Inspired never does it, but Inspired is going to prioritize camps, prioritize objectives, and really try to put himself in that way ahead so that he can really kind of pay that back later in team fights.
Yeah, it's true. We don't have an update yet for you. We are still in this tech pause. I think something we didn't talk about yet, and maybe we can now, is that Whippo didn't have a good series versus G2 specifically, right? A lot of situations where he got caught out or made the wrong decision, and I thought that was out of character because for me, Bwipo is a player who sometimes does tremendous in lane, but even if he doesn't, he'll always find something to lift the team up or a positioning or a moment, and I just felt like maybe his mojo was a little off, so if he resets today, it's going to be super important, and on the K'Sante, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, I was just surprised that he played Rumble. He's not known as a Rumble player at all, and actually when they had subbed Gakkos in a couple times during the regular season, it was to play Rumble, right? Because Bwipo traditionally doesn't play the champ. He only has 10 games on it his entire career. It is, yeah, and it's just kind of like not his style. He has his own kind of unique Bwipo picks, but there's a few meta picks that he's always kind of stayed away from, Rumble being one of them. In the Renekton game, it felt like it was a bit of hubris, like he was proxying a lot, got caught out a lot of times. But yeah, Bwipo is an up and down player. He's hot and cold. If he can come out and have a really good game one, like Bwipo at his best can challenge the best top laners in the world. Bwipo at his worst can lose to the worst top laners in the world. Like you just have to see what you're getting.
Broken Blade bad?
Come on, guys.
I'm also not saying that the champ is too difficult for Bwipo. I just think I think Rumble is really, really difficult.
It's a different playstyle
to play, right? And specifically when you have these important fights, it is a split-second decision. It's hard to do that ult. I think so. So I'm sure pros don't think it's as difficult, but we've seen a lot of weird lines in professional Rumble games sometimes because it is difficult.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working alongside the self-declared best Rumble of all time in Huni.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Finn.
No. In Huni, who always has extremely strong opinions on Rumble. For anything ranging from builds to equalize. And I think Rumble to me is an interesting champion because it feels like he is kind of like Xin Zhao currently, like Lee Sin was a couple of years ago, at least in the LCK, where you need to be able to play this champion. He has just been a meta staple. He will remain a meta staple because of the innate power of his kit, no matter how many mini reworks we have. What I wanted to talk about for a little bit when it comes to CFO, particularly with the Azir, which I think has been a crazy power pick, is that Hongq to me thus far hasn't been able to live up to the expectations that were set for him by his previous tournaments, both MSI as well as First Stand. And Azir to me is kind of, as a champion, the ultimate test of this, because Azir, the line between having a great play and having a struggle can be thin, and we'll see if he's able to clear that line this time around.
Oh, thanks, Chronicler. And here we are, we're back in, and it is just the game as we saw it before. We just got to have a little bit of a timeout and a little bit of a chat to our lovely analysts.
Yeah, and I think what the issue was is that Kaiwing went a little bit early to the top lane, thus triggering the lane swap detection punishment.
Yep.
And CFO were contesting.
We had the same pause in the LCK. Don't you worry.
Yeah, so
happens to the best of us.
Kaiwing just missed out on a bit of extra, experience and support quest there, but
ultimately it will be okay.
Yeah, I believe we're just resuming, so they just explained the lane swap detection.
Yep. And because it's now a little bit later on this patch, we are going to be paused once more. See whether it's going to be comfortable clarification or whether this is going to be something deeper. We'll make sure we keep you updated as quickly as possible. Should be over the CFO side, assuming that they feel like the issue has not been resolved.
Yeah,
how they expected.
I think all the explaining about the lane swap went down smoothly. So this probably, I would assume, is something else.
It'd have to be something else, right?
Yeah.
Unless they're like, no, but like, look, there's this thing. That's what I expected. As soon as the pause came in again, I'm like, no, they're failing to accept that that's how it worked.
And now we are well past 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So
it might be that it was the fact that you get the debuff and then it lasts afterwards. Maybe they were still a little bit confused as to, but I still wasn't getting experience immediately after. Okay, never mind.
That's not a good sign right there.
It might have been bathroom break tech pause situation. Oh, another one.
So, I mean, sometimes if there's something more meaningful, then they're like, okay, this might take a while. You are allowed to get out of your seats and then go to the bathroom, and like the cause of the pause isn't necessarily the bathroom break.
Yeah, it's more like you now have a window to use the bathroom.
Because we just started, guys.
Yeah. yeah. I'm thinking like, when you're nervous, sometimes it can just, and maybe you just forget to use the bathroom, Make sure, maybe a bathroom check, guys. For everyone watching at home, take care of your kidneys.
Yeah, honestly, I think everyone should take this moment.
Yeah.
Except for us, of course.
And if you don't need to go, maybe think about the other side of the spectrum, which is hydration. And perhaps we should all have a drink of water. You know what?
True.
We should all do that. Kobe, pick up your water bottle. It's time to have it. Just drink the water.
Yes, sir, Atlas, sir. I would like some electrolytes with my water, too, please.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
that's how you truly hydrate, you know.
Is that really how it works? I thought electrolytes was just a cool word.
You know, Kadro once told me a story when we were a couple years ago streaming. You know, the lead up to Worlds, which was basically like Worlds Champion Queue.
Yeah.
And so it was like super hype, and you know everybody's watching and stuff, and we're streaming for long periods of time. And I was streaming and with him on Discord.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, I really have to go to the bathroom, and then he was like, don't go. It actually really increases your focus. It's better if you have to go to the bathroom. And I was like, wait a second. I mean, it does increase your focus because you're thinking about it and you're worried.
But you just focused on needing to pee? What?
It also could cause some long-term problems if you do it too long. That's for sure.
Yeah,
so
definitely don't do that.
Maybe don't take health advice.
Yeah, no, let's steer clear from that.
But it did increase my focus. I was alert.
Maybe you were too focused on not what you should be focused on, though. You know,
he recommended
definitely focused.
He recommended that and matcha. He was really big on matchas at the time.
Okay, well, I'm not really all that big on the matchas. This is by the way, guys, just to update you, this is a different issue. This is more of a peripheral-based one. We should be back into the game very soon. Peripheral issues, we love those. They're solvable. You can see the thing, and you can say, "I'll get a different thing," or "We'll fix the thing." Very easy.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about stuff going on inside the computer.
New mouse, new keyboard. We'll figure it out.
Yep, whatever it needs to be. So now we can talk about hydration and stuff like that. And by the way, I do know what electrolytes do, but I have always thought that the word is good. Like, you know, I just liked it. And whenever I like looked at the bottles and they had it all in like really big letters, I'm like, they made that up.
Yeah, like you're gonna get some sort of superpowers.
Yeah, that's what I always thought. Maybe I'll
like it'll turn you into Raiden or something, shooting electrical.
And I would have been playing Mortal Kombat at the time.
Raiden was always my favorite Mortal Kombat character, that's for sure. It's because of the electricity that like snaps on his eyes.
Yeah.
That's Mega Aura.
And he also just looked really unassuming when he was walking around, and then he just zaps you.
Yeah.
It's
the old guy that still beats everyone up.
Yep.
That's what I'm gonna turn into.
It's beautiful.
As we progress towards our Unk status.
Yep. And the Unk status is purely it's epitomized by the fact that we're excited about the remake of the movie, and everybody else is like, that's dumb. Because I know I am. The first Mortal Kombat movie, oh my god.
Quality movie.
Extraordinary.
Quality movie.
Your brother's soul is mine. Oh, it's just so quotable. So many brilliant moments. And we really are deep into this pause. That's what we've decided that we want to talk about.
Honestly, though, Alice, that's what today is all about.
Yeah?
Which of these teams will deliver a fatality to the other region?
Oh, see, you can always tie it back in, Kobe. That's why I love having you around.
Fatality is, you know, one of the earliest and coolest, like, you know, calls for a finish of an entire
Do you think it got a little bit too much when they started moving on to like babalities and the weird things? They should have just probably left it as fatality, I think.
But it is huge. I mean, this is a momentous series here for both regions, for both teams individually, but also for both regions because.
I mean, it's massive on either side, and I think FlyQuest wanting to make it back to that former glory, being able to get to the top 8 like they were able to and got so close against Gen G. If they can't even get there, it doesn't feel very good. But this does, because now we can see the video game, and it's all in color and everything like that. We don't need to worry about the sepia mode that we had before, and everything is all good.
So after all these pauses and after all the swap, let's evaluate what went down with the experience. The biggest thing to me,
battle level.
Yeah, the biggest thing to me is top lane. Top lane having a full level advantage for Bwipo is huge. Cassante ultimate definitely very threatening, and Driver suffered more heavily in the CS with the lane swap, with the 2v1s.
Oh, Emperor's Divide does get the flash out of quad here. Nice little attempt from Honky. That means that another visit, and they should be able to get a kill.
Meanwhile, Inspired got to the second Scuttle Crab, getting him to the level 6 breakpoint as well. So they are going to have experience, slight experience lead for the jungle, much larger experience lead for top lane.
Nothing a few pedals can't fix, right, Kobe?
True.
We'll need to get a couple of those as Monkey does avoid the seismic shove, but he does so by hoovering up a whole bunch of rocks. So that doesn't exactly feel fantastic. This does, though, because these Sand Soldiers are really starting to hurt. With the recurve bow and blasting one now completed.
Yeah, I am. Inspired also showed here. So every time you show, then you give a lot of information to your opponents in the early game because CFO know that Inspired cleared up towards that side. And so by showing mid, they can now guess, all right, presumably for the next like 30 seconds, he's going to be clearing the rest of his red quadrant. Your red buff, your Krugs, and then re-clearing down. It's not the biggest of deals because they do know what your jungle path was from the beginning, but it just makes it certain so they can...
Getting the confirmation is, I think, a big deal.
Yeah, especially when you finally have your level 6 on Vi and you want to use what we were talking about in Champ Select. The Vi ultimate guarantees you a seismic shove play onto Azir, and so that extra threat is something that they want to kind of keep hidden in the fog of war if possible.
Yeah, I also think that fighting around now is exactly what they want to be doing, right? Level 6s are a big deal for this composition. FlyQuest do want to get themselves off to a good start to make sure that their damage is enough moving later on into the game. As Whippo, this seems to be his new thing. It's just farming behind turrets. Doesn't look like he's going to have too many issues, though, doing it. As you can see, still retaining decent experience advantage. Also tempo advantage now, and we'll be able to move into the fog of war. Could be a little bit dangerous as we do see CFO going for these grubs.
Yep, we're going to get the objective trade for the early game. So CFO, they're going to have the extra pushing power of the grubs for these turret plates. We'll see how much extra money this does result in the early game especially. And if FlyQuest focus on the dragon stacking will pay off. Of course, this FlyQuest squad is looking a lot at these mid-game fights. They want to focus on dragon stacking so that they can put that pressure onto CFO in the mid-game.
And the unfortunate thing is, 2 of the best souls are now removed. So we'll have to see what is going to be the soul moving later on as we do get that second Drake going down. But it's not going to be Infernal or Hextech. They could have just won the game, right? If you get them with this composition, if you can make that snowball work, it doesn't quite matter as much what the composition is if you can keep rolling that one down the hill and grab that soul early. As Busio taking a lot of damage here. Pulverize onto 2 as Masu trying to get that follow-up damage. Doggo does just use the barrier to make sure that he stays as healthy as possible, and it's a good trade for CFO.
Yeah, certainly is. Get that Alistar fairly low, healing back up with a passive. A little bit of sustain there for Busio. And Inspired is trekking his way over here on the Vi. So we'll see after Krugs if he just goes back into another re-clear and heads up down towards the other side of the map. Most probably he'll just go Raptors and Wolves, but there's possible options for them to get a little bit fancy with it. They have, of course, swapped their solo laners as well, so Whipple comes back down here. Since he does have plenty of magic resist with both solo laners being AP threats.
Yeah, feels a bit good, doesn't it, to be the Cassante in this game as far as itemization?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to lane a melee into a mid lane matchup, into one of these mages, having the early phase start out pretty smoothly and getting a bunch of money to just buy a bunch of magic resist, and especially the extra regeneration that you get off of the cowl, is so nice for laning, because even if the Azir is attacking you with soldiers and stuff, you just move on up there, and Cassante has so much survivability with the extra shield and the early itemization. But here we go, we might get a little bit of a scrap as Jinja heads up towards the FlyQuest duo.
Yeah, we do have level 6 finally hit for Kaiwing as he's waiting in this brush. Doesn't look like they really want to find too much though, and especially with the Unbreakable Will there. Busio isn't really a target. Masu's hard to get onto because of the range that he does have. So we've just got a little bit of a snare coming on through. Jinja is going to walk over that captive audience, and out he will go.
It is interesting because the experience leads still hold for all the places that we talked about for FlyQuest. Whippo's still with his. Bottom side, Driver is going to be the target, though.
This could be really dangerous, right? Because he's already behind. It could get even worse. The Equalizer goes down just to clear out the wave. And that looks to be exactly what FlyQuest wanted. Now they're going to slink back towards the river, and Inspired going to see what else he can collect. Looks like it's going to be Scuttler first. and then possibly just Gromp into clearing out as much jungle as he possibly can to continue getting himself in a good position. But so far, everything has been pretty quiet.
Pretty quiet. A little bit of extra efficiency, I would say, on the FlyQuest side.
Yep.
You know, namely from Inspired with his jungle farm. Junja, we've seen a couple times where he hesitates around top side, kind of wants to make a play, either calls it off himself or gets interrupted. And so Junja is slightly behind in the jungle. But that being said, the carries for CFO have their own leads here, both Hongq and Doggo, with some slight extra gold to their names.
Yep. Hongq, of course, very comfortable on this Azir as well. His record is pretty impressive. They do a lot of winning, so it is hard to really gauge exactly what it all means on the international stage, but I think Hongq's proven himself well enough for us to be able to trust it.
Yeah, it is actually crazy how much winning this team does. I mean, Jinja has won 7 regional titles in a row. Everyone that he has played in there in the LCP/PCS. And we'll see if they can continue on the international stage. Again, in the early game, experience is valued a bit more than gold because the small gold differences don't usually result in a full item breakpoint. And so the extra value of a full level is a lot of...
stats are much more important.
Exactly. That's the guaranteed power that is going to be there. But we haven't seen anyone use it yet, really.
Oh my god, the burst damage out of Doggo. He's got that Trinity Force, and yes, now we definitely know it.
So the item breakpoints definitely do hurt when one of them is a Trinity Force.
Maybe this is one of those lessons, like AD carries really like items because they can do that with them.
Yeah, especially...
Oh, Soulflare double slow does come on through, but that's not quite enough to go for too much. Oh, I say that. Hongq's Sand Soldiers, they've been training hard.
This could be problematic for FlyQuest. This is CFO really making a good effort to interrupt the dragon stacking. Inspired is on vision.
Yeah, and Doggo saw him, immediately clicked towards him. As Inspired is going to wrap his way around. Looks like CFO are going to get off this dragon as Teleport is going to bring Bwipo in. Junja actually just going to waste no time, flashes away, but Bwipo might be able to get on top of him. The ulti not going to work out because Bwipo ate the CC, and that is first blood over to Inspired here. FlyQuest on the board. As the turret plates fall, a 14-minute first blood is not exactly the earliest, but the fact that they get a second Drake is huge.
They could teleport Quad to go answer the top wave as well. If they don't want to drop the top wave, send the Taliyah over there.
As the flash out, Curtain Call comes on in as, Master's just going to be able to pick that one up because Bwipo is not scared of turrets.
And again, it's such a critical timing for FlyQuest because they have to keep dragon stacking. So because bottom wave was pushed in, they don't teleport Quad to top side. They keep Quad on bottom side to catch that minion wave. And it is going to cost FlyQuest a lot of damage on the top turret due to the Void Grubs as well for Driver. It barely stands. But again, it's so critical for FlyQuest, with this comp to actually keep the dragon stacking. So I do really like them contesting on it and forcing the play, using Bwipo's teleport there. That plus the CC from the Jhin, and now...
Oh, Quad could be in a little bit of trouble because Kaiwing does have that Zenith Blade, does connect, but even through the exhaust, Quad will be okay. Busio comes in and just says, get out of here, with a little bit of a headbutt, so not too much else to worry about. But CFO, they've been so good at being able to actually make things stick in the early game. They haven't been able to at all here so far. Still don't think it's end of the world. I still think their composition is going to feel just fine moving further on. But with all those experience hiccups, things like that, the fact that the gold is now well and truly sitting in FlyQuest's favor and those two dragons, man, everything is coming up FlyQuest here in this game so far as Quad might be the first sign of it not quite working out. It's despite the flash, Hongq still able to pick him up. The redemption comes down as well, as we do see picture-in-picture that it should still be this Rift Herald going down. So they will be able to collect that one, and that is also going to be some feats of strength almost gotten towards as well, as Busio could be in trouble. Level 7 here, so he does have the Unbreakable Will, but he is still taking a lot of damage. These Sand Soldiers, man, they are really hurting. Not quite enough to get the kill onto the cow through the ulti.
Really good early flash from Hongq. Preemptively flashes to gain the...
Two turrets immediately?
Yeah, they take that one down. Topside's going to go to Hongq as well. But really good early flash from him to create the play. And Quad still flashing and dying is really going to put a bump here in the FlyQuest path. I think CFO, huge gold injection into those solo laners is going to be exactly what they want.
Yeah, and have a look at Honkyu's lead now. 1.3K, 1.4K. That was FlyQuest's lead prior to that play. And it is now just on their superstar mid laner, a young man that has been the talk of so many this whole year, as CFO have been there every single time, no matter what event it has been. Still, this is only going to equalize things, right? Like 300 gold, not something that we're going to be too worried about. And there is still feats of strength on the table. Whoever makes it to that third one is going to be able to collect it here. See whether FlyQuest can just get one more kill to get some better shoes.
Yeah, Honky, such a promising young talent here. And he always just plays with so much confidence on the world stage. We'll see about the next Azir play, as there were a lot of people converging on mid.
Yep.
But after the wave gets cleared out,
I can see you were tensed up. You're like, hang on a second.
Both sides, you can see almost immediately, both of them kind of spread back out to go catch their side waves. And those side waves are going to get a little dangerous for FlyQuest. Both outer towers are down, so CFO using their extra advantage there to get the early push.
Yep. Does mean that there's some standing gold here for FlyQuest, but unless they're able to take these turrets down, they're now just helping make sure that CFO has as much control of the map as they can at this stage of the game. Man, this next dragon fight is going to be such a big deal. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock for that one. FlyQuest Soul Point in their sights. Mountain Soul is a big deal. Like, I mean, I don't know how you kill Blippo after that one comes through. So, a pretty important one to fight for here. See whether CFO have any plans for it.
I think Honky might have some plans, because he's 2 item Azir already. We were talking about, oh, how meaningful is gold versus experience? Well, when gold is 2 items fully completed on your Azir, then gold is massive. So
Honky went back and bought a Leandri's, and Quad went back and bought a little book.
Ooh, would you rather have a book or a cool mask?
The cool mask, Kobe, every single time. Although some of the books, you know, are cool as well. There's a lot of them that you can buy.
This is a short story, though.
Yeah,
that's like a little picture book.
Yeah, this is the first. This is like baby's first book. You know, like it's not quite the fiendish codex. It's okay. Driver could be in a little bit of trouble here as Quad throws a whole bunch of rocks into his back. The seismic shove connects, and I think Quad wanted to let us know that the book's pretty good. Actually, it's not too bad.
Yeah, and he rides that one all the way to the pick. CFO though, with 4 people. They're also going to answer with the last remaining outer turret that FlyQuest had standing.
Yeah. And Doggo is, of course, Valkyrieing forward into Busio as the slow comes through. Masu is in so much trouble. He has to get out of there. Does have the curtain call to follow up if there is going to be anything more, but takes the cannon and will now be able to head back home. CFO, though, they are just tearing things off the map over and over again. And now, with the outer ring dead, the map is so dark. FlyQuest can have a real tough time at making their way over here to contest this dragon.
I think that one is gone. That is an oyster dragon.
What does an oyster dragon look like? Oh, like a mountain dragon. Oh, sorry, yeah.
You
just told me what it was.
Very similar to a mountain dragon.
Except you have to know that inside the mountain, there is indeed an oyster.
Exactly. You crack it open.
Yeah.
For some delicious meat.
It sounds kind of sinister. I don't like it anymore. I'm not going to mess with the oyster dragon. That's all right. Doggo and Masu back here in this lane. I think Masu knows now that if the Corki goes anywhere near him, it could be problematic, but he hasn't bought in quite some time. It's okay. Driver back in lane, maybe back in trouble again as Whippo. We're going to try and take him down. There's the all out. See whether Driver can actually survive this one. Deadly Flourish will be avoided. There's the curtain call as Driver desperately trying to get out of here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. The last bullet doesn't connect, but Whippo does have a Q. Manages to take that one down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, because there were 2 that showed top, CFO have decided that it's time for Artican, and then they decide it is too dangerous. Not a decision they often make, to be perfectly honest, as Rift Herald is going to be thrown into the mid lane. Shelly a little bit confused about where she is. We'll be able to wander towards... Okay, never mind. She is just going to be herded back down the river once again. Inspired will be able to just...
my favorite part of this...
Driving.
My favorite part of this were the blue flying oyster question mark pings that were going down on it. They're like, where is he going with this? Regardless, though, the best thing that this FlyQuest comp does is make picks on the map. CFO, though, they're starting back up the Otacon.
Is this just gone? I I mean, Hongq does need to be there if they want to have the DPS, but things are very, very dark on this map right now. Busio is going to rotate his way down. CFO have all the information they need. This is just gone. And you were talking about the great experience crisis of the early game of this series. That might be mitigated as Doggo does get himself over the right side of the wall. Driver desperately wanted to do the same thing, but there's a little bit of brush, and FlyQuest realized that I think their only real option here is to try and push down mid.
You can tell FlyQuest were so confused there. They had no idea where CFO were because Bwipo just teleported to his own secondary tower when he was split pushing on top side and had finished up that top tower. FlyQuest had no idea. They were completely bamboozled by that play from CFO, and then they saw them and they got the Otacon, announcement even. He still panics.
Yeah.
He thought people were coming for him.
I mean, they do have a gold advantage. Max. There's at least that. I'm trying to figure it out, Kobe, because feels like CFO just kind of got away with murder.
Yeah, FlyQuest, oh man, they are confused.
Well, Kaiwi might be confused now because Bwipo is just going to come out of the brush, but Driver comes in. We're going to slow him down with a couple of harpoons, and that should be enough. It's all right. We did manage, the feats of strength did go over to FlyQuest. They at least managed to lock that one in. So it's not end of the world or anything like that.
It is concerning, though.
I would say so. I think this was one of the issues when we were watching them just a couple of days ago as well, is fully understanding where to be to make sure that things could happen. But I mean, FlyQuest did manage to get 2 Barons in their last game, even though they lost, right?
I don't know.
This was a weird moment. This was a very weird moment.
Because they had already started fighting them by the Otacon, seeing multiple members. Technically not all of them.
Maybe it's just the assumed reset.
They also, yeah. All right, well, good plays from Flying Oysters, though.
Definitely worked.
In the last few minutes, they stopped the Dragon stacking, got the Mountain one first, then they got the Otacon, and they were able to get a teleport off of the Cassante here.
Maybe it was there was a vision bamboozlement that we missed, and there's a really clever vision bamboozlement that happened as the wall is going to come on down here. Kaiwing just flashes over the top, and it's going to be able to keep him safe, but that is a big investment as far as Summoner Spell. It is going to be employed, so CFO without that to engage some fights could be a big deal, as under a minute until this next Dragon.
Next Dragon. Let's see if they get back on track here, because CFO have got to be so happy with this game state. Already having the Otacon with 22 petals, plus having the first of the Mountain Dragons, taking that one away. It just gives them so many luxuries here. And Hongq was already doing well in this game. The Azir is just so comfortable split pushing, has an arm guard. We already mentioned the 2-item power spike, but this champion with flash up, he's so mobile. At CFO, have a lot of options here. And Hongq is even going to see the approach.
Well, Sundisk is going to come on up here, and that is going to mean that Inspired will take a little damage, but not too much more. It does have the upgrade of Merc Treads, as CFO are looking to move up and protect their mid laner. FlyQuest moving over as well. Teleport to bring Hongq down as they just want to take this inside track, move over towards this Dragon. And they should be able to get this early setup. Masu already 50% of his health bar taken away as Doggo's rockets are really starting to hurt Quad. Wrapping around the side, doesn't have the Weaver's Wall up just yet. There's now Driver on that flank angle, checking for Inspired, who should be able to get himself in here. We'll see whether they want the turn or whether they want to get themselves the Dragon. FlyQuest moved their way in though, Inspired biding his time to make sure he gets in at the opportune moment. Solar Flare goes entirely wide as Inspired gets his way in there. Junja having to flash his way out though. Seismic Shove gone wide, Equalizer is down. Not doing too much though, as we can see. As the Drake already low as well. The exhaust comes on down. Bwipo gets into that backline. Kaiwing's in a little bit of trouble. And down goes the Xin Zhao. That's going to be the Drake going over. FlyQuest pick up the soul point, but have they found the fight? Driver still wanting to try and burn them. As Hongq gets on in there. There is Bwipo looking for the angle. Emperor's Divide though will be his shutdown. And it's Doggo that picks up the kill. Look at these health bars. Doggo desperately wanting another Valkyrie, but he will not be able to get in there. And FlyQuest gets soul point. And and they get relatively out of there.
Yeah, they do. Bwipo turns around to go after the Azirs to try and put a stop to that chase, and is the sacrifice. It ends up being 1-for-1 on kills. Critically, as you say though, Inspired able to secure the Dragon. Let's look at the setup here. Junja does get focused. The Leona ult going wide there is actually quite big. That being down, Kaiwing also misses his E. Thankfully for him, he doesn't get shoved in by the Taliyah seismic shove, but you know, they back off from the equalizer, reset with the redemptions. Inspired and Bwipo inside the pit here is actually quite close, because Junja there, they focus him down, get the kill, and then Inspired can smite afterwards. So they cleanly are able to focus down the enemy jungler and then get the objective. Here's where it gets very risky.
Yeah, look at all these health bars. They're nothing.
As Hongq dashes in though, Bwipo goes in, he dies.
Well, you can see Bwipo not feeling too happy about it, but I think it was a worthy sacrifice for what they were able to pick up. 3.5 minutes until a potential Mountain Soul, which will be a huge deal. Not to mention getting the Elder onto the map, which certainly does help closing out the games.
Certainly does. I think there's a lot of pressure in the next 3 minutes.
Well, Solarflare going to slow down Inspired. Doggo is, of course, Valkyrieing over a wall, as he will be able to blast go in his way to safety. Doggo only has one mode, doesn't he? He's just
I love
going
it.
in.
It's attack mode.
Yeah.
It is so fun to watch.
Every champion can be Draven, as it turns out.
Especially when he has double summoners. He plays so aggressively with them. CFO, though, once again, they start up the Baron. They're trying to force FlyQuest into this early.
My God, Hongq is doing so much damage to this objective. FlyQuest's going to have to make a decision. Teleport is going to come through from Bwipo as they get a nice knock up onto Kaiwing. He's thrown back with a shove. Equalizer goes down, though, and Quad is just dead. An overextension, as we can see, is now Junja goes in. Busio, the next one to fall, paying for his mid laner's sins, as Doggo is, of course, flashing forward. It's Bwipo to go down one more time as he tries to all out his way to safety, but that is not going to stop CFO from taking this Baron and getting a big lead. Never mind, though, it's Kaiwing that's going to go down first. Inspired collects that, but Emperor's Divide pulls him back, and they'll trade jungle for support after the end of that fight, and CFO should be able to get the Purple Worm as a reward.
Huge for CFO. They turn around on Quad and immediately punish him for taking that wall so close to their team. Quad goes in, he jumps off right into Kaiwing here, gets stunned up, and immediately deleted. So CFO are very, very, very happy with the start of this fight, and then they just run down FlyQuest, chasing every last member here. Huge critical moment at the Baron, and CFO destroy FlyQuest.
You can see CFO pretty happy about it as well as far as the coaching staff are concerned. That is going to finally even out the kill score here in this game, but the Baron is the biggest deal. And keep your eye on that Rebel Baron power play. Currently at the neutral setting, which is 1500. The more they can get is going to be the use of the buff. As Doggo back in this mid lane once again. I feel like whenever he's on screen, I tense up. You know, there was no one else on the screen, but I was like, is he going to solo kill that nothing over there?
He just might. That dog definitely has bite. So does Hongq as well, by the way. The bird also has bite, and Hongq still has his flash. He didn't have to use his flash in the last massacre that we just witnessed. And so it's a level 17 Azir with a big lead. Junja, though?
Yeah, Junja is in a little bit of trouble, able to flash out of the way of the seismic shove, and there's not a whole lot of damage available to take him out when his ultimate's running. As now Busio likely to just die. Driver will be slowed down, but it's Quad that's dead again! Oh, it's a disaster for FlyQuest. It's into the backline, goes Inspired, but I just don't know whether that was a great idea, as Doggo's going to be able to take him down while he's trying to ult him into the sky. And CFO, this could be them just marching up the mid lane and taking out the first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, I think they might destroy quite a bit of the FlyQuest base here with the Baron buff still on for a long time here. They get to continue pushing an inhibitor down. You also see Junja pushing in on the bottom side wave, but he's going to run right past it and look for the end.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it right here, right now. There are 2 siege minions making it so difficult. The curtains have been called. I don't know whether they're for CFO. They will be able to stay alive. So FlyQuest, they do survive the push here, but CFO have broken open the base. They take an inhibitor turret on the bottom side as well. Hongq deals with that one, and now on their way out, they'll be able to collect another Mountain Drake, meaning that that soul is ever further away once again. And I would say 6K is a pretty good Rebel Baron power play. We were talking about keeping your eye on that one. Yeah, that's good number.
Yeah, CFO here just looking dominant now in game number 1. Let's take a look at this as they try and pick off Junja for FlyQuest side. And it's a good equalizer from Driver. Quad then, you can see on the Talia, gets nailed. Kaiwing, ulti him, immediate follow-up, and they just delete that Talia once again. Nice ult there from Kaiwing to snipe him. Inspired then goes in at the end. They know they're just kind of throwing their bodies at CFO at that point, because having given over to this team comp, the Otacon, as well as the Baron in that last fight, and all this gold adding up, CFO have a chokehold on this first game.
Well, now, Inspired, it's going to have to be these Hail Mary plays. And actually like this, we've seen this from a lot of players in the past. Inspired himself has done it before. When you're feeling down and out, just find a spot to stand as Vi so you can kill the guy that does the damage.
This is
the pure shit play.
This is solo queue. You go and get an enemy camp.
Well, this is going to be an enemy team that CFO are looking for. Busio does have the unbreakable will, and he's going to need one if they want to stay alive in this game. And oh, not just a camp, that's a crab.
I mean, Alice, people call it different things. To me, when I do that, it's a bit of rage.
Yeah.
I'm rage clearing enemy camps at that point.
Oh, rage clearing is the rage counter jungle clear.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I think just rage clearing. I'm going to use that. I'm definitely going to use that. As Doggo Valks over the wall, will be able to keep himself alive. But now the wraparound has happened. It's not only a rage clear, it might also be Driver going down, but he does spot him here. Inspired, not quite with the surprise play that he wanted, but it's the all-out to bring them underneath the turret. Junja is going to be the first one to go down, as Doggo is, of course, over the wall. Honkyu goes golden as the solar flare is going to interrupt that curtain call. As, my God, how did Doggo do that much damage? That was disgusting, but still, he is now dead. I think Fly is still alive.
Atlas, rage clearing is a viable strategy.
This was the best. It's a stroke of genius.
It turned into the flank of all time for FlyQuest, what they needed to defend the base.
It set them off. And then they just went. They flew underneath the inhibitor turret. Inspired didn't even really have to do anything. It was mind control. It was extraordinary.
Mind control is the best strategy. Here we go, though. You can see on the minimap, Inspired approaching, and Whippo is able to get the kidnap basically under tower.
Yeah.
And they basically create chaos. When you are down like that, you want to create some more chaos. And so they're going to continue to do it.
Yeah, Driver could be in a whole lot of trouble. The wall comes down. I don't think this Rumble is going to survive, and he doesn't think so either as he ults the wave to make sure that he can at least get something. But these little picks, all of these dents in the tempo are getting Fly back into the game.
Exactly. That's what you have to do. Continue to try and make picks across the map. Go through the fog of war.
Do we have to have the freak conversation about you shouldn't take the mid inhibitor because you deny yourself gold and stuff? Do we need to do that?
And
it's been a while.
Well, their wave clear is not the best. We'll see about the teleport out. I say just keep on fighting.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to do. As Junja, once again, potentially in trouble, does now have Honkyu and Kaiwing in the area. As the knockback from Buppo, there is another kidnap, like you said before, but it's going to be flashed this time. Blast Cone makes things problematic. Oh, the rocks go down. Honkyu, so much trouble, but still the damage is there because Doggo shows up. Massive amounts to come on through, but it's already 2 for FlyQuest. Doggo trying to survive against Buppo. He flashes over the wall and picks up a double, but Fly still able to win the fight, and it should be the Baron.
Baron is alive. It is. Okay, Doggo's still alive, though. You have to respect Doggo.
Driver is turning up as well, but I mean, Doggo's health bar is not exactly high. As Masu gets himself in there, it's looking like they're not going to go for this Baron, but FlyQuest, I mean, I was writing the obituary, man. Like, this is not what I was expecting this game to look like.
You have to keep the chaos going. They want to keep the chaos rolling here, forcing and forcing. They're definitely going to turn off the Baron, but CFO are doing a good job. They're not taking the bait here very quickly. They know it takes FlyQuest way too long to do the Baron, so they're not running into it.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall goes down. I mean, they left a control ward there, but the Equalizer is still going to do so much work as the Baron, they're still on it. The spikes are really hurting. Inspired, still lower and lower, and Doggo wanting that wraparound. Driver gets in there with the flamethrower, and there's Doggo! It is going to be the Baron secured by FlyQuest, but can they keep anyone else alive? The Empress Divide comes in, it's a double in the end for Doggo, and so there are a few Barons left up here for FlyQuest, but there's no people.
Yeah, there's only an Alistar and a Cassante to defend the base. CFO are going to come, and they're going to try and finish.
All right, let's see whether they can make that one happen as Honkyu shifts some sands to get himself towards Bwipo, whose health bar is extraordinarily large. Driver looking for the flanking Busio, and Junju's going to catch him because he's walking up mid lane to get back to his team. He's holding the wave. It's the Marin strategy yet again, but I just don't know whether it's really going to work. As CFO, they're going to move back. They're going to get themselves their own soul point, but it did save the game, Kobe. It did say, never mind. Maybe it's just, oh my, this game, it's just ridiculous.
It certainly bought them some time,
It bought them some time. They might have been coming back to the Dragon anyway. However, it did look a little bit, I got flashbacks, to that Maokai standing stalwart to stop the end of the game.
Yeah, it does buy them some time. Triple Mountain Dragons now picked up for CFO, but FlyQuest live a bit longer here. Again, gotta clear out some of this vision and continue to try and make some picks. They have so much CC to try and do it.
We're not able to stop the back here as Inspired. Wanted to try and catch Driver once again, but not going to happen this time around. And yeah, this game is quite crazy.
Yeah.
Is that a Flame Horizon for Bwipo?
Yeah, that's valid. Over 100 CS
I
lead.
questioned whether I was looking at the right number. I was like, surely not. That's a Rumble.
The second question is, does that Flame Horizon matter?
Probably.
Or does Doggo being full build Corki? That certainly is a full extra item.
He does have 9 times the amount of kills to his opponent.
All right, well, FlyQuest, they have to continue to be scrappy here. They're trying. They're trying to play in the darkness here, but the Flying Oysters are flying safe now, staying on their side of the map where they have vision.
And the problem is I feel now, if you were FlyQuest, you're like, well, this is definitely doable because the game was basically over. And so it feels like the tempo has kind of moved back into Fly's favor because they're like, well, the enemy team just won. We've got nothing to lose in this game. Like, it was a done deal. And so now every opportunity they get back in this one, it's kind of like a freebie. And let's see whether CFO can keep themselves in it because they have almost thrown it away.
Biggest problem to me for FlyQuest now is when you try and make a pick, there are 2 Zonias on both solo laners for CFO, and then the Guardian Angel on Doggo is already available, and Jinja's is close to being available.
Yeah, so 6 items on the Azir is problematic for the... Yeah,
for everybody.
Yeah, everybody. Like, Doggo wants to get a pentakill, he can't, because his mid laner does way too much damage. I mean, it's not just FlyQuest that have issue with it. So let's see. They are just clearing out this mid lane wave. Thankfully, it is mid lane, so it's the easiest one to cover. But we have synchronized timers between these 2 objectives, Kobe. So quad stack Mountain Soul or a Baron might be the choice they'll have to make.
Let's track Inspired again, because Inspired is taking another long venture into the other side of the map.
He's feeling better though now, so I don't think we can call it the same thing.
I mean, it worked last time. He went for Raptors and then topside Scuttle, and then they saved the game. So now he takes Krugs.
Surely he could grab some Raptors as well.
I mean, it is golden experience that they wouldn't have been able to get before.
Yeah.
This time, they had confidence in CFO not pushing for the end. So he is able to steal that one away. He's kind of deep.
Actually cancels it here as the control ward is going to be taken down. Junja, no idea that there is a Vi lying in wait, but Kaiwing might get word of it. Will the back actually go through? It will. Nicely done. And emotes on his way out. That's clean. This game's weird, Kobe.
Honestly, I'm having fun.
I love it. Weird is good.
All of the pressure, it kind of distracts you from the fact that this is the last day of Swiss, and this is elimination promotion.
And you can tell like there's so much more layered on top, right? There's so many reps of playing out these late game like set plays, right? But then there's also the terror of having to go home here and missing out on that top 8. And for both of these teams, that is a huge deal. CFO, an incredible year for this team, and FlyQuest wanting to make it back to that knockout stage once again. See whether they can get further. CFO looking to try and get a little bit of siege happening. It's not a massive amount of range for this squad, so not quite working just yet. Solar Flare once again, just going to be a pretty circle and not much more. And Junja gonna get knocked up. Oh my god, look at this. As soon as Honkyu does anything, someone almost dies. So they have to be so incredibly careful as the inhibitor going to be coming back up very, very shortly. As Driver, ooh, possible flank angle here, but there is a teleport back to bring Kaiwing towards the mid lane. There it is. Thank you, picture in picture. I feel like this game has almost 100% equalized.
We'll ask Driver about that one in the next fight.
I felt it coming, and I'm glad you
know. I didn't even want to do it.
I know, it felt like you had to.
I did, exactly.
Now you know how I feel every day with every dumb joke that I make.
Biggest difference, though, of course, extra full item on both CFO carries. So they have so much power here, but FlyQuest...
Oh, Whippo going in. There's the wall as well. Quad, though, keeping himself relatively safe this time as Honkyu goes golden. Seismic shove is going to be avoided with the flash, but Whippo picks him up, but he's not going to be able to withstand the Emperor's Divide. Into the backline goes Inspired. Busio's there. They need to kill Honkyu, and down he goes. Quad's getting flashed on, though, by Drivers, looking to burn down Masu. Doggo's still alive as well, and the rest of CFO have dealt with the other onslaught on the other side of the fight. Down goes Inspired as Junja, with full health, is going to be able to make his way out. Now they're pinging on the mid lane, but I think a Mountain Soul might be coming in first.
That's the Soul for sure. Quad and Masu were at the very least able to take down Driver. So that is both solo laners that have been killed on the side of CFO. Now, though, there's a ward behind Baron that saw FlyQuest go over to this. So this desperate play from Quad and Masu, it is known to CFO, and they're not going to let him get away with it.
Yeah, Doggo will be able to spot them out here. There is the Mountain Soul to come on in as Doggo walks on forward. Sees Quad at extraordinarily low health. They're going to see whether they can get themselves out. It is just one auto, and Quad will die. Gives him the thumbs up, but isn't able to kill him. And the blast cone for the disengage. But still, CFO, they don't lose the Baron, and they should be able to take it themselves here. And with a quad stack Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, and a sweet purple buff, and an open door on the base, they should be able to finish this game. But I've said that before. This time feels a little bit more true.
Well, well, well.
3 holes in the ground.
Now we'll approach the FlyQuest base one more time for CFO. As you said, they have everything in their arsenal just ready to finish this game.
Do I think that they are going to? No idea. Still no idea.
FlyQuest, they really need the magic now. Can they come up with something spectacular?
Oh, Inspired was going for it again, but this time was spotted by CFO. Kaiwing and Junja together, ready to try and collect him. I think he's out, so it should be all right.
I will say there is now no Guardian Angel on Doggo, as well as no Flash. But I think that CFO, as long as they just play safe with their battle lines, and they don't have both carries right next to each other, then they should be okay to just slowly move it in.
And now we've just broached 10 seconds over the longest game at Worlds, which we did just have yesterday.
Great job all around, everybody.
51. The games are getting longer, as we're seeing, as these inhibitors may not have much longer, but we'll see. This bottom one certainly going to go down as Whippo looking like he's defending this. Wind becomes lightning, comes through. Man, that health bar on the Cassante is so massive. But these inhibs are still going to go down. The flank angle there from Inspired. He still wants to look for it as they're under Nexus turrets now. Driver wanted to see what's going on. I believe spotted him just there. The first Nexus turret going to be lying on the floor. They need to pull the trigger if they want to stop CFO from taking this. But you can see they're playing so carefully as CFO not wanting to take any undue risks. As Seismic Shove will be Sonya's. And there is the Emperor's Divide as well. Honkyu keeps himself alive. They're still desperately trying to get on top of him, but it does not work. The young player is able to say no to FlyQuest and will now be able to take down the Nexus. It took a little longer than we may have expected, but the Oysters strike first.
CFO finished the job in game number 1. FlyQuest scrambled and made them work for it, but in the end, CFO are victorious.
What an incredible game, and what a long one as well. Now it's time to hear from the analyst desk while we try and figure out what just happened.
What a long one as well. This is what elimination games are made of. Blood, sweat, and tears, equalizers, missed positions. Turnarounds, comebacks. Oh man, I've seen it all.
We have lived eons from the beginning of this game till the end, from the draft to now. Mountains came up and down. There's so much.
I'm gonna give you some space for a crash out, if you would like to take the space.
Can we watch Quad int the entire game at Baron? I just want to watch it. I felt my soul leave my body as Quad Talia ulted with no teammates around him.
Here we go.
Onto a Leona in melee range. Brother, what are you doing? We're on soul point. It's a 3K advantage. This was the game. Like, that is the game. You just can't do that at the international level and expect to win. Like, yes, there's 100 other things that happen. Yes, there's 100 other things that could change, but mistakes are not equal in League of Legends. A mistake like that at that moment in the game by the Baron is just horrible. And I mean, I think Quad had some tough moments where he wasn't able to flash abilities in other games and other series here, you know, that he would be unhappy about. But this one is just straight up unacceptable. And I feel like as soon as I saw that, I'm like, well, that's the game. You just lost the game. And the rest was kind of just waiting it out.
But then
it did get crazy.
They didn't lose, actually, from that point. You gotta give them credit. But the thing is, it feels so bad to now go like, hey, you kind of came back in that game because you didn't.
And they never were actually like on the front foot, even with after all those comebacks. I mean, I think Inspired played an incredible game. He was really, really clever. Him and Masu were the standouts to me. Yeah. I think really did well. I think Buppo, you know, he was always up in gold, but there were some head scratchers like that teleport to his own tier 1.
It almost turns.
Super dizzy.
That play from Inspired here, the fact that he's able to knock Doggo over the wall, like, speaks to the quality of the game that I think he played. Obviously in a game as long as this, everyone in that moments that made you scratch your head, but really, what is kind of insane to me is that it feels like we had a flip of what we praised both teams for, because I was expecting Fly to be way better at objective control. I think CFO ran the early game here in tempo, even not taking into account the quad play.
After the Dragons, I think, the first Dragons.
There were multiple occasions where Fly would get a pick, yet CFO would get the objective. And that's something that I think normally I would expect more of from this team.
I mean, we got the first 2 Dragons, we were up in gold, and then we were super late for the 3rd Dragon, kind of gave that way uncontested.
There was the one pick.
Then the Otacon play where we were just kind of nowhere to be seen at the Otacon. So yeah, those to me were kind of head scratchers, and that is like, maybe you're just sweating too much and you're thinking about all these things and you're losing track of like what is the obvious play you should be doing next.
That's an elimination game for you, right? It's like all these things that sometimes in the LTA you would have done 17 times per weekend you cannot do here because of the circumstances. And then if we have to look, or if we're gonna look at CFO, I think it is very impressive that they had the presence of mind to be ahead on those plays, let's say the Arakan. Also, to pilot a game where it is incredibly close and they can feel it. They know they cannot take one step out of order or they will also lose the game. I have to give them tremendous praise for that.
And I wanted to see more of Hongkyu. I think we saw it in this game. I think he really stepped it up compared to what we've seen so far. Giving him the Azir was a gamble. We've seen this champion, when piloted well, completely take over games. I think this was a really good example. You could see the importance that Fly could put onto trying to take out one of these extremely fed carries. But Hongkyu, even though sometimes I was holding my breath for him, I think was able to have tremendous impact in this game.
He really was. And though FlyQuest made some really clever plays to like make sure the game didn't end after that Baron play, the problem is when you're playing this style of composition, you know, Vi had an incredible early game, but when you lose that Baron and when you get this late into the game, you look at the people you can ult. There's 2 GAs and 2 Zhonyas and a Leona, right? Yeah. Who are you supposed to be diving? Like, it's almost impossible at that point to have a successful play. And I was going to say, Doggo, this guy just plays with no fear. We already saw an incredible Corki game from him. This one, again, he's playing in the face of FlyQuest. He's getting chunks before the fights that are dissuading FlyQuest from even being able to take the fight. And I've just been non-stop impressed by Doggo. It feels like he's rarely stepping a foot wrong.
He keeps impressing, and he might have one more foot to go, and then he's in the quarterfinals. Azael, a rally cry for your boys.
I'm not going to lie, after that, I think it's a 2-0 for CFO.
If you don't even have faith?
I got no faith after that. After the last 2 series, I feel like this team is mental boom. I'm sorry to say it. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that they can pull it back. But
there's
the looks on some of their faces on the player cams after some of those plays, to me, it was like, I think it's over.
If there's one thing I've learned from G2 versus FlyQuest and MKOI versus TSW is that I'm not going to be a game 1 Andy. We'll be right back.
And teleport is going to come through from Whippo as they get a nice knock up onto Kaiwing. He's thrown back with the shove. Equalizer goes down though, and Quad is just dead. An overextension, as we can see, as now Junja goes in. Busio, the next one to fall, paying for his mid laner's sins, as Doggo is of course flashing forward. It's Whippo to go down one more time as he tries to all out his way to safety, but that is not going to stop CFO from taking this Baron.
Bonjour, merci à tous. On fait voir les champagne. Lors de Captain Prozekin, 감사합니다. 즐거웠어요.谢谢美心，这感觉Shanghai见。Thank you, Beijing fans. See you guys in Shanghai.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Papa Smithy, thank you so much for joining me during this series. Actually, I want to talk about the preparation you had coming into today with the little time that you had. What did you guys focus on specifically?
Yeah, obviously at Worlds, when you're this deep into the season, you're not going to be picking up a whole load of new champs. You're not going to be able to reinvent yourselves. I think a lot of people saw that the loss to G2 took a lot out on FlyQuest emotionally. So I think a reset there was important. Now that the Best of the West side story has kind of like been shelved for now, it's very much about focusing on our opponent today. And obviously we didn't know until the last minute, but CFO is a team that we've been kind of like eyeing for a long time. They've obviously been going to internationals and performing just like we have for the better part of the year. So this is definitely an exciting game for us. And so I think our heads are on right today, and now it's about performing.
As you said, from being the best of the West to a bit more struggling situation as you're in right now, how did you readjust your players' expectations?
Yeah, it's not all me. Obviously, it's like the whole group coming together, but I think most of it is just when you're in Worlds, when you're in this like time chamber of being in one place for a long time, being in a foreign land for a long time, scrims against tougher and tougher teams than you have domestically, it's easy to look at things you can't do, like, oh, we can't draft that against a good team. We can't do this against a good team. And you start to lose the things that made you special domestically or at other parts in the year. And I think it's always good to take a step back to reassess those things and to remember what the good times look like. And I think we've been able to do that very, very well.
Great to hear from Papa Smithy, of course, as articulate as ever. And we miss you here on the broadcast, Papa. Anyway, let's see how they're going to adjust, because they're going to require a lot of that pep talk, because, of course, that interview was done during this game that we just witnessed. And it was messy. I'm going to go with messy.
That is one descriptor to go with.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I went with.
It certainly
Feeling good about it.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, you know, trying to refocus after a game like that does take a lot of work, but you have to be able to do that at the pro level. You know, sometimes, especially even just as a normal League of Legends player, there are games that I play and I need to immediately cleanse my brain of what just happened. So they need to be able to do that. Sometimes you just have to be able to cleanse what just went down. Of course, you still need to have takeaways from the previous game, like the mistakes that were made. From honestly both sides, it was not clean from either side, but CFO obviously looking way better and performing individually as well as a team, much more cleanly.
Yeah, Kaiwing making up for the lack of experience in the early game with all of the experience he's had in his life, which is was enough to get them over the line. But there were ups and downs on both sides, right? Because of course, not quite figuring out the lane swap mechanics effectively on CFO's side, putting themselves behind early. But I still think that the draft was problematic on the Fly side as far as where their consistent damage was going to come from. I think now we can see what's going to happen as we head towards champion select for game number 2 and see where the pivots are going to be.
Yeah, what I would do is just go for comfort champion so you can focus all on your gameplay. Just focus all on your gameplay so that you can reduce the amount of mistakes and, you know, go back to basics of tracking enemy champions, calculating the next possible move for them, taking into account what their next big goal is. And for CFO, they've got to feel very confident, I feel like, heading into this one. Now with some extra room to work with.
Yep.
I think CFO are in a very, very good headspace as far as progressing this one. Of course, they did have a very good setup, but they also just performed way better in the actual game.
Yeah. Speaking of setups, we have a slight peripheral issue. And so we are just delayed a little bit getting into Champion Select, which hopefully is going to give both of these teams some time extra to settle.
That's what it was. Peripheral issues.
Yeah, we couldn't see out of our peripheries effectively. Something like that. There's certainly some humps to get over here for both of these teams. I think FlyQuest putting their best foot forward until the one big whoopsie that we did see out of that gentleman on your screen right there. But I think that they're going to have to rally if they want to stay here, right? Because if it is one of these situations where, you know, mentally you're not necessarily as in it, then, I mean, it's only going to get worse from here, right? I mean, the semifinals, the quarterfinals, the finals, they are all the most mentally strenuous things you can do on a League of Legends broadcast. And so therefore, I mean, if you can't handle this, what are you doing?
Exactly. Then you don't deserve to move on if you're going to lose. So let's see who will be able to perform under pressure. Always talking about the poise on stage here, this big stadium that we have here, compliments of JDG, filled with cheering fans, putting the extra passion into the day that we are seeing. And it is going to be a long day, by the way. Remember, this is just the first of 3 best-of-3s we have in store for you.
Yep, and we're going to be casting all of them because it's kind of like...
He's a liar!
I'm a liar. We don't do that here. Because we know that if you get to a 3rd best-of-3 and that it's been all the way, then you get very, very silly commentary, and we do not want that on the world stage. He says after... talking about oyster dragons in the last game.
Straight from minute 1,
Yeah,
baby.
I was like, I have to make up for this. I'm going to pretend this is the 3rd best-of-3. As we can see, Chowie starting to get a little bit animated here, so I think that's telling me that we might be getting closer and closer towards a draft starting. And you have some confirmation because there might be a little bit of a spoiler here on the stage. So getting very, very close to it, and looking forward to seeing what the adaptation is going to look like. They don't need to worry about a whole bunch of the champions, though, that we've seen already. I think the Talia and Azir are going to be big ones as far as things that are being taken away. Vi's been banned a whole lot this Worlds as well. And so a lot of things are going to change as far as the ban list is concerned. I think Orianna's still going to stay there and things like that.
And I think in the last game, CFO had a pretty good read of FlyQuest. You know, just deny them the Orianna as well as the Wukong.
Yep.
Those are 2 not only just power picks in the current meta, but also something that FlyQuest really do create their own structure around. This FlyQuest team, they're at their best when they form some like nicely scaling into mid and late game 5-on-5 team fights, you know, front to back structure. I feel like they do other strategies, of course they do, but I simply feel like that is their most comfortable approach. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, unless you, I would still ban the Scion because
Unless you want to first pick it, but then I guess
then they can trundle you. They can trundle you, and Jinja is a really good trundle.
Ban Trundle. Force the Scion ban, and then get yourself something that would otherwise not be banned. Okay, they're looking for a Rise angle potentially. Of course, Quad is just a really good Cassiopeia player regardless.
Yeah.
But I would expect that's more about trying to get your hands onto a Rise.
Interesting. They remain perma-banning Doggo's Caitlyn as well. He did perform very well on that one, but Doggo's performed well on a lot of champions, so...
Yeah.
Let's see what is going to be their final choice here, because this discussion between the Scion and the Rumble it gains more priority here. Like, Scion looks so good, not only because the Trundle proposition, but Ambessa is banned, and Ambessa has been the go-to, you know, answer into the Scion. So that puts a lot of pressure here on first pick Scion if CFO don't ban it.
The problem for me is if they don't first pick it, then, I mean, if Rest picks that up and they get something else, because like you leave Wukong up, I imagine Wukong would also be very high priority.
If you are banning Ambessa right now, you got to first pick the Scion, even though they can trundle you. I think you still do it.
And we have seen the Trundle picked, even though it's trundleable. Trundleable, fun word. As we'll see whether it is actually going to be the decision. Obviously, the Kaiser Hover is going to come in first, but then Whippo, will it just be... Okay, is that the little grin is
you know, yeah, you know, okay, yeah.
It's like, enough funny business, enough funny business.
I was sweating a little, you know, they did give the carrier Bard to T1, but let's see what the answer. Okay, here the cheeky hover.
Imagine if he did it, though.
Yeah.
Imagine if he did it.
Right back into Bwipo, who has been a fan of this champion.
Isn't it ridiculous? They're not even smiling, you know? Yeah. It's like...
I mean, should be Rise Trundle, right?
I mean, Rise Trundle feels pretty good. Gonna be a lot of, like, pretty short range, so might be an opportunity for Fly to be able to capitalize on that. Let's see. Expecting the Troll King.
Expecting it, but what would they then be worried about Inspired doing? Like, theoretically here. Okay, yeah, just do it no matter what anyway.
Zed.
Yeah.
The Z into Trundle angle. I don't know. Inspired, of course, has a lot of other things that he could do if we go back.
I mean, he could Ivern. So
yeah.
if I'm thinking about it theoretically, he could Ivern. Ivern is quite good into Trundle because you make it hard for the Trundle to move around the fights. And it would be a FlyQuest classic of doing the front-to-back team fights I was talking about where they build for just a crazy 5-on-5. Okay, Kiana is the other way. You can go for the extra mobility here, try and dance around him and burst him instead.
This is a pick that I imagine LPL commentators would be like, oh wow, this is such a really good Kiana angle. I, on the other hand, and I've been talking about it all worlds, I'm sorry if I'm a broken record, I'm terrified of Kiana. I think the champion doesn't necessarily work all that well, but let's see whether Inspired can teach me otherwise. As Quad going to go back towards the Annie, certainly a lot of comfort here for him.
Yeah, I feel like if you're not Kanavi or like Tien or Tarzan, then it does reduce a little bit of the excitement, but we've definitely had other good Kianas as well. So,
Inspired,
all right.
pretty good at the video game too, so I think that we could probably trust him to make it work out. Honky, let's see what he's going to be picking up here, whether it's going to be something for Rest or whether it's going to be something else. Rest looking for his Rek'Sai license. There have been only a couple of players that have made this work, as Keen did manage to pick up another win outside of just Flandre.
Yeah, I mean, Keen was brutalizing that lane. Like, Keen got massive tower plate advantage, absolutely made the Rek'Sai counter into Sion really worth it, got huge extra gold value, played the lane really well, so we'll see if Rest can replicate that success into Bwipo's Sion.
And now some bans to come on through here. I do feel like CFO want something with a bit of range, something with potentially a bit of safety. Like, I'm thinking either you go like max range artillery type style, like a Varus or something like that, but you could also Ezreal this if they would like to. But first going to be focusing on banning away some support so the Busio isn't going to have anything that he likes. Of course, Annie Rakan, fantastic combo.
And FlyQuest already have like really straightforward, explosive engage. You know they're going to try and quickly engage on you. So the other possibilities of counter engage for CFO are things that you also have to worry about. But the Kai'Sa possibilities no longer here. FlyQuest will deny at least that from Doggo bottom lane. Maybe they were thinking like a Kai'Sa Nautilus or something was going to show up.
Kai'Sa would also actually work out for FlyQuest here, actually, if they did manage to get their hands on it, because they don't necessarily have the most magic damage with this composition, and Kiana does have a fair bit of damage herself. Does make you less incentivized to build armor if you're going the full hybrid build, but the Ezreal actually going to be banned on CFO's side, so maybe my manifestation is actually turned into champions that are going to get banned rather than what's actually going to get picked up. FlyQuest with Braum takeaway. He's going to get rid of that one. So Doggo, what's it going to be? I expect he's going to lock in an AD carry here.
Yeah, and then you're looking at the engaged supports like Rel. Some of them have been whittled down here. Rel looks pretty good because there's no more Braum or Alistar or Rakan. So we'll see maybe Bard counter engages as well. Extra safety there if you don't want to like pick a Xayah or something. But
Nico's still up. That is kind of crazy. This champion has been picked or banned throughout most of Worlds, but kind of slipped under the radar in this one, but I guess that does make sense. A bit of a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
It's Masu. Let's see what we're going to be rounding out this Fly composition with.
And they have the radar on their team with the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, true.
So they control the radar as well as the one that will slip by it. Okay, here we go. Elimination, your entire year on the line, and we get North American Lucian Nami. This is backs against the wall elimination game from Worlds 2025. The entire year for FlyQuest here, such high expectations. They are going heavy engage, and they are going Lucian, Nami, must win into CFO.
There is so much follow-up as well from all of like the CC that can land, right? You get an unstoppable onslaught, supreme display of talent, Tibbers, wave, everything comes in. It's Doggo's Draven, okay! Oh no, if I'm Busio right here, I'm like, oh, Nami, Lucian, this is such a powerful lane, they're gonna be great. And then you see the Draven, like, those axes, even at Feels level 2, take half of your health bar.
Yeah, Doggo Draven is fearsome. All right.
Well, it's probably going to be a lane swap again. And that makes me feel even more worried because we saw what he did there on the top side of the map. We'll see whether it can be another early cash in here for Doggo. As CFO, they are not messing around. They want to finish this up 2-0 so they can focus on the best of fives.
Oh man, so much extra pressure too on the scouting for level 1 to play the guessing game of who is going to go top, and are you going to guess that they're guessing that you're going to implement the lane swap?
Yeah, how far deep do you go on guessing if the guessing is guessing?
Plus, then Kaiwing, don't go top before 4 minutes. Do not get detected.
He may have had some discussions with the coaching staff in between the series, so I think that one will be shored up, and that's if indeed we do get a lane swap scenario. It could just be that they're willing to go toe-to-toe and see whether they can win out in the early stages of the laning phase. But I kind of like FlyQuest's composition a little bit more than last time around. I think I can see where the damage is going to come from late game. I can see that there's 3 threats that are legitimately terrifying on this squad, and then a lot of CC to back it up. And here we are onto the Rift for game number 2. Fly desperately trying to stay alive here at Worlds 2025. CFO looking to knock them out right here, right now.
And the lane that might determine it could very well be that mid lane. 18-year-old Hongq, massive year for him, so much hype behind him, and you can see the progression from him over every international event that CFO have been to this year. Meanwhile, Quad really had some really bad plays, honestly. I'm just gonna, in the previous game.
I was waiting for you to sugarcoat it. And
yeah, I was thinking about it, and it was just bad. But we'll see if they can clean it up here. Doggo is deep. Doggo's behind enemy lines.
The axes are spinning as the Blooming Burst comes on down. This is a flash, definitely. Does have a blast cone there as the rest of CFO. I mean, if you knew that they were looking to get as much information as possible, maybe you weren't expecting all of CFO to just be hanging out here in the jungle. But now, Busio's coming back to lane with 1 potion. Does have, of course, the ebb and flow, so he's going to be able to heal himself back up again, but that's going to eat through a lot of his mana at this stage of the game.
And it's just what you want to do when you have a Draven lane for bottom side. You want to split jungle pressure. That's the huge reward here. They're trying to go for invade and splitting jungle, all for Doggo and Kaiwing here. You want to isolate this lane, especially with the early damage that you're talking about. Burning through both of Busio's potions and summoner spells already. This is just set up so tremendously well for CFO and their bottom side of the map to snowball here. Inspired on the Kiana, is he just going to accept the split map here and just say, Masu and Busio, you just have to defend for yourselves?
And right now, they do have a lot of vision around this area, so no dive is going to come in. But as you say, it's not about the dive. It's about just making sure that this 2v2 will always exist without CFO needing to worry about any sort of Kiana making her way down.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to remain the case here as Doggo and Kaiwing continuing to lay down the pressure. Inspired now on those Raptors and is at a decent clip as far as clearing out the jungle.
Yeah, and you kind of just have to accept it because it is a Trundle. So Trundle is king in the early stages. Both those junglers, though, have really dominated their regional leagues. As you can see, Junja, we talked about him, 7 in a row.
And Inspired, I mean, he's been talked about as the Western GOAT for a really long time, and I think he's had a decent Worlds as well. I don't think it's necessarily going to be on him, right? But certainly they need to come together, and we'll see whether they can utilize some of the aggression from Inspired to make things happen. Because Kiana, if she's going to work, she needs to do stuff. You know, you need to get that ball rolling. As Ardent Blaze, with a little bit of a double tap there, is going to soften up Doggo momentarily. But Junja still here towards the bottom side after taking down that crab.
And it's always interesting, too, with split maps. Okay, Honky's going to roam over really early.
Oh, dear.
Inspired's here. They know that this is a possibility. They're going to try and counter.
You can see they can actually see the rise as well as the bubble is going to go wide. CFO, I don't think this is a dive angle, as they did want to utilize some of the cannon tech, but it's not quite going to work out. Inspired, good defensive play from make sure that his bottom lane stays alive. But as you can see, as far as the CS numbers, it's almost 2 waves that Doggo has in advantage. As now you can see Rest actually going very aggressive onto Bwipo. The Soul Furnace is going to be there, but not for too much more than just keeping himself alive.
Yeah, Rek'Sai sustain, really, really advantageous up there in the isolated lane.
Ooh, Tanglebob's going to miss. Probably keeping Masu alive there, as we can see. Doggo not off to as good a start as he got last time around. His squad taking a lot of damage here from Honky. Landing that last Q was actually a big deal, as level 6 is ticked over here for Quad. And CFO, I feel, just riding the tempo of their victory in the last game.
They're going to try and spill their advantage over to top lane and go for a dive possibility here. Honky helping with the invade. Junja at least going to steal away Gromp. Just get guaranteed value there.
Yeah, Pillar goes down. Inspired trying to dance his way out of here. Going to pick up some terrain, but reset on the Gromp. This might be a little bit over-enthusiastic here by Junja.
Yeah, I mean, for Smite Fights, Rock Q for Kiana is very good.
Dear. Here's the dive, 2v2, the flash forward from Doggo, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Masu, he flashes away. There's a stand aside, and there's also a kill in the mid lane. What the heck is going on? It's another one as Rest gets the feats of warfare, and CFO just won everywhere on the map.
Yeah, it's a 1,500 gold lead for CFO. Once again, the Nico can always just turn into a cannon minion and tank tower shots for days.
It was actually days. It was ridiculous the amount of time that he ate.
Regardless, yeah, you have to knock him out of the cannon form. You got to get like a bubble or something on him if you want to put a stop to those dives. And so Doggo does get the kill early on Damasu before it goes down. So he got the kill before losing stacks. So he was able to cash in on those. Draven getting paid extra, leading to extra gold lead here. But then also in mid lane,
just flash forward from Honky when he just killed him.
Great punishment, and he truly has been outperforming in the mid lane. Continued on, so we get another look at this. So 1 tower shot with the heal, and good dodge of the bubble, by the way, from Kaiwing. I actually stopped counting because
6 turret shots, I'm pretty sure.
Busio, though, he does finish the job, so he gets the kill afterwards, but critically, the Draven already cashed in. You don't have a tremendous amount of stacks super early on, but you have some, and so is really nice there for Doggo. 700, over 700, the gold lead for him.
That is a big deal. We'll be able to potentially see where the Adoration stacks came up as far as the amount of money, but that is Feats of Warfare also over to CFO. We haven't seen a dragon taken just yet, but you can see junglers are towards the bottom side of the map. It might be somewhere that we're looking. 50 seconds until the grubs are up as well, but Fly well and truly on the back foot in this game. They are going to be swapping Masu towards that top side. The train, the port of call going to be this bottom lane out at turret.
So CFO winning every single lane in this game and affords them the luxury of controlling the early game map as well. So constantly having priority there to move in and make the extra move on FlyQuest. We'll see how this continues towards Grubs. We're approaching the 8-minute marks here. So this is kind of the break point of, do FlyQuest actually get to change something since they have a Scion, but no ultimate. As you called out, the ulti was used to get back to bottom lane. So Bwipo's actually just using his time to walk up as FlyQuest start this out.
There's no teleport either for Rest, so he's in that bottom lane as well. With the fact that the Scion is here, FlyQuest should be able to guarantee these grubs, and that will be exactly what happens.
So they're going to sacrifice bottom side turret plate money to the Rex side then, and Junja wants to come in and use his smite.
Well, they're looking for an angle. Supreme Display of Talent does come down as Junja keeping himself alive there with the ulti. The rest of CFO move over, and that is going to be all 3 of the grubs in the hands of FlyQuest. Nicely done, standing their ground, making sure that CFO don't get anything that they're not allowed to have. As you say, though, Rest is able to answer with that cross map in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that was 2 turret plates that the Rek'Sai is able to earn, as well as minions that were denied as the tower killed them off with nobody around. So FlyQuest investing decently heavy into getting these Void Grubs.
Well, Doggo still trying to fight here as the Blooming Burst comes on down. Tanglebobs is decent on Busio, but Masu throws down the culling. That is going to allow FlyQuest to stay at least within touching distance of the amount of health that CFO does have.
They could do a roam from mid. Honkyu has Realm Warp. If they Realm Warp over, that could be 4 people diving FlyQuest, and they're going to do it.
Yep, the Realm Warp is going to come in. Junjun looks to turn up. Honkyu, that's so much damage already. Why is this Ryze doing so much work? As Masu in so much trouble, the Pop Blossom is going to connect onto Busio. Another cash in, and it's a double for Doggo. 5-1 the kill score, and with 3 of those kills on this Draven, it's looking real good here in Game 2 for CFO.
Very successful play. They're able to make it before Busio can soak level 6. Busio on the Nami, still no ultimate, so he didn't have that to create the extra time for the teleport from Quad to come in. Quad's teleport gets nothing. Inspire trying to finish off the Dragon in time, but...
Yeah, it's a 2v2 here. Dragon and Rest against Inspired and Bwipo, and it's the flash out from Inspired to get him to safety. Rest just feeling like he can do anything that he wants here in this bottom lane on this Rek'Sai. Tunneling around. I really like this skin, by the way. Full party Rek'Sai, absolutely fantastic.
Same. That is the
That's
best
the go-to,
one.
right?
That is the best one. Regardless, CFO are very rich.
Yes.
CFO, investing a lot in money, whereas FlyQuest are scraping together some of these early game objectives that don't give you much power outright. So CFO are really well positioned to just steamroll over the rest of this game with keeping up the pressure on every single lane, and they do just that. They're going to push in towards this tower. More turret plate money.
Oh, no.
Stop the recall for extra tempo advantage. It is just so well done here for CFO in the early stages.
And that should be this outer turret falling down here on CFO's side, unless Quad is going to be enough to deter them. It's a large wave coming on in. Quad might be able to deal with this, but Doggo gets another 2 axes. I mean, he's got a Bloodthirster already at 11 minutes into this game. So just going to wait. Quad is going to be allowed to live for the moment. And I think on this wave, this turret is going to be dead, and I don't think you'd want to push your luck, and that's exactly what he considers as well. So that should be that first turret falling. The last plate picked up as well here by Doggo. And it's already a 2,000 gold lead. Make that about 2.2 just for the Draven alone.
All right. They're just getting turret plates all over the map at the moment.
I think it's
Atlas.
a garage sale or something like that. All right, there's another one here, but maybe they can kill Bwipo at the same time. He gets knocked up. Junjun turns up as well. And now Killer is going to be put down, and the ulti comes on through for Rest. Tries to get himself out of the way. Junjun was tanking the turret. Bwipo is pretty tanky, so they're not going to be able to kill him. Great Bubble is going to catch the Rek'Sai as he tries to flee, and this time Busio has the wave and takes down the Rek'Sai. FlyQuest answering back.
Putting a stop to this snowball that CFO had been creating. They do get the extra money countering the dive here after it is unsuccessful onto Bwipo. Also allowed them to push out on the rest of the map, so they gain a little bit of breathing room.
Yep.
From the onslaught that CFO had been delivering. That takes care of the Ryze teleport, but it is still a extra teleport back and available for Rest as well, so they catch the mid wave as well as the bottom wave.
The one good thing is that it's Masu that's able to benefit, right? And so that gold lead that we were just talking about has shrunk about 500 gold. It's probably going to expand again.
Still
though.
big.
Yeah, we're still at the garage sale, as it turns out. There's just team fights and stuff like that, and Summoner's Rift at the garage sale. And Doggo wants to collect some more plates. He's got a very busy dinner party coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing one of the reasons why, if you're a team like CFO that had all 3 winning lanes, you are fine when FlyQuest basically sell out, sending everybody to get Void Grubs, because they're not going to get much money out of those Void Grubs attacking turret plates, because they're almost never up at the turret plates. CFO are the ones with no Void Grubs, and they've taken complete towers in addition to turret plates on all of the other towers as well. So,
and the turret plates still have 30 seconds, right? So it's just mid lane that is really still with a whole bunch of them there. Doggo is, of course, now parked in said mid lane. Looks like the defense is going to come on through. Stand aside comes down. The wave avoided. Doggo able to press W, and he flashes the Flash Wolves sign as well, as it could be on the 10th year since it was the LMS at the time, but an LCP team has made it to the top 8. It could be CFO making it back. It would be such a huge thing, because in that year, it was AHQ and Flash Wolves. They were both there. As the culling is going to come on through here, Now with no turret plates, this turret is under a lot more threat. And especially with a big old Draven there, they will be able to take that one down. Second turret here for CFO as they keep this snowball a-rolling. Whippo in a little trouble. You can see Rest looking worse for wear as well. And the defense going to continue as Whippo is just clearing out all of these holes that this Rek'Sai is digging.
Yeah. Well, he's also digging the graves of FlyQuest, it feels like, with this massive lead. And I do love that Doggo is showing, you know, the history here of this region, and it's being so proud of Flash Wolves. Wait a second.
Yeah, the flash in from Inspired still gets the stun onto Honkyu, but the phase rush as he gets out of the way. Supreme display of talent is what he was looking for, but he fails to dodge it. And the shutdown money goes to Inspired.
FlyQuest scraping together some mid-game kills. This does not close the gap, but it does get them some money to work with.
And the door was opening, and now at least they've moved it into the direction of starting to close. As Rift Herald immediately going to get started up as well, trying to snowball the play into something else. Without Honkyu, it's going to be difficult for CFO to fight, but of course they are going to fight because they have a very large Draven and the will to do so. It should be this Rift Herald going down, and that is the eye collected by Inspired. So there we go, the pendulum swings once again, now back towards FlyQuest. CFO, I feel like they are just, they know what this comp wants to do, right? They are playing with so much gusto. Everything needs to be, we're moving into the enemy jungle, we're ready to dive, we're ready to try and get kills. Understanding the longevity of the comp isn't necessarily what they're thinking about, as that is going to be Junja, able to even out these dragons. This is, you're in a turret, that is so much money. Over to CFO, it's a Cloud Soul this game as well, we love to see that. FlyQuest unable to defend, I'll just leave Whippo to deal with the rest of these minions.
Yep, CFO keeping up the pressure. Nice rotation from them, seeping into the bottom side. Again, the Rek'Sai answer this time around. Constant harassment, constant pressure on the Scion. We'll see about FlyQuest's response for the other side, though.
And Kobe, are you sick of seeing stats that come up and we're like, oh, this player has great stats? I'm kind of sick of that.
You want some bad ones?
Like, because we get Junja is like 19 and 5 on Trundle. Man, he's so good at Trundle. How about this one? Doggo's Draven, 4 and 10 over his career.
Nice.
Guess what one of those 4 wins was recently? And he looked pretty good on that one against a team that I think are pretty good as well, if I remember correctly. From my job.
Yeah, he did get that win over T1 with the Draven, and it was in spectacular fashion.
It was?
Solo killing multiple people in that game. We'll see this time around. It wasn't a solo kill, or they haven't been solo kills for him so far. They were, you know, assisted, but it was constant pressure from the opening of the game, and that has been true for CFO as we see them take another tower here. You know, again, pushing with all lanes. They are not relenting.
Yeah, it's the power identification from this team that is pretty impressive. This, not so much, as a supreme display of talent and just a cheeky Q from Inspired, and he will be able to just kill Honkyu. That was a choice.
Another quick kill for FlyQuest. While CFO have kept up the pace and have cashed in, taking all of these towers. 4 towers for CFO, 0 for FlyQuest. FlyQuest are, well, now Whippo is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Kaiwing is going to be able to find him here, but it's a fight on multiple fronts. Pop Blossom invested, and the Flash and ulti will be in exchange as Whippo is able to make his way to safety. The fight didn't eventuate anywhere else around the Raptors, and so we are going to have a bit of a stalemate. But still about 4,000 gold, the lead for CFO, but they need to keep their foot on the gas.
Yeah, I mean, this 2-item Kiana. Inspired does a lot of burst damage. He has no more ultimate now.
I've seen this movie before, the one that's happening in the top lane, so we are going, no, we are back here, and he's dead again. It's the same movie. It's on repeat.
Profane Hydra, baby. 2-item power spike for Kiana. That plus the Umbral Glaive. I mean, these are some cheap items. Profane Hydra was reduced in cost, so even though, you know, FlyQuests have been behind, Inspired individually has the sole gold lead for the team. Level 12 on the Kiana as well. And if you make these quick bursty plays, is exactly how you want to try and abuse this champion. Of course, they also have the Rift Herald to work with. So next time when they make one of these quick bursty plays, they could cash in on their first turret of the game.
Yeah.
And start to make more and more headway towards closing this gold lead. They have taken little chunks out of it.
Yeah, every little by little. And it could also be another opportunity to pick themselves up another dragon, right? It's currently even, so it's not like a race to get themselves a soul or anything like that, but having a dragon advantage is always so incredibly valuable. You can see CFO, though, all grouping towards his top side, looking to steal away this blue buff for now. Honky's decided that he just wants some bodyguards, and I do not blame him based on what has happened over the last 6 or so minutes of this game. I think his Azir was absolutely phenomenal in the last game, but this Ryze has been targeted. See how he manages to cope with this, as once again, they're just running towards him. Does get stunned up as the tidal wave comes in as well. There's a great knock-up, flash out of the way from the bubble. That is still Honky once again under a whole lot of threat as Masu with the cleanse. As Kaiwing needs to get himself out of that situation. I don't think this Otacon is going to be an option for them as Masu dashing in. Supreme Display of Talent goes wide as Inspired also able to get into stealth. That will be able to keep him alive against Doggo and Rest, but you can see that CFO, they want nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, that is flash on both Honku and Doggo. So FlyQuest actually get value out of it.
And it wasn't actually the dragon that they were looking for. It was the Otacon instead, down to 50% here as Junja puts his own pillar down as they want to take out Tibbers before this fight is going to break out. But I mean, there just aren't very many people here for CFO. It'd have to be a steal as now Rest looking for that angle, trying to find the knockups here as out he goes as Doggo just takes down Quad. They're all starting to explode and now he presses W, runs forward. Masu trying to get out of there. The axe from downtown, and he gives the thumbs up as he looks to chase out Masu here. There it is, grabs the triple, and Doggo on this Draven, looking like it won't be adding to that 10 column.
The Realm Warp Nico ultimate, beautiful engage from CFO. Honku is able to get Kaiwing right on top of FlyQuest, and they take down every last member. Clean ace.
Oh my goodness, CFO busy trying to count them out here, and it looked like with that Rift Herald they might be able to make the play, but it wasn't the case, and CFO now move to an 8,000 gold lead as we have a look at it again.
Here it is, Realm Warping in, the Pop Blossom. Here comes Skywing, they get the lockup onto the front line. Inspired gets killed before the Otacon is within stealing range, and Doggo's just chasing down all of the extra members. Once again, he did go with the same experimental Hexblade build that he did versus T1, and he chases them all down.
Okay, well, we have been in this situation before, Kobe. It was the last game. This is CFO with a huge advantage here. 7.5 thousand gold. They're going to grab themselves this next dragon as well as Honku. Gonna try and get some revenge here as Inspired is lying in wait. Looks like Honky's not gonna be pushing too far forward. That's a lot of gold there for that Draven. Now with a 4.5 thousand individual lead and the most money in the game. CFO, let's see whether they can cleanly close this one out or whether Fly is gonna miraculously find themselves a way back into this game.
Yeah. Historical game this is going to be for CFO, as we have mentioned. You know, for the region, 2015, the last time LCP/PCS/LMS made it to quarterfinals, and it just seems so right for this CFO team. The progression that we have seen from them at international events over the year, really impressive stuff, and it does seem like Honku and Doggo really deserving these carries.
Yeah, it's
for the team to move on and to try and impress.
I think it's so cool that we've got such a mixture of like veteran talent and brand new players, and then players that have been some of the best over the last few years. It's not like you've got one age group, then an old guy, or just a few veterans and then the young gun like carry. Like it's, you know, you've got Genji with Duro as the little baby, but then everybody else is old, and then you've got T1 with Faker as the old guy, but everyone else is young. Yeah. This is, I feel like, a mix of a whole lot from CFO. But all of them just work so beautifully together. All 6 of their players on this team. As Rest has come in now on the rec side. and looking to play a little bit more of that aggressive style. We have seen a few different builds. Sojin seems to be the one that is a little bit more popular as far as a second item, but we did see more tanky options. I do kind of like being able to just try and assassinate your target while still being a bruiser.
Yeah, I think it is important to have that extra damage threat to really be able to threaten lethal on the back line. Definitely a big fan of the Sojin on top. FlyQuest going to do their best to withstand the onslaught of CFO, but at this point you are so outgunned just due to the giant wallet difference resulting in these item breakpoints here.
And it's a Mercurials that was picked up here by Doggo as well. So it's not, and people say this all the time, right? It's the defensive items that you get to build as a luxury item can really be the difference maker because you already have the damage. We saw he already has the damage, and now you can't CC him anymore. And that's going to make things really, really rough. Obviously, they have a whole bunch of knockups as well, so it's not just like Annie stuns and things like that that you do need to worry about, but I don't think Doggo is going to be too concerned about that one.
Yeah, and he's very tanky with this build, with the like bruisery build, with the Bloodthirster and the Hexblade. So we'll see.
They're taking it very slow.
Yeah, the split push is correct here for CFO. Keep your bottom side pushing. They've got teleport ready on rest. So the rest of them going to apply pressure towards this Baron. 4-1 split push, and top lane's already going in their favor. So FlyQuest are getting kind of trapped in their own territory at the moment.
And it's just looking difficult to identify what the next play you should make is. As Whippo was trying to find a little bit of an angle, the pillar comes down, Tangle Barbs as well to hold him in place, but he's not exactly a priority target. Rest seems to have found Quad here, who's looking to clear out this minion wave underneath the turret to avoid that one falling down to the Rek'Sai. And CFO just moved back towards this Baron. Cheeky little ward there is actually unseen, as now the pillar is doing great work against Whippo once again. Good double knockup though, as he finds the ulti onto 2. That is going to be another Pop Blossom connecting though out of Kaiwing. He finds the double, as Whippo able to make his way up, but Doggo finds that last act. Supreme display of talent doesn't work at all, and Doggo keeps himself alive because, like you say, this guy's a tank on the Draven. Bussio's turned into fish food. It's another multi-kill here as the ace comes in for CFO, and it is clean once again.
And they are looking to finish their 2-0 and move on to quarterfinals.
And I've made a lot of ending calls about decades and things like that before. Here is another one, as CFO are going to do it after 10 years, making it to the top 8 here at Worlds 2025 after their extraordinary years so far. It only gets better for the Oysters.
And look at that deserved celebration, smiles all around.
This team has been an absolute breath of fresh air, and now it's with some trepidation that we throw it back to the analysts.
No trepidation needed at all, because we are going to start with the celebration of CFO. As you said, a decade in the making for this region. And not only that, as they take their bow in front of this crowd, I think you could see the improvement from every tournament they attended. You could see their grit and their resilience, and it has all led to this victory.
And I mean, they just played an incredible series, you know, especially game 2, so dominant. I love the early game plan, the confidence for Doggo to bring out the Draven. They force into a split map situation right off the bat, get the summoners, you know, off of Busio, pushing him out. FlyQuest going to take their final bow, but to me the story is all about CFO and their incredible tournament, because they've taken down FlyQuest, they've earned themselves this berth in the quarterfinals, and now they have a real opportunity to deal some damage here, to take someone out in the best of 5 and show that they deserve to be in the conversation among the very best in the world.
And the poignancy of both Rest and Driver getting their win, right? This team that I still think has been...
Against Sion.
I know!
Without Sion,
the best example
example that we've seen of a six-man roster actually working. Both these players clearly full of respect for one another. So many close calls for CFO, but finally, and I'd say decisively, they actually make it work and are in the quarterfinals.
The first LCP team to qualify for quarterfinals since AHQ and Flash Wolves in 2015. Some of the newer viewers might not know this lore, but this was a region that everybody was afraid of. We used to call them the OG Korea Killers.
Oh, there it comes.
And now they're
The
back.
dance.
Let's go!
I don't know. Is that like a champion dance? I'm not sure what that was.
Wait, I'm not sure. Are we inting it? Maybe
it's a death animation or something. I'm not sure, but that was fun. Yeah, fair.
Who knows? And here, the casters from the LCP, I think, you know, if we go back and watch the VOD, which I'm going to do for sure, we're going to see that for them. Because you know what it feels like, right? As someone who works for the region, that watershed moment finally comes.
Absolutely. I mean, we live and breathe this stuff. And I know, and that's kind of what gives me solace in these moments. Like, when I watch a series like this and I'm feeling heartbroken, I know that someone on the other side is feeling that opposite emotion, right? That is the beauty of competition, is that FlyQuest failure is the success for CFO, is the joy for CFO, for these people that live and breathe the LCP, that have dedicated their lives to covering and cheering for these teams. I think it's just a beautiful moment.
It's beautiful, and what is also monumental is the way Doggo stepped into this game. I mean, he just slams the Draven in this.
He strutted into this game.
The most important match of his career, mind you.
Nico is cheap. Let's just get that out of the way. But this is a great play, and they played it so well. I mean, honestly, not a lot of people would have even gone for this. They use the Nico cannon trick, which you can tank 10+ tower shots. He uses heal for the move speed to dodge the bubble. If you don't get CC'd, it doesn't break the cannon. So that allows Doggo to basically just 1v2 them under the tower. And then it was just off to the races. In this moment, that engage is sick. Realm War, Pop Blossom. All the key cooldowns were missing from Fly. You could tell they knew they were so far behind. They're like, you know what? We just forced a bunch of flashes. This is as good as it's going to get. Let's just flip it.
Definitely so. A huge, huge, huge result here for Doggo and for CFO. It's honestly, not that I want to dance on anyone's grave, but I'm really happy to see it because it was
You
kind
can leave that to Driver.
He just
did! Exactly.
But it was the story of the year for me, and that discussion of can they really do it that step further, and I think on their minds it's just like, let us get T1 again. Let us get to that game 5 again, perhaps. A job we could not finish. I'm not saying their play was perfect here. They have a lot to work on, but now they've given themselves a chance.
Yeah, they've given themselves a chance, and they've given themselves, you know, a couple days here to try to polish up exactly what they want to polish. You know, no one is going to give them sign. I think that is going to remain true for the rest of the event, but they have proven that they can win against it, you know, against FlyQuest at the very least without it.
It's true. Final words on FlyQuest.
I mean, I'm sad for FlyQuest because I think I have this feeling that this is the last time we're going to see these 5 players playing together, and it is absolutely not the way I want to remember this roster. You know, I want to choose to remember some of the incredible series that they've shown us at MSI, at last year's Worlds. They couldn't bring it together here, and it's definitely a huge disappointment. No one is going to be more disappointed than them.
Yeah, on the other side of the break, I'm going to try to talk to one of them, and then after that, we will have TES versus BLG, which is going to be an absolute banger. We'll be right back.
Looking for that angle, trying to find the knockups here. As out he goes as Doggo just takes down Quad. They're all starting to explode. And now he presses W, runs forward. Masu trying to get out of there. The axe from downtown. And he gives the thumbs up as he looks to chase out Masu here. There it is. Grabs the triple. And Doggo on this Draven, looking like it won't be adding to that 10 collar.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he forward by 9.
and you are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Verizon post-game interview, as I am joined here by Masu. Masu, my commiserations for the end of the run of FlyQuest this tournament. Let us start maybe by the match today, that all-important match versus CFO. Where do you think it ultimately went wrong?
I feel like in game one, they messed up their swap pretty badly, and we got a decent early advantage. And I feel like we just didn't execute well in the team fights. We had, yeah, I mean, our team fighting was just not very good. And I feel like the Azir got too far ahead, and then it was pretty hard to beat them. And then game two, I think their early plan was just better than us, and they anticipated what we were going to do better. Because they picked Draven, so we can't swap anymore, because if I swap and go top into him, I will lose pretty hard. So we thought we could fake that we're swapping, but I guess they realized that we weren't actually going to swap. And then they walked into our jungle. Nami lost all her sums and HP, so it was pretty hard for us to lane. And then they also split the map, so
Yeah.
it was a pretty hard game.
Yeah, both of the games seemed pretty rough. You did have
a quote about kind of the mental of the team overall, and that's what we got from the Inspired interview as well. Do you think the recovery after your previous match maybe didn't go the way it should have in terms of how you mentally recovered, how you recovered from a confidence perspective? Because I don't feel like I saw the FlyQuest that we know and love here today in this match.
I feel like for sure we didn't recover our mental fully, just in general as a team, as individuals. I feel like there was just a sense of kind of losing a bit of our confidence. And I feel like we carried that a bit into today, and we weren't able to fully reset.
Finally, maybe when you look across the whole year and the lofty goals that were set for FlyQuest also because of how well you did last year at Worlds, right? And the fact that this is the end of the year, what do you want to say about the whole experience?
I mean, this entire year has been very fun to play. We made pretty much every tournament, and we played for like 11 months straight. So it was a very, very long season. It was really fun. It was really hard at times, but that's part of the competition, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. And as for our expectations, I feel like sadly we were never able to actually reach them or play up to them. And that's just something we're going to have to carry on with.
Yeah, it's just, that's the end of the road for you here at Worlds. Thank you so much for being so candid and taking the time. I really appreciate it. And good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Sharks and Masu, and shout out to the rest of FlyQuest, of course, for their amazing season. Now let's focus on the second matchup we have coming into today. It is going to be BLG taking on TES for a rematch of the LPL Split 3 finals. So the expectation here is that these teams, they should know each other pretty well.
Yeah, they know. They're somewhat familiar, one could say. I mean, it's an exciting matchup for sure, and it feels like that yesterday when we heard the reactions, we weren't sure if the LPL fans were ecstatic or if they were disappointed.
Yeah, we couldn't really read the room in terms of where their heads were at, but you already pointed out, Betty, BLG and TES, we've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, once or twice. Throughout the history, you can see that these teams have matched up so extensively, but I wanted to focus in on this year, where you can see that BLG has kind of had Top Esports' number. It was only really in Split 1 where we saw Top Esports representing the LPL at that first stand tournament, where again, those allegations of their international performances resurfaced because they didn't meet the expectations that the LPL had of them. But as BLG kind of took the mantle from them, was the international representative alongside AL, question marks still surround Top Esports coming into this tournament, even though they made the finals once again in Split 3.
And something to keep in mind, though, is that no matter regional results, usually things are really different when it comes to World. The preparation, the nerves coming together, and the LPL especially is really familiar with region kills. LPL versus LPL teams battling at Worlds is something we see pretty often, Emily.
Yeah, so I wanted to investigate this just because sometimes it does not go as planned, and it feels like, especially when two LPL teams face each other at the World Championship, everything kind of goes out the window. They get really, really, really comfortable because they are already comfortable with each other. So some of those nerve issues we've seen both teams talking about actually might not apply when they're facing each other. You can see some of the results swapping back and forth between regional finals and Worlds. Some results going to chalk, as we already talked about with BLG versus TES. BLG has been able to get the better of TES more recently. However, based on their gameplay for both teams here, which I think has been kind of disappointing for both teams, I would still favor TES in this matchup, which I feel horrified saying.
I mean, that's the scary thing. We really don't know who is going to show up today. All we know is we're looking at specific players individually. Knight is a man that is still a star for this BLG roster, and I know, Emily, we've been eyeing up that top side of the map for Top Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of 369, and I also think Bin has been underperforming a little bit, unfortunately, at this event. It could end up being, thus far, it's been, I think, his worst international showing in his career. So we'll see if he can step it up. Again, these two top laners, super familiar with each other, so I can't wait to see what happens.
A lot of nerves from both sides, and we know that it's gonna matter to what teams can both showcase today. So I went and investigated with an expert from the LPL with Candice, and I checked in earlier to see what is the Chinese fan sentiment surrounding this matchup. So let's take a look. Candice, thank you so much for joining me ahead of this game, BLG versus TS. What do the LPL fans think about this matchup?
I think most of them are kind of happy because we at least have one LPL team in the quarterfinals.
All right, yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah, we saw that the fans were actually cheering for when these teams drew each other. Do they have any preference on who they want to see advancing here? Both teams have been struggling so far.
Yes, both of them struggling in this kind of Swiss stage. So maybe we will wish the better performing team can get into the quarterfinal and make it farther.
All right, let's see who performs the best on the day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview.
And let's get into it. We are back for Top Esports versus BLG as we have a rematch of the LPL Grand Finals, where BLG managed to pick up that 3-2 win, forcing Top Esports actually to go through the regional gauntlet to make it here to Worlds as the 3rd seed. I think a lot of people look at the battle between these two teams as BLG is a star-studded lineup that wins through their solo lanes, and Top Esports have some great players, but are much more macro-orientated and objective setup-orientated as a team.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I mean, the surprising thing, I think, for a lot of people has been, you know, not just at Worlds, but specifically at Worlds, Bin has not been playing to his standard. I think this year in general has been more of a down year for Bin. He has obviously had his moments, but still, even for a down year for Bin, you're expecting him coming in Worlds, and against a lot of the competition that they've had, which is lower level competition, you kind of expected him to be stomping or at very least be competitive. He's been getting solo killed, he's been having a lot of these shocking moments, and it has become less about the stars on BLG and more about the star on BLG, which is Knight, because this guy, I felt, was dragging his team, kicking and screaming yesterday.
Especially in that second game.
Everyone wanted to go home, and Knight is like, no! We've got Worlds to play!
The Blanc game, he just gets that quadra kill down towards the bottom side jungle. The question is, will Bin step up? Will both these teams step up? Because both of them have been underperforming compared to the expectations that we had for them coming in. Both of them have been underperforming compared to how they played in the LPL, and perhaps having that domestic rivalry will allow them to refine some of that form.
That's what I was going to say, is this is often one of the phenomenon you see at Worlds, is that at Worlds, you are really out of your comfort zone, right? You're playing against teams and players that you're much less familiar with. You don't really have that level of familiarity. Now you come into Worlds and you could be having a really shocking tournament, and sometimes then you have these regional matchups and it's just right back to business as usual, and the teams seem to be right back in form because you have played each other so many times. Not only does the LPL play 7,000 games a year, they also scrim 40,000, so they've played each other a few times to be sure, and there's none of that fear, I think, and that kind of like uncertainty when you look across and you say, oh, you know, I'm playing against this guy, or oh, I'm playing against that guy. Like, it's, you know them so well.
You're not trying to recall what your coach told you the tendencies at level 3 are for a top laner that you've only played against once in your career. Instead, you know these guys, you've been against them through thick and thin. And for a team like BLG, who last year were in both of the international finals, now coming into this year have struggled to refine that power, to refine that glory. Perhaps this can be that stepping stone for them towards quarterfinals and hopefully for them further on.
And I mean, for LPL fans, they're damn well hoping it is, because the feeling for a lot of LPL fans really is that they are losing a step on the LCK, that they haven't been able to be as competitive, that it is becoming, you know, back to the old days where it was kind of LCK and everyone else. And then LPL had gone on a tear for a few years where they were really starting to pick up steam, winning a lot of internationals. And now it feels like it's going back the other way once more. So BLG, TES, both trying to find their way into the quarters here. Azir, Ori, both up. Wukong going to be banned out. Nico up, obviously some of the high priority champs. It feels like it's probably just going to be that potential trade of Orianna for Azir.
But then you also trade away the Yunara. Having left that up, BLG can grab Yunara and Azir here, which puts them in a really strong position when you get to those later game team fights.
It absolutely does, and I was going to say, I actually would love if they grab Nico here, because if you take Azir, it doesn't really matter. You can grab that later, and the worry when you go Yunara sometimes is that then they go for like a Nico in a power lane and really try to bully that Yunara early, but by taking the Nico, I feel like it's often the band-aid that allows Yunara to get towards the later stages of the game. But this is a great comp here so far for TES. Very clear way to play the game, right? Ball goes on Jarvan, he jumps on Yunara's head, equalizer over the top, shockwave over the top, and you're clearly giving, you know, yes, you are giving over that Yunara, but you have a plan really to deal with it.
It's also putting people on comfort, right? Like, Kanavi's most played in summer was this Jarvan, 84% win rate on it. Cream's second most played was this Orianna with 9 games on it in summer as well.
Yeah, and Kanavi, I feel like, hasn't really shown up at Worlds just yet, but to me, when I was watching him a lot of summer in the LPL, I was thinking he might just be the best early game jungler in the world, right? Like, he's clearly one of the best junglers, but in particular, his early game pathing, I thought, have been so intelligent. And so I do love seeing him on champions like Jarvan, where he can really affect the map, really kind of throw a wrench in the gears, and it's just one of those players that you have to always be wondering where those pocket visions are. Could he be there? Is he already behind us?
We'll note as well, BLG sticking with Shadow for the first game in this series. I wonder if we'll see Beishuan perhaps subbing in later in the series. But for now, the Corki and the Cassante banned away as we move into the second phase of this second round of bans.
Galio might be the next ban, is kind of what I'm expecting. I mean, Sion was already banned out, obviously, on red side. You can't give that over. But it does feel like BLG needs some sort of big front line right now to be able to kind of bring things together. You know, so Galio could be a potential option that they want to take away. I think that makes a lot of sense. Good matchup into the Rumble. So now you've taken away a lot of those key tanks. I would say, I mean, it's not a bin champ, but like Ornn to me feels like compositionally what would kind of make sense here.
Actually has become more of a bin champ
know,
over
but
summer. I don't think he's great on it. I think it's something he's put on because it fits the team, and he is playing it. And there it comes. I agree with you in terms of stylistic tendencies. Not a bin champ, but it's something BLG have reverted to using this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing it a lot more this summer. I think just compositionally it makes a lot of sense. It's also quite a good matchup into the Rumble, and it's just what the comp needs. Like, Ornn gives you the hard engage that you need. It's a decent matchup into the top lane. It's the only tank that's really viable and still available, unless you're going way off meta into kind of some of the weirder picks. So I do think it makes a lot of sense here. And now we just have to see what the bot lane is going to be for TES. Are they going to try to go for something really aggressive, look to punish, or is it going to be more standard, just try to match scaling for scaling? I think Lucian would fit the bill.
And Lucian Nami does sort of fit what you want to do. It's a little bit weak into the Nico. Lucian Braum gives you a bit of protection into the Ornn, as you're saying. So there we are. Lucian Braum is where we will go. Allows you a bit more power later in the team fights because that Unbreakable, that shield from the Braum can stop the Court of the Forge God charging back towards the Ornn. BLG looking at their mid laner, giving Knight last pick, giving him counter pick. Azir still available if they do just want to go for something scaling. For the moment, hovering that Aurora.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he does go. We already have seen him play Ziggs once. It was into the Azir matchup, and he did play well on it. And now, this time, going to be into the Orianna. So Azir going to fall all the way through picks and bans. It will be this Ziggs. And now, they're going to have not only some really powerful wave clear, but some good backline access of their own. You can throw out that ult to follow up. You know, if Nico finds a good engage, you know, Ornn starts it off with the ult. But of course, you're going to be having to play around that Braum, which is going to make things very, very difficult. You always have to watch out, you know, with that Call of the Forge God. If Braum has shield up, it's not really going to be reliable whatsoever.
You're never going to be able to connect with it, assuming that Hung plays it well and uses that Unbreakable properly.
Is maybe a dangerous assumption based on some of the things that have happened in this tournament. There have been some mishaps, including not even knowing the build path on Nico for Proto Belts.
Yeah, the Kindle Gem first item wasn't the best for that Rocket Belt when he was playing the Nico, but we'll see how Hung does coming into this team in summer, replacing Crisp, who went over to Weibo. With Hung coming across from Weibo, and after he came in, actually Top Esports started doing a lot better. You know, in winter they lost to Hanwha Life in the first round, obviously, but then when they were in spring, they lost to WE, placed 6th even after they topped the regular season, and then the introduction of Hung got them into those finals. Weren't quite able to take down their rivals today, BLG, losing 3-2 in the end. We're going to make our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of this LPL clash.
And one of the big questions for me today really is how is Cream going to perform? Because I feel like he has played so far below his standard, his usual standard. And when you're looking across the other side of the map, Knight has just been such a monster. This guy's been absolutely on a tear, it feels like, here at Worlds. So if Cream is not on it, you do have that concern for TES that Knight could just really start to run away with the series.
I'm also concerned because he's playing Orianna into an early ganking Xin and a satchel charge from the Ziggs. You burn your flash early on, there's a lot of pre-6 ganks that can happen on that Orianna, and if you get Knight ahead, we saw how much work he can do on this Ziggs yesterday, went 5-1 in their first game versus VKS.
Yeah, absolutely did. Has been really strong. A lot of comfort, you know, you touched on it. 16-4 career on Jarvan for Kanavi, 17-4 on that Nico. So a lot of comfort being drafted by both these teams.
I do wonder if we'll see a possible dive from BLG with the Nico. You're already seeing the cannon minion dives a few times here at Worlds. It's really powerful early on being able to tank 6 or 7 tower shots with just a cannon minion Nico.
When you have heal, it can be like 8, 9.
It's broken. Let's be honest. It's incredibly strong.
It should not be in the game.
It shouldn't be in the game. Has been left in the game, and people are abusing it properly. But it's really hard to abuse into a Lucian and a Braum because even if you're trying to dive, concussive blows will just lock someone up for an absolute age. Your jungler can be there as well, but if the Zing goes in, how does he then get out afterwards?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, I still think it's one of these things that is really underused by pros. You know, even if they have CC to be able to stop it, that means you're having to spend the CC on this cannon Nico, you know, right off the rip here. And you can see the all-time head-to-head. Very close, 44 to 39 here.
44 for BLG, importantly, to 39. A few more LPL titles as well for BLG, and the last series was that LPL Finals just a couple of months ago, a month and a half ago or so, that BLG were able to just claim very close series between these two teams. And I think that's also partly why we expected a bit more of them coming into this Worlds, right? We saw them have a tight series, and so far neither of these teams have really managed to impress. BLG on day one losing to 100 Thieves, who put on a great performance, no doubts about it, but I think the expectation is
Kanavi.
that LPL #1 seed can do a little bit more as Jacula flashes forward, flag and drag onto Elk. No escape for the Yanara. We talked about a gank bot, and it's Top Esports who execute it.
Yeah, really well done there. Kanavi on his Jarvan, you know, I touched on it. Been so successful on it. He's just such a strong early game jungler here. Does get interrupted on the recall, so a little bit annoying for On. We'll see if Shadow can do anything with that additional time that he has been gifted. You know, if he can get at least like a double scuttle or something to try to claw that back. But at the very least, I mean, you're pretty far behind now. You lost 3 summoners on that bot side, and when you're playing Nico, you want to be playing in the face of your opponents, utilizing this ranged advantage that you have from this support. They do have this ward in the Pixel Brush, but by the time you see it, it just doesn't even matter. Hong flashed forward, you know, got that Q onto On, and that just meant Elk is kind of left out to dry. They both try to flash, and no way out.
You just push so far forward in that lane. As soon as Jarvan shows up around the corner, you are pretty much done for. Didn't even need to get the concussive blows stuns off. The Scuttle Crab does go over to Shadow on this bottom side. You can see he's about 3 camps up right now over Kanavi, looking for a wraparound gank, because JackieLove and Hung both use their flashes. They only have a barrier left between the two of them, but with the wave pushing in, Hung can step forward and always jump back to JackieLove with the stand beside me, and Top Esports respect it. Put a ward in the bush, spot out Shadow. This will allow Kanavi to step up towards that top side Scuttle Crab if he wants, because you know Shadow hasn't taken it, looking at his CS numbers.
Yep. Surprised Shadow didn't just try to actually just kill the ward when it got placed on top of him.
Yeah,
but,
also true.
Uses the W instead. We'll just reset. And, yep, at the end of the day, not going to get double scuttle, not going to get anything really at all. It's a good read from JackieLove and Hong. Knowing that they could be behind them, they push in the wave, they back off to that tri-brush, so Shadow can't do anything whatsoever. Elkanon trying to hold the wave and keep it into an awkward spot here to try to see if they can keep JackieLove around, see if they can lane lock him something. But it's just going to be 369 moving down towards that bot lane. They're going to base JackieLove, send him top. So I really like this because it was clever, you know, from Elkanon. Shadow's down there. They had that wave held, and Jackie was low on mana, so had to base. But 369 just goes bot, pushes that out, and by the time the wave crashes top, JackieLove's going to be there to catch it.
And Bin's built double no magic mantle. So if Bin does stay around on this top side, he's going to be dealing with a Lucian who has that AD. Don't expect it to happen. Expect to see the bot lanes both swapping up towards this top side. But we will see if Bin decides that his matchup needs to be in that Lucian. He is walking out that way. And, it's a possibility. No, now TP's down towards the bottom side. Okay, decides against it. So we'll have both our bot lanes going towards the top side, and those top laners matching up in bot once again.
Yep, going to be continuing that matchup down there. Mid lane has been Knight, you know, just kind of chipping away at Cream. Does have a slight advantage, but nothing too big. Very even game overall thus far. Just a couple hundred gold really off of that first blood from Kanavi. That is the only thing separating these two teams.
See if either team decides to go for that dragon. Still a couple of minutes before we have the grubs, so would be a slightly undermanned fight down towards the bottom side. Call of the Ford God being used. Good brittle procking here from Bin as 369 might have to invest his flash to get out of this one. Scrap shield down, 369 down to 200 HP. Bin just walking forward. Now 369 has the equalizer, gets a bit of health from the level up as well and forces Bin away. Shadow's coming in from that tri-bush. Meanwhile, a Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't quite hit as 369 is able to dodge to the side of it. On the top side, On getting caught out by Top Esports. Jackie Love gets the kill. Equalizer down towards bot to clear out the wave. Shadow trying to flank 369. Elk needs to run away. 369 flashes from Shadow's Wind becomes lightning. Elk backs away from the tower and Top Esports come out on top on both sides.
My weak side king, 369, absorbing the pressure. Been looking for a very good all-in off of that level up timer. But 369 survives it, survives the roam from Knight, the pressure from Shadow, and meanwhile on the other side they get the kill. They zone Elk entirely off this wave. Elk still has not been able to walk back to the tower, and they're going to keep staying here. He's losing so many minions to this tower. This is brutal.
Yeah, just a moment ago you talked about the small lead in the jungle for Top Esports being the only lead that happened on the map. Jackie Love is now 700 gold ahead of Elk. And they're just going to keep forcing Elk away from this topside tower. 15 CS down, does now have his sums up, but he's only sitting on a cull.
I mean, Elk just watched about 3 full waves die to the tower, right? And there's nothing he could do about it. You try to walk through there, you are dead. Especially because we saw Shadow show on the bot side. We see where Knight is. There's no one there that can just kind of surprise and bail you out. So it's just really good aggressive play here from TES. Knight trading well, but so far, it's been the TES show, and opening up that advantage for Jackie Love. Him and Kanavi have the lead, and 369 is doing a really good job just kind of hanging on that bot side. He was able to bail out his bot lane, get them out of this tough lane where Jackie Love's out of mana, survives on the weak side, utilizing that Rumble, almost has the equalizer back up, so even if you try to put pressure on him again, he's just going to be able to ult that wave and continue to chill.
He's been around for so many years, and there's always that meme, are you going to roll a 3, a 6, or a 9? Well, so far today, at least 6s, possibly a 9. We'll say surviving the dive was relatively well executed from him all around. TP coming out from Hung as the grubs come up, and we'll see Top Esports trying to set up a bit of vision towards this top side to deny BLG their second neutral objective of the game. They did claim the Drake after the dive happened in the bot side. Shadow was able to walk across and take that Cloud Dragon, but for the moment, BLG not reacting to the grubs being started by Top.
Yep, On is in the area. Doesn't seem to doesn't seem to have any interest in trying to contest here. BLG are just going to give it up, so Shadow just doing that red buff. Will be 3 grubs going the way of TES, but that's a pretty big win for them. Have been able to push pretty heavily with Jackie Love, putting pressure on that lane, and maybe able to farm a couple more plates. You can see one is an auto or 2 away on that top side, so that is standing gold that they're going to be looking for.
Elk has to be really cautious. If he uses his E, or even if he gets hit by the Winter's Bite, the culling just immediately comes out. There's the barrier, and as I say it, Jackie Love and Hung show exactly why Elk needs to back away. Now hits the level 6, does have that transcend oneself, but it doesn't really do a huge amount into an Unbreakable. If Hung just puts that down, you get some damage back. On still only level 5, doesn't have his own Pop Blossom. Hung about 2 minions away from getting his level 6, while Bin trades down towards this bottom side again.
Yeah, Bin trading really well in the 1v1. And you are always in that really nice scenario when it's double AP soul laners. You just rush Kanik, and no matter what the lane assignments are, you're going to be chilling. So Bin definitely in his comfort zone. We'll see how he can perform towards the later stages. I mean, not only do the solo carries scale really, really well, the Unara, the Ziggs, but also you have Ornn items potentially coming through. So, BLG, while they are behind, they do have some very powerful scaling options, some really strong team fights. So as long as they can stabilize, they should be okay.
Golden Fortress down again. Bin flashing forward for the second knockup. Well played by Bin. Gets the kill down towards the bottom side while Top Esports try to set up around top. The wave cleared away means that BLG will survive any possibility of a dive, and BLG are on the board.
Yeah, clean little Ornn combo there from Bin, giving no ability for 369 to react. He pops the R and then flashes forward to redirect it even closer. Elk's going.
Elk looking for it. Arc of Judgment coming out. There's the heal as well. Jackie Love still has the flash on the barrier. We'll just use one of them. And TP coming in behind. Elk still has a flash. Double TP, as you say, invested on. One more will be enough for the concussive blows. Cataclysm out. Elk flashes away from the flag and drag. On locked up in the cage as he will be chased down. A double for top. Great collapse from them to get 2 in the top side.
What a play from the solo laners there. You know, 369 eating so much pressure down to that bot side, gets killed, and then double TP up towards that top side. 2 more kills going their way as they thought they had Jackie Love painted into a corner, but not only do they bail him out, again, they get that kill, and 369 just takes over the wave. He's going to push in, get a plate off the back of that. Yes, they are losing plates tonight, and they are going to lose a plate or 2 down to Bin, but still nice moves here from TES, who I definitely think want to stay aggressive and keep pushing this pace.
Satchel charge away. Hung going forward here on there in time with the Tangle Barbs. Glacial Fisher going out though, and Knight's already used the flash. Concussive blows for the stun, and Top Esports find another out of nothing, really. Knight just thought he could walk away.
Kanavi and Hung, 5 for 5 on the KP so far this game. Deadly duo just walking around the map there. You know, in that initial flash forward from Hung, I was thinking, are you really going to be able to have enough to actually chase him down? But they knew their limits. They catch up, proc the concussive blows, and that is more than enough to get the kill onto Knight. And Knight has been playing pretty aggressive, pushing constantly. Now Ziggs with no flash is going to have to play a lot more defensive.
You talked about it in the draft. Kanavi's early game, one of the best early game junglers in the world, if not the best at times. Here, 5 kill participation out of 5, 100% for him and Hung. And they're just everywhere on the map. Now, BLG have been able to get a little bit of gold back into their pockets.
Yeah.
You can see Knight still relatively even, Bin still ahead, but that gold lead, 1.2k right now for Top.
Top is playing well, but they need to be able to actually convert this into some objectives, right? That's the big concern now, because these kind of games always make me nervous, where you're getting kills and you look at the gold lead, it's 5-1, but the other team has a dragon, you're only up 1k, and they scale really well. So it doesn't really mean much unless you can convert it into something else afterwards. So now they're going to try to turn this into a dragon here. TES in the area. Knight pushes out top, and now he's going to TP mid to try to cover there.
Jackie Love has flash. Crescent Guard coming out from Shadow. Jackie Love's going to have to flash, but Bin's on the flank, and they just have to abandon him. Jackie Love charged down by the Ornn. Unbreakable out from Hung. The call of the Forge God, a prayer to the heavens. But BLG, as they begin to turn it around, 2 more kills to them. And now the dragon in their eyes. BLG collapsed perfectly on the bottom side.
Yeah, and that's why these kind of games sometimes make me nervous, right? You know, you're doing well, you're doing well, but hasn't converted into anything, and now they show up to the objective, they get punished. Kanavi spotted in this ward, so shouldn't be any opportunity to actually steal this away. It will be the dragon, it will be the kills, and now the gold lead is essentially meaningless, right? It's nothing at all. And that is back-to-back dragons. It's going to be an Ocean Soul as well on a team with an Ornn. That is always a concern here, so we can watch this one more time. Shadow just full sends it onto Jackie, and Jackie flashes fairly late, doesn't really have a good angle to get away. And then when the Unbreakable is used, Bin says, great, it's a strike. Knocks them both up. You're going to be able to get even more off the back of that. Elk grabbing the kill is ideal.
Just gets BLG right back in this game. Elk only 500 gold behind now, has finished that Kraken Slayer, 35 stacks before he gets that extra gold infusion from the cult. First items completed across the board. Cream will scale up as Knight's caught out a little bit. Redemption being used for the extra damage. Cataclysm, Satchel out, but still the Demacian standing enough from Knight to get the kill, from Kanavi to get the kill. Shadow flashes and blast cones to safety. He's going to give up his red buff for that 369 covering to make sure that Bin can't come and collapse.
And Knight almost gets away, but Kanavi spear to the back, finishes him off there. Maintaining 100% KP. This guy is everywhere. Feels like his most impressive game at Worlds thus far.
Agreed.
Definitely looking strong. But again, the gold lead on Jarvan, that's not going to be enough to get it done here at the end of the day. You need to keep these carries in a great spot. And Jackie Love, wasn't able to kind of convert all of the pressure that they had been giving towards him, right? They had really been trying to enable him. And he was in a pretty good spot going into that fight, but they didn't have the proper setup at that dragon. Ends up getting caught out and just kind of going down in a hurry. And now TES pushing here, trying to see if they could potentially look towards first tower, which would be feats.
I was going to talk about that because if you're Top Esports, this early game has gone well if you have good split push threat. If you can 1-3-1 well, because you've got grubs, you have a bit of a gold lead, your solo laners are in okay spots, but You can't really push into the Ornn because he just survives any push that is happening, and you can't push into a Ziggs because he just puts that explosive minefield down as On flashes forward for the double pop Blossom, and they lock up Jackie Love. Elk will get the kill, Hung's gonna fall second, BLG collapse again in the mid lane, they're setting up for the Rift Herald.
Jackie's not loving that. Elk grabs another kill, and now it's gonna be objectives off the back of this here. BLG just tearing it away.
It's huge because you're going to get tower as well. Satchel charge down from Knight. That tower is gone. First tower of the game for BLG. They'll get the objective, as you say. That's the feats of strength. Unless Kanavi can somehow steal this, but he can't get in range for the smite. TP coming in as Top Esports are looking for a little bit more of a fight, but it's going to be a 3v4 in BLG's favor. And they just walk out. You used your teleport. Yeah, Cream can just walk down towards the bottom side, so it's not too wasted, but still. A little bit of desperation there from Top Esports trying to collapse on that fight.
I agree. I think they're kind of feeling it slipping away from them here a bit. And Jackie goes up the trade onto Elk, but kind of just ignoring On there. A bit disrespectful in the positioning. And On makes him pay. He has the flash, even able to give that kill over. Kanavi, though, he's not giving up.
369's here for the collapse. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down. Kanavi down to 500 HP. 369 looking for the Flame Spitter, but now On and Knight on their way, and there's a TP behind. 369 has to try and flash away from the Hexplosive Might Bin. Bin in the back line. 369 put in the trash. Cream having to flash away. Jackie Love with a culling, but that is doing nothing. Top Esports have to retreat as BLG collapse well once again.
BLG just fully taking over here. The TPs have been so proactive in this game. You know, normally, ever since these TP changes, TPs are like back to farm. That's about it. We've had so many nice aggressive TPs in this game thus far. Both teams really making it work. But it does feel like BLG pulling further and further ahead here. Bin closing in on level 12, getting closer and closer towards those ornaments. And Elk now with a slight gold lead, but a slight gold lead on this Yunara, who had been focused very heavily. You know, Kanavi was down there early. They're utilizing 369 multiple times to get preferential lane setups for Jackie as well. And now you're just bleeding out towers.
In the last 2 minutes, we've gone from a 1,000 gold lead for Top Esports to a 2K lead for BLG. Shadow here, look for the damage on the Hung with the Rift Herald charging in. There's a Drake up in 40 seconds, so they just want the pressure. Meanwhile, Cream is pushing in the top lane, but Knight is answering that with pressure down towards bottom side.
But this is just such nice map play here from BLG. Of course, Cream doing a good job trading what he can, but you do not win trades like this against Herald and Ziggs. The tower is going to die here as well. On's looking.
On pop Blossom onto 2, 369 the target, and Bin calls in the gods. Hung the next target, unbreakable no longer. BLG find another couple, and Top Esports are just left reeling.
They are getting ran around the map right now. They even got the tier 2 tower in the midst of that, so it is getting worse and worse. Knight had this incredibly low. Great engage once again here from On. There's the Protobell, gets him in range. They have that Ziggs ult to follow up. Everyone piles in. They knew Cream wouldn't be here because he had been recalling on that top side. So they just full send it. They kill the tier 2. They knock down the players. They take the dragon. And BLG are really looking strong in this game 1.
5 minutes away from an Ocean Soul. You look at the other side, Jackie Love has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's, Cream has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's it. You got an Essence Reaver, a Navori Flicker Blades, only 1 item on Kanavi. They're not in a strong enough spot to fight BLG at this next Drake. They really need to get as much gold as possible, and they're trying to do it through picks towards this top side. Bin the target yet to die this game. As Top Esports begin to collapse. It's a 4v1, but Ornn is known to survive quite a long time in these. Culling down, Bin's just going to charge his way away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Cream trying to defend against 4, but he's not doing it as well as Bin can. 1-for-1 exchange. A tier 2 in mid, though. BLG will look for more as they push down the inhib.
Exactly. Bin knows he's going to die, but he just wastes so much of their time. On again. Gets a wraparound here. Finds another great engage. And not only do they get 1 tower, they get 2 towers, and guess what Shadow is doing? He's taking your whole jungle in the meanwhile. So yeah, you killed Bin, congrats, but you lost everything else.
And this is much more what we expected from BLG coming into this tournament. Everyone actually aligning and being synergized on their goals. Everyone feels like they know exactly where they need to be, when they need to be there, when they have to teleport, when they can look for the engages. In other games, you've seen On going in and the rest of the team running away. Here, BLG much more aligned on exactly how they want to play.
They really are, and it may just be that... Okay.
Yeah.
All right, it's that kind of game.
It's the reason he's won. Like, this guy's won the most titles of anyone in the LPL. There's a reason for it, and things like that just show how good he is. It's because he steals red
That's
buffs.
what you picked the Ziggs for. It's not about the lane match.
No. Come on. It's the most impactful thing that we've seen in this game.
Oh, that's a statement.
It's an incorrect statement, we can both agree, but it was funny in the moment as Shadow caught out a little bit here, down to about half HP, but all he's trying to do is get vision with on. You can see a slew of vision for BLG around here. Top Esports only have that Tribush warded. Cream's going to be the one to step up, has that Horizon focus now complete. Articon is up if either team wants to play around it, and BLG seem to want to take that Barney. There's a flank from Shadow. He's all the way behind them here, Azael.
We'll see. Shadow's looking.
Oh, it's On, actually, who's got the flank. It's all the Zin on the minimap, and On's going to find a Pop Blossom here. Top Esports, they don't know what's coming. Pop Blossom onto 4! The Call of the Forge got a eulogy for TES. As a great collapse comes out from BLG, they continue to flash forward. Cream trying to survive, and he just can't do it. The TP behind. BLG don't want to leave a man standing. Knight makes them kneel. A double for him. A perfect flank. And that's what BLG are all about.
He is not off. This man is on today. And he is on one on this Nico. How many plays have we seen started off by these beautiful Nico flanks? This one was perfection. Started by On and finished off by Knight. TP's down, the flanking Ziggs to finish off the play. They grab the Otacon, nearly a 7,000 gold lead now. This game started and it felt like it was about Kanavi and Hong, but that was just the opening chapter. The climax is this play right here as On finds a picture-perfect engage. Deep flank, never spotted, gets all 4. You die, who cares? Your job is done. You have won the fight for the squad. And then you think maybe Hong Kanavi can get away, but not even that will happen because an earlier ward placed by On. Another assist for him.
Just beautiful. BLG as well engaging just before On's in vision range to get the flashes out of Top Esports so they can't flash away from the Pop Blossom when it comes in. That's the coordination you come to expect from the LPL #1 seeds. Elk now with 516 international kills, surpassing Gala, another incredibly decorated LPL player for 9th all time. And I think Elk today having a great performance on this Yunawa has been well protected by BLG. Exactly where he needs to be. Drake up in 40 seconds, Ocean Soul available for Billy Gaming. For Top Esports, you're looking at a 6K gold deficit and wondering, how do we get back into this?
That is the question on your mind, and I think the answer maybe you don't. When you're looking over at this massive gold lead, Soul Point, ornaments have already been coming through, and it's the Night Classic. He gets the Magi's again. The Infinity Edge just got finished. Everything is so in their favor that even Kanavi's starting to look like paper.
There's bouncing balls as well from Knight, just shredding through Top Esports. They don't have a true tank. It's a Sundered Sky Black Cleaver on the Jarvan. The Braum perhaps, but he's had to go Redemption because all supports do in this day and age. The Drake begun by BLG. Top Esports trying to collapse, but they don't really have the vision in here. Kanavi almost had another bouncing one. How does Kanavi get in there? Forced away by the Mega Inferno Bomb. Hung having to run away. And there is the Soul, the priceless moment of the game for BLG. They'll look for more. It's On. Not going to go for anything as they decide to back away.
Well, if you thought Finn was tanky before,
yeah,
well, good luck. As you have Jackie Love here, who's quite far behind now, and you're trying to kill with your double AP Soul Laners, the Koenig Rookern, so much MR, ornaments coming through. This Bin Ornn is not going to die again this game, I don't think.
Yeah, you can look at that small red number under the 47.7K and say, okay, BLG is 6,000 gold ahead. You add in a Soul, which is about between 4 and 6K worth of stats, 12,000 gold ahead. And then you see the fact they have 26 more petals from the Otacon than their opposing team, and you say, okay, that's probably another 2K. So it's around a 15,000 gold lead. And the ornaments, 20K. Just
How about some scaling advantages as well?
Oh
what else we got for us?
Just in such a strong position right now. For Top Esports, like you're looking for a pick, you're looking to try and catch someone out, but it's hard into double TP, it's hard into Crescent Guard because he negates so much damage, it's hard into Pop Blossom. Hung tries to step up to get a little bit of vision, but it's immediately cleared by BLG. 7 seconds on the Baron, they'll just push in these waves and then turn their eyes towards that team buff.
And it's also hard because no matter where you go, it feels like On just spawns in behind TES with a perfect flank ready to kick off. And here he comes again.
Looking for Kanavi, gets him right on the tip of it. Kanavi with the Cataclysm will be able to survive. Call of the Fortune comes out. Bin flashes for it and claps him down. Top Esports now at a man at disadvantage. Jackie make it 2 down. BLG might just push in for the win here as Cream is being chased out. Instead, they decide the buff is the prize out of this. We got the jungler, we got the AD carry. Let's take the blue, let's take the Baron.
Cream just did a shockwave on multiple members, and I don't think I saw their health move.
He's got Horizon Focus, 10 stacks rod, man. This guy does not do damage.
It's scaling. Give him a few minutes.
Well, one thing you can say about On is he's never chicken, as he's hiding in this mid lane.
Fair. It's a new jungle camp. Coming to the Rift next year.
And there we go. BLG will take the Baron. Expect the resets to come out here. I wonder if Elk actually has a 4th item already complete. Yeah, 2,500 gold ahead. Gets the last Whisper and just a control ward. 14 stacks as well on Knight's Medjais. They can look for a 1-3-1 if they want, with the Ornn and the Ziggs being this big.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely can, but I don't even know, if they will or if they'll just play through 2 lanes and just kind of really try to ram it home when you're this far ahead. I feel like splitting up is maybe one of the only ways you could lose. And Knight even completing the Shadow Flame off the back of that, so the burst is going to be that much more terrifying now. And they really do feel like they are one fight away from closing out this first game in an extremely dominant fashion here.
And in much more convincing fashion than we've seen them win so far at this tournament. The damage on Cream, man. Just has to walk away from it. That tower's already forfeit. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bing continues to push in, trying to sink these waves up. On will clear out the vision. Hung looking for that Winter's Bite. Does connect to the shockwave down, but Cream's almost dead. The bouncing bomb not quite enough to kill him off. Elko can step back forward. Shadow diving in. Only a cannon minion here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bin has a couple of waves to help him push this inhibitor. Bot wave still a long way away, but BLG need to wait another 10 seconds or so before they have another wave to bolster their attack on this top side.
I mean, it's a fantastic shockwave on both the carries by Cream, but they have Ocean Soul, so they're right back to full health, and Bin has already knocked down the first inhibitor. Second one is gone. It's 2 autos and a satchel, and everything is just going to die.
When do you go? When do you attack as Top Esports? Because BLG are close enough now that you can't just pick off an isolated member. They'll push him with triple cannons and now look down towards that bottom side. The inhibitor tower has already fallen, so Shadow can just start whacking away at that inhib. 10k gold, just the gold lead as Hung has to flash away just from Shadow. Mega Inferno bomb blocked with the Unbreakable. Redemption down, not in time. Even with the Fountain trying to help him out, Hung cannot survive. Cream flashes out, but it's knocked up with the Q3 from Shadow. And Equalizer down is not going to equalize this game at all. 369 gets a couple, but BLG get the base.
What a performance here from BLG, despite the early game heroics from Kanavi and Hong. They got so many early game kills, it just didn't even matter.
Huge performance from BLG coming back from that deficit. Not giving Top Esports a moment to breathe, really after the 17-minute mark or so. Just totally took over the game.
Those Nico flanks were absolutely insane. Desk, what do you think about it?
I think that it's LPL's history repeating itself here. We didn't know what to expect coming into today, but guys, this has been the best version of BLG we've seen all tournaments so far.
I feel badly for cursing Top Esports, honestly, because I was like, it's been like they've played, but yeah, BLG, welcome to the tournament. we missed you.
I'm reminded that every year, BLG find themselves in this 2-2 spot.
Yeah.
And every year we have the conversation, is BLG really that good? And then at a certain point in the tournament, they go, yeah, we're actually quite good. And all they needed was a little bit of home comfort. They're in China, they're in an arena that they're familiar with, playing against an opponent that they know very well. And even though the early game looked terrifying, they find a phenomenal performance. BLG putting on a masterclass here in game 1.
Yeah, let's talk about that early game actually a bit, because it felt like Kanavi was running the show here with his Jarvan, Emily.
Emily and I were talking about it in the draft. that we really needed to see Kanavi utilizing some of the power that his early lanes have. And right off the bat, we saw him having that early game impact.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see out of Kanavi before, right? Even in their Gen G series, I was hoping that he'd be a lot more involved with his lanes, especially with this composition. It really needed to get ahead because as we started to see, especially around that second Drake fight, it really started to go BLG's way compositionally.
The thing is, even though BLG were finding these advantages, they weren't converting it into any early control. We saw BLG get both early game dragons, and then while they did concede the grubs, they were cross-mapping every time those towers were under threat. I was concerned for BLG because they put so much attention onto this Rumble, and I'm like, trying to farm this Rumble is not the way that you're going to win the game. But it turns out that all you need to do is rely... I'll use a bad joke. You just have to flick the switch on, one could say.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I said it. I said it.
Great joke, Betty. Because, yeah, as you said it, thanks to the reliable Cisco network, it actually what was needed here for On to pop off here with a game-changing Pop Blossom. And we know how good he is on this champion.
Yeah, he is absolutely stellar. We're going to cover that a little bit later. But here, they just see the angle to go in. Shadow is already in place. Elk is able to take out Jackie Love here, really clean up. It gets him into a great spot for the rest of this game. And On has been someone who's been really up and down this year, really up and down at this tournament. I thought it was like night and day watching him from yesterday to today on this Nico.
And I love that you mentioned earlier why this moment was so defining, because this was about the time where spikes were coming through in terms of items for the side of Top Esports. They were ready to contest this Herald, and it was just mispositioning that BLG was so good at recognizing and capitalizing on. This was a window that they had to take advantage of, because with the Herald secured, they then couldn't really lose control over the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And from this point onwards, he goes on and on and on and on and on again with his Nico ult. He always finds the perfect angle to turn every fight.
Yeah, so here he comes right there for the four-man Pop Blossom, landing it. The game is kind of already over. At this point, it's really, really tough for TES to kind of contest. They're really pushed up. On is on the flank, and here we see him celebrating his success.
After seeing yesterday, there were so many concerns around, is it just Knight and four members kind of tagging along? We started by talking about, is this Bin's worst international performance? And we really needed to see other members of BLG stepping up. So for On to start off the series with a performance like this has to be such a massive confidence booster to not only the players, but also the BLG fans at home, reminding everyone why this is the first seed coming out from the LPL.
And I also like that they did put Bin on the Ornn. Obviously, I feel like everyone at home is like, we don't want Bin on Ornn. This kind of stinks, but it fits so well compositionally, and I thought this is kind of the best we've seen him play, right? He looked really well coordinated. His ults are really good. You're laughing at me, Laura. I know.
It's crazy to think that that's what you need.
No one wants more Ornn gameplay, apparently. I do, though, because I thought it was great for this composition. That's been something previously in the past we've been a little bit critical of Bin on, right? Where he hasn't been as strong on these tanks. So to have him come out and have this performance after being really, really shaky for most of the tournament is a good sign for BLG.
On the side of TES, though, seeing them backstage right now, they have 2 games to turn this around, but it has to come together now. What do you think they need to fix? They've been needing to fix a lot of things throughout the entire tournament, but what is the easiest one they can implement?
I mean, really, it was just that single moment that turned the game around. The good news for Top Esports is that they don't have to be worried about On getting Nico once again. Their early game plan was fantastic. They executed upon it well. It was just they weren't really converting those kills into any major objectives, which means that while they were about to be ready for that fight that was going to swing the game, the momentum in their favor, they just got caught off in the setup. And this is the one thing that BLG will do very effectively, punish you in that setup. So I think that coming into game 2, they don't need to change anything dramatic. They don't need to overdo it. They just need to be a little bit more aware of their positioning, and I think they're in good steading to bring us to game 3.
We have talked about the nerfs coming into this series, especially Home. The coach from TS was talking about the nerfs from his players. Well, they better fix it now. They have 2 games to turn it around, but it has to come down to the next one. Let's send it over to break, and we'll come back and see if TES can clutch this series and bring us to game 3.
Top Esports, they don't know what's coming. Pop Blossom onto 4! The
as a great collapse comes out from BLG. They continue to flash forward. Cream trying to survive, but he just can't do it. The TP behind. BLG don't want to leave a man standing. Knight makes them kneel. A double for him. A perfect flank. And that's what BLG are all about.
All right, guys. I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where BLG are on the brink of advancing to the quarterfinals and joining anyone's legend as the two LPL representatives that we have there. For Top Esports, it's an age-old story. You know, disappointment when it comes to the vital matches, when it comes to the crux, often they flounder a little bit, they fail a little bit. We saw it in the LPL finals, we saw it last year at Worlds in the quarterfinals versus T1, we saw it at MSI in the past against G2. Often this team, when the pressure is on, struggle to perform. And we saw that in game one. They managed to get out to an early lead through Hung and Kanavi having a great performance together. And then BLG bit back, and now we move into draft for game two.
Absolutely do. We'll have to see how they can perform here. And I mean, I think it was always that concern for TES. I kind of got that feeling when they had this great start. They start 2-0, you know, they got a kind of easier draw. They go up against KT. When they got blasted by KT, I kind of got that feeling where it's like, okay, it might be another TES kind of special. They draw Gen G, you're like, well, that's the headshot. So now you're 2-2, and now you've got to perform in this really high pressure moment. They get BLG, a team that's so familiar with them, and usually gets the better of them.
Yep.
So it is definitely a tough spot to be in. Azir is still going to be up. I really do wonder, you know, if BLG would just leave the Azir up for a potential answer, bring out like a melee champion, something along the lines of that Yone or you know, even like an Akali or a Silas, just like something from Knight to try to give that over, because that feels like their style. And yeah, they're going to leave it up and they're going to try to bait, I think, Cream into playing it. We'll see.
And if you're looking for someone who can just outplay their opponent on a champion that is meta and is seen as first pick, second pick worthy, it is Knight. Like, that's what he so consistently does. For BLG, we always talk about Knight and Bin as the two key carries for the lineup. I think last game on really stepping up alongside Elk, obviously, who consistently gets those kills. Trundle and Azir, the two picks here for Top Esports into that Renekton from BLG.
So now we'll see if we're going to get what I was kind of thinking, which would be something along the lines of Yone. It would mean they'd have to have an AP jungle, which could make things a little bit more complex. But it is one of those answers. Of course, if you want to go AD jungle, you can still go like Akali or whatever, Silas, things like this. But that's kind of where my mind is at right now. But we have also seen, you know, more of these kind of different style of counters, answers like the Zig. So you can, you know, go that style too and play things like that are less common. But, you know, people think of Xerath, people think of Vel'Koz, people think of Victor to try to outrange. But I really don't like the Victor matchup simply because, while you can, like, the thought process is basically I just poke him with the E-Laser and slowly whittle him down over time. When people play well post 6, often what happens is you just get the first ult from Azir, forces your flash, the second ult kills you. So I am expecting still a melee champ. Aurora would be another option, but he's hovering through all kinds of things, and it is going to be the Aurora, which does work really, really well as a pairing with the Vi. Of course, when the Vi came through, it also makes you think of things like the Ahri that he is very famous for. But it is going to be Aurora at the end of the day. I mean, Knight really can make anything work, and this is something that is going to put a lot of pressure, you have to think, onto Cream. That Vi-Aurora combo.
We've seen Knight actually bring out the Aurora twice versus Top Esports during the Grand Finals, which is the name for the entirety of the tournament, not just the finals of it. And he lost both of those games. It was Top Esports coming out as the victors, the second one going 1-0-0-1. 0-0, sorry, not having as much of an impact as he'd like. And that was Cream on the Azir, again, in that second game. So we'll see how much impact Cream can have on this pick.
Knight has played it a ton, though, this year. You know, 20 games on it throughout the year. You know, second most played behind just that Talia. So it is absolutely a comfort pick. 369 on tanks. We have seen this many times before. Just going to be trying to neutralize what Bin can do on this Renekton. All the roles have been matched, so now it is just about targeting some of these comfort picks here. Elk, Ezreal, one of the champions he is most famous for. Caitlyn, of course, was already banned out earlier. And I feel like, you know, if I'm banning as BLG, you either want to ban enchanters like the Renata, or you want to ban things that can absorb the engage that you're drafting for. Things like Xayah would be what I was thinking of. I think Xayah would make sense as a ban. There's another option, things like Jhin potentially, but I really do think Xayah makes a ton of sense here unless you want to double ban enchanters. And Renata's kind of like the king enchanter against hard engage.
Also, Xayah is the most picked for Jackie Love in summer. So it's his most consistent champion, obviously plays it incredibly well, as do most AD carries all around the world. So wouldn't be surprised if we see that Xayah ban at all. There's also something like the Sivir. If you want to make sure your Vi engage can definitely get off, you can smite the spell shield away if you're going in with the cease and desist, but there is the Xayah ban. So we'll see if Top Esports decide to go towards that Sivir, or if they want something like the Jhin that can stand a little bit further back, have that range, just use the curtain call to facilitate the start of a fight.
Yep, I mean, Varus can kind of do similar things too. If you want to go lethality Varus, you kind of just sit back and try to just poke in with that. But of course, Varus is very susceptible to dive. Can be really difficult if they do get in on top of you. And people have not really been a fan of the lethality Varus throughout the tournament, but it does seem like that is going to be the option. They are saving 5th pick here for Hong, so I'm curious, are they going to go what would be the expected pick, something along the lines of like Rel or just something, standard hard engage, or is it going to be Enchanter trying to play for the 2v2. With Alistar there, it really does lower the priority on Rel, so instead they're going to go Poppy. So they're going to go more for the denial of the engage rather than having hard engage themselves. So now this composition from TES to me becomes really about kind of zone control and poke. It's about, pillaring out the carries. It's about poking them down with the Varus, using the soldiers to kind of create this line. And when BLG goes for this inevitable hard engage where they pop the Sivir ult and in-flies everybody, well, that's when Hong and 369 need to come in with the Pathmaker and with the Poppy ult and knock you back and peel for their carries. So it's really two kind of diametrically opposed ideas in how to play the game. And I think that these make for some of the most fun games of League to watch, when there's such clear ways that you need to play the game and everyone is trying to, best set up for themselves while denying their opponent's ability to execute on what they want to do.
Because you often find in team fights, there are so many different avenues you have to think about, so many different ways to approach. For BLG, they'll be saying, oh, can we get the Aurora on a flank? Can the Vi come from behind? Can the Renekton sneak around through vision? And for Top Esports, they'll be thinking, who do we mark with whom? Does the Poppy need to be on the Renekton? Does the Poppy need to sit on the Vi? Do we need to have the Keeper's Verdict there for the start of the fight? Where can the Azir position? It's great to watch. We'll try and keep you abreast of it through the entirety of the fights as well. But I will say, if BLG get ahead, I do really like what they can do in this as well, because even if they go for that first initial engage, they have enough follow-up after it that if Top Esports aren't chunky, they can just mow them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be one of these types of games that snowball super, super hard, right? Vi, Aurora, that kind of composition gets way ahead. All of a sudden, your Varus and your Azir are just dead at the start of every fight, right? It can become very, very difficult to deal with. That being said, if this TES composition can stay relatively even for a long time, then you start getting into these luxury items. Then you're looking at GAs, then you're looking at Zonias, then you're looking at all of these answers for what BLG's composition is meant to do. So there is some pressure. Of course, you do obviously have that Sivir as your kind of like, that's your fallback plan or whatever you want to call it. You always have that.
500 CS Sivir power spike, as Knight takes a chunk of damage early in that mid lane. Jackie Love might be pathing up towards top. Looks like he's going to try and avoid On and Elk, who are waiting to catch him out. We do have 100 international games for 369 all-time across his career. Congratulations to him. Looking to make it at least 101 here at Worlds 2025.
Jackie being pretty annoying here, actually. Gets his Mana Flow brand proc, got a couple Comet procs, and they're trying to keep them away from that wave a little bit. Force them to walk the long way at the very least. Of course, they got a bit of chunk on Knight, but he had time to base. Cream wanted to base himself, but did lose just that little bit of health. And On going to continue getting this poke on. I mean, Alistar level 1 is just not a champion, right? And now you're down half of your HP, so that's kind of your 2 potions gone. Of course, you can rely somewhat on your passive, so you're just going to pop the 1 potion for now and try to heal it back up as Elk is just on this expected W start. And
using that ricochet to try and get the wave through as quickly as possible. On will get the knockback with the headbutt. Obviously no pulverize to follow it up, only being level 1 vision in that middle bush means that Hung can't push forward too easily. We'll try and use that ranged buckler and the shield from it to constantly trade in, but with the push actually coming out from On and Elk, they're going to get to that level 2 first, which means Jackie and Hung have to respect it. Heal coming out from On as they look for the damage with the Boomerang Blade. Piercing arrow out from Jackie Love. They'll get 2, but they'll miss the minion. So it's a tiny, tiny lead for Elk on that bot side.
Well played by On. I actually really like the use of the heal, both obviously to get himself back to full, but the move speed gets him in range, allows that combo to come through, follow it up with the Boomerang Blade, get a nice little chunk down on your opponent. So now Jackie Love is the one who has to use his potion. Elk still is sitting on his. Of course, there isn't a sustained advantage there for Hung, who is still sitting on 2 potions, but nice little bit of trading. Both these laners, trying to play for every little advantage. TES getting the early chunk, but BLG just knowing how to play it out.
So important that you do it just before the level 2 comes out, because either the steadfast presence or the charge from Poppy would spell disaster there. You're either getting knocked up as you go in for your CC, or you're getting knocked back underneath the tower as you go in for your CC, both of which not the best states to be in as a cow at level 2. 369 and Bin constantly trading up here in towards the top side. Both of them will be happy enough. Bin's actually on his most played this split. 12 games on this Renekton. Won about 8 of those 12.
You can see On took an early recall. Elk had to stay around here. Is just going to use a spell shield there for a little bit of a heal. Jackie Love trying to slowly whittle away on this tower. Kanavi has arrived, but because On is here, I don't really think there's a dive angle. I think they were maybe saying, hey, it's worth spending a little bit of time here. I'm slower to start the scuttle, but if Hong went mid lane or Hong was looking for something else, then that could have been a dive.
Knight trading with Cream here. Shadow looking for it. Weirding out from Knight. Cream has to flash. Respects the Q flash there from Shadow.
Yeah, I like that. That's well played by Shadow. Basically, Cream has to, because if he late Q flashes on you, you're just dead. So just don't even use your flash. You can kind of play that game. Sometimes people get really risky and then not use their flash either, but well played, putting that pressure on. Knight's still quite low here, but wants to push in the wave, and I don't think Cream's going to be able to stop him.
Knight didn't know exactly where Kanavi was there, but kind of anticipated him having backed, hiding around the corner out of vision. You could see Kanavi stayed around. It's like, okay, a recall time is about 8 seconds. We don't see Knight in the lane. And then Knight comes around the corner to push out the wave. It would have been a really bad spot for him if both of them had just recalled and then the teleports had come back in. So Knight here will try and crash this next wave in with that 2-fold Hex. Hung coming across to bolster Cream as he TPs back into the lane, but Knight gets all the minions and now can just back away.
Yep, it's going to be able to hold that no problem. Both supports showing up mid lane at basically the exact same time. And the wave will just crash, so Cream is going to be able to farm that up, but the next wave will be pushing over into Knight. So not any major advantage created there. Bin has been laning quite well, though, in this 1v1, getting non-stop push, but also really being a menace on all of these range minions. As 369 tries to walk forward and farm these range minions, he's always getting harassed. He is getting stunned up and chipped away at, which is, has put him down close to that 10 CS mark. There may be a couple more for him to farm, but still really nice early laning by Bin on this Renekton, and that's what you want to see to really make this pick worthwhile.
It's going to end up being about 1 full wave if 369 manages to pick up all of these, but he's also got the plate, so in a really good spot. And as you say, you want this Renekton to get towards those 1 to 2 item power points so that when you get team fights around the Drakes, he can be trying to isolate Jackie on the back line. He can be another point of pressure. We talked about the multi-pronged approach, kind of a quadrant, really, coming out here from BLG. You have Bin from one flank, you have Shadow from another, you have Knight from another, you have On from another. You have these 4 points of that spear trying to get onto top esports, but for the moment with the push in the bot lane from Jackie Love and Hung, they will be able to secure this first Drake.
Sometimes, you get fancy with it, you do what you're talking about, all the finesse, and sometimes instead of 4 points of a spear, you just become one big club.
Yep.
Everyone just goes together, press all your buttons at once, see what happens, and sometimes that's the best way to play it. Knight hit 6, immediately used his ult onto Cream to try to get a chunk, but Cream just got out of there in a hurry, so he didn't really get much of anything for it. And now again, Hung shows up mid. Oh, nicely played there by 369. Flips in Bin and knew with the Pathmaker he was going to get put under the tower, so had to use the flash. That's the frustrating thing about Cassante is he can just hold this wave just outside his tower, and you always have to respect that not only do his abilities put you under the tower, they also kill the wave at the same time.
And then there's the all-out follow-up after it, so you're just locked there for an absolute age. Cease and desist going down onto Cream here. Shadow's gone so deep, yep, has to flash. We all saw that one coming. The Emperor's Divide would have knocked Shadow back underneath that turret. We see the swap coming out first from top esports. Jackie Love actually going up towards top pit.
You say we all did, but I don't think Shadow did.
Okay, I think he saw it as soon as he got pulled back. Yeah. I think he was like, okay, yeah, maybe not the best idea to stay here.
You have some time to think about what you've done.
It's like when you twisted advance someone and they dash underneath their tower. It's like, oh, maybe not the best idea. As first play from either jungler, really. We saw, Kanavi spending a little bit of time around bot, but does get Cream's ultimate out, which means Knight can be a little bit more aggressive in the 1v1 in the mid lane. Bin's still staying up here. We don't actually see... Look, I'm trying to find something good.
That is very glass half full.
Out of it, man.
Great gank. You gotta have Cream's
I didn't say it was great.
Ult.
It finds the ult.
No, I said it was great.
Sure? Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, just like the red buff steal was great in the last
great.
I'm interested that BLG are keeping Bin up here, though. You can see they want to invest some time in getting out some extra experience, some extra solo gold. Has only got the Cull, and Bin is actually just staying in the 2v1.
This is going to be up here for now. He doesn't have TP, so it would be hard to actually, get him out of this lane unless Elk can push out bot and then move up top, something along those lines. So for now, he is just going to be chilling. Not really under too much threat. I don't think he's at any risk of getting burst down. You can see 369 has moved. Elk is bot, so this should be the grubs for TES. A nice early bit of lane assignments here for them. And Cream will just go down bot to catch that wave eventually.
Yeah, and this was my thought. Right? You know you have a numbers advantage. You know the Sivir doesn't have teleport, so Top Esports will get the first Drake and 3 grubs. 2 of those objective slaying feats as Shadow tries to steal one away. Maybe they'll look for Kanavi. The smite for the slow, not enough to get that ball breaker in range, and Shadow doesn't have that cease and desist.
Yep, doesn't have the cease and desist and doesn't have his flash, so he can't even look for that.
When did he lose that?
On that great gank.
Yep, true.
When he forced out the ultimate from the Azir.
Good job.
Yeah. But, at the end of the day, not that big of a deal. BLG, was getting a little bit behind here and there in the last game, but obviously the compositions are very different. And I do feel like there's more pressure on BLG to be able to create action. Of course, you can always just sometimes outplay, in these late game compositions, and then it doesn't really matter. You step one foot in the wrong spot as Jackie Lover Cream, and maybe you just die even in a late game fight. But when you talk about scaling, I think a lot of times about ease of execution, and I do think what TES has drafted is definitely a lot easier. As Bin just going to ult to try to kill the wave, I think, but trying so much.
Caught up in the chain of corruption. Killed him equal, heal him up. Ruthless Predator for the stun on Hung as well, but clears the wave. Shadow is here to cover just in case it went a little bit pear-shaped. Hung, if he steps further forward, there was a possibility of an engage.
You said if it went pear-shaped, but what shape was that?
Oh, that was, a perfect apple.
Apple?
Spheroid.
So apple is the positive fruit and pear is the negative.
Spheroid as Hung. Cease and desist onto Jackie Love. On jumps in, flashes forward for the double pulverize. Jackie Love stunned up with a trample. The keeper's verdict finds them all guilty. But really, BLG will be happy with their prize of the kill on Jackie.
How about that engage from On? W to the Poppy, flash into the middle of them. Q, knock up on both. That was clean. That's what you like to see from the Alistar. And going to be able to make that play work here. Said they had to kind of find some of these aggressive moves, and they absolutely were able to.
But it's also one they shouldn't really have been able to find, because Steadfast Presence exists. Unless we saw Hung use it earlier on in the lane as they were trying to push it up. It's Bin's caught out, all out from 369. He just wins out the 1v1, no dominance on Bin. On now caught out a little bit, but he's going to get the knockback onto Kanavi. Has to flash away as Bolt Breaker out. Will get the CC onto that Trundle. Knight trying to put the damage in from the side, and Emperor's Divide coming out again as Shadow tries to retreat. Takes Kanavi, jumps back in with a Bolt Breaker. Cream in the middle of them, and Knight still so healthy. The Blast Cone knocks back 3 of BLG. Knight flashes the wall, and Cream is churned to butter. BLG fine too.
What a nice fight there from BLG, staying around at such low health. But On hangs around, and Knight, again, as always, just always seems to find a way to come out on top in these skirmishes. When it is down to the slimmest of margins, it is always Knight that seems to win out, makes the roam happen here. The Ghost actually being pretty critical here for On, as he popped the Ghost pretty early, kind of just headbutts him away, runs away, and then Kanavi here flashes in to follow, but gets trample stunned, and then all of a sudden it's this difficult spot where Knight has arrived, gets the ulti down on multiple members, Shadow is able to turn and finish one off, does get knocked back by Hong on his Q, but Knight in the meanwhile is pushing out Cream, so Cream can't actually stay around and finish off anyone. They juggle the health bars there so well, just using the HP as a resource, everyone just coming in and out as their spells are up and ready. And BLG just play that skirmish out beautifully and come away with a 1.3k advantage. But it is TES coming out of that replay with 2 dragons now.
We have a bit of a swip swap from game 1 as Shadow looks for Cream. Cease and desist down. Knight look for the damage with that 2-fold Hex. Weirding out, not enough. Shadow dies to the soldiers. Just not enough from Knight to get the kill, and Cream happily accepts one. Knight now needs to run away. TP out as he knows with the pillar down, there's no more CC that can interrupt that cast.
Nicely done by Knight to escape, but Shadow, not some of the best ganks we've seen here in the mid lane.
The guy's 2-in-1, he just needs to avoid mid.
Yeah.
And I understand wanting to get Cream behind because he's got the Nash's Tooth and his ear scales really well into the game, but Every time you go mid, you die, Shadow, so maybe don't go there anymore.
Yeah, goes mid, and this time, it doesn't even force anything. It's not like you got an ult, not like you got a flash. Yeah. He goes in, and I understand the thought process because they knew Cream had no ult from that earlier play, so I think the idea is good, but Azir is just such a safe champion. Gets back towards that tower, you can't finish him off, takes a couple tower shots himself, and then just gets knocked down by Cream, and now Kanavi topside. Bin could be in trouble again.
Bin might be caught out here as 369 looks within Tofos, gets the knockback after the pillar, all out, pulls Bin back, Domina's popped, but Bin will be the one going pop as Top Esports find another 3-3 now. An incredibly even early game between these two teams.
Yeah, Bin did a good job creating some early advantages in that 1v1, but then it's 369 getting a solo kill on him. It's 369 sitting up for a great gank here from Kanavi, and now, just like that, the K'Sante is ahead and is going to be winning in that 1v1. Built himself a nice early edge, and I mean, you really just have to stack armor against this composition. Yep. Sure, there's an Aurora, but like, in what world is the Aurora spending all their damage onto the K'Sante and you're winning the fight, right? It just doesn't exist. So already has a full Thornmail plus the Tabbies. That is kind of everyone's consistent damage that is over on the BLG side. And sure, there's a Black Cleaver. Sure, the Sivir is going to scale well, but K'Sante is just going to be a real pain for BLG's composition to deal with.
It really is. It's going to be so hard for them to actually get through him until Sivir gets to like 5-6 items, and then the Shred will come out with those ricochets. Shadow looking for Cream, does have that Emperor's Divide. Shadow dashes away with the Vault Breaker, more just to clear the wave than anything more, but still 2 plates over to Top Esports on the push.
Ooh.
On! Almost gets the flash headbutt, but can't quite find it. Cream with a fancy feet gliding his way away. Top Esports here, just making sure that Cream can get the wave all the way in. Could play for the first tower if they want. The plates have just fallen off, and no real threat from BLG anywhere else. Bin clears the wave, pillar down, and the wave is culled off. So Top Esports will need to wait another 20-25 seconds before another wave comes in.
I mean, Cream just played that so well. I think it was a good look from On, but Cream really was anticipating it, right? He had the soldier ready. He's just instantly dashing out. So as that Q flash comes in, Cream just barely gets out of range. Good stuff from him, really kind of playing on those margins. And then once that flash is used, you already know there's no flash on Bin, so there's not really any chance of a setup. He's always going to be able to react very comfortably with the Azir ult if they try to combo in or anything like that. So really playing to the limit. They wanted to put that pressure down there, but BLG holding on to the towers for now.
It's an interesting swap from game one, because in game one it was Top Esports who got the early kills, BLG who got the early Drakes and the Grubs, and now it's BLG who got the early kills. Top Esports will get the Dragons and now have started to even out the game. And for Top Esports, you're looking at it, it's Mountain Soul. This K'Sante will be unkillable entirely. Elk there stopped by the Spellbook Smite and won't be able to back away. Has finished his cull, so has about a 600 gold lead in that AD carry role. Bin here once again using the Dominus just to clear the wave. That early lead that we talked about has really not materialized into anything more than that.
No, it hasn't whatsoever. And Nasher's Azir, you hit this and you just start doing so much damage, and Bin knows he had to clear out that wave, wanted to defend the tower. They do not want to lose it because that will be feats. But Cream is just going to keep pushing here, and he has the Grubs. Every time Bin steps up, he's just slowly getting chipped away at. We'll be able to clear out this wave though. Cream definitely having to work for it. The problem is they're not really pushing on anywhere else, so it's not like BLG are close to grabbing a tower elsewhere. And if TES do get this Herald, you have to feel like that's going to be feats going their way with the tower as well.
Should definitely be the first tower if they manage to get that hold, get the charge off. Shadow looking for Hong. Goes in for just a little chip damage. Heal out from Hong. And BLG, they have to be defensive. They have to step back a little bit. There's the first tower. Cream steps forward, knowing there's no jungler on this side of the map, knowing that Elk and On are up towards that top side. There's the beats for Top Esports. BLG feel like they're trying to scale for second items at the moment, just accepting waves rather than being able to do anything proactive.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, the game is still close, but it does really feel like one of these games that is maybe one fight away, like one bad fight from BLG and they're kind of out of it. I mean, they're clearly feeling like they're in a pretty terrible position if you're going to give up Soul Point without even a contest. So instead, they're just going to try to trade for Herald. They're going to try to get some more gold. But the other team, I think, is easier to play out, in my opinion, has better scaling, and is now going to be at Soul Point. And when you're playing a hard engaged comp here, you know, with this Vi, with this Aurora, and you're looking at Mountain Soul, that's one of the worst, if not the worst, souls to actually see as an opportunity for TES.
Especially when you talked about the Cassante just being able to build armor as well, right? It's getting buffed up 5% per Mountain Drake you have, will be 10% if they get the soul. And then you have the shield on top of it that scales off bonus health, AD, AP. It's so tricky for BLG, and we talked about it in draft. This is one of those games that does just snowball really quickly if one team gets ahead. We kind of focus on it from BLG's point of view, saying, well, if they get ahead and they can just dive in, they will wipe Top Esports off the map. But for Top Esports, it's like, you can't kill us. Like, we can just stand there. We have prio in every wave. No one can actually get the push in, and so we're never really under any threats.
And it always feels weird, you know, sometimes I think for people who are listening to hear us talk about a game in this way, because you look at the gold and you're like, it's 300 gold, you know, it's 3-3. But it's really compositional that it's coming down to, and that's why I do feel like this is going to be a one-fight game. You know, we're going to see the Soul come up here in about 4 minutes. BLG is going to show up, and if they win that, then they can maybe turn that into something more. You know, you win that, you get that Dragon, you get an Otacon, all of a sudden you build a big advantage, and maybe you can start to really push that in your favor. But if TES are able to win that and get Soul, barring some really crazy stuff, it's pretty much lights out. So that is why we are talking about it being, you know, so favorable, the position in the game for TES. They're just really comfortable compositionally and objective-wise.
I also think around the times they have to fight, which is 3 minutes time for the Mountain Soul, BLG at 2 items will be weaker than Top Esports at 2 items. They have a little bit more gold as well, but I love a 2-item Varus with Mana Moon fully stacked up. Cream has already got his Nash's Tooth, building up to his next item with that Haunting Guise and the Faded Ashes. Like, in terms of relative power, I take the right side comp, the red side comp, at 2 items more than I take the blue side comp.
But what if Knight flanks and then one-shots their carries?
Sure. And that's the thing.
There you go.
Right?
And that's always the thing, right?
That's the thing, Knight. And he does it so often. This guy, in my opinion, probably the best player to ever come out of the LPL, at least the most consistently top player to ever come out of the LPL. He does that in moments like this, in games like this. The question is, can he do it? And even if he does it once, it's not enough. BLG need to win the first fight and then probably 2 or 3 subsequent fights to really get back in the game. They'll put the Rift Herald down mid to try and crack this tier 1. The pillar comes out to stop the charge. And Kanavi puts the traffic cone up, says, excuse me, can't park here, sir. Kills off the Rift Herald before it gets its charge in.
You think you'd just get a ticket for parking in the wrong place?
Yeah.
Just brutally murdered.
Look, man.
Runeterra is ruthless.
Yeah, of course it is. Cream, though. Good engage here from Shadow, but with the Emperor's Divide, he'll lock him up. Knight pops at the Between Worlds and then puts it down because he doesn't want to bounce back in as Top Esports begin to collapse onto On Pulverize. Not caught out with that Pathmaker. On has to flash away. Top Esports collapse incredibly quickly. 6 seconds on the Otacon.
Yeah, they do collapse really quickly, but they want to try to get more because look at the other waves here. Bin is pushing bot for free, and we can see Sivir shoving up mid for free as well. So they kind of need to get more than just that flash, it feels like right now. We are expecting that bot lane tower to go down for sure. Elk won't be able to get this, though.
On with the headbutt back to Shadow here to try and protect his Alistar, and Tofu is not going to hit with that Q3. Elk gets the mid lane tower as he trades onto Jackalope, but the spell shield doesn't block the piercing arrow. Barrier coming out from Elk. Meanwhile, Cream engaging onto Knight, who uses the weirding to try and dodge away. The dive in by 369 isn't going to be enough as On's caught down towards the bottom side. Elk able to walk away in mid. Meanwhile, Bin continues to push a tier 2 perhaps for Top Esports towards this top lane, but with a TP coming in, Knight's looking for the re-engage. Weirding onto Cream, gets the slow, gets the damage. Shadow goes between the uprights, can't hit 369 or Kanavi. Elk on the flank, spell shields, but now he's isolated. Has to flash the wall, but with an exhaust, he's clubbed around the head by Kanavi. Top Esports find the kill. BLG get a couple of towers out of it, but Top will look towards the Otacon alongside.
Really nicely played there by Hong. Gets a multi-man knockback. Elk is isolated. Came over there at pretty low HP after the scuffle mid lane. They were able to force down 2 towers, and he had a great spell shield on Jackie Love's ultimate, but now it's TES forcing the Otacon here. BLG know they have to contest. They're falling behind.
Top Esports will be low. Armor Magic is this shredded by this Otacon. 369 trying to block, weirding out, knock up onto him with the headbutt. Shadow trying to come in from the bottom side, but it looks like BLG will just give up the ghost. Otacon secured by Kanavi and Top Esports. They haven't given a single neutral objective over to BLG in the first 21.5 minutes of this game.
And now we have to take stock of all the resources here because it's 20 seconds until Soul. They just got Otacon. You're looking at flashes. The flashes on all the playmakers except for Shadow are missing. Jackie Love still has his flash. That is really big because the Varus is the most susceptible to that dive. So that is going to help to keep him safe in this next fight. And TES have got to be feeling like They're about to tie up this series. They just have to win one more big fight. 369 also has his flash, so that's a big playmaking ability. He could potentially get in onto Elk. They're first here to set up.
On, Steadfast Presence popped there by Hung. Pillar down as well. Hung using the Unbreakable World Chain of Corruption. Gonna land onto Elk as well and will lock him up on down. Elk unable to step up and help out his cow. Meanwhile, Bin's looking for the flank here as BLG. They've got 2 prongs of the Trident, but Top Esports have all 5 players left alive. Shadow forced away. The Drake begun by Top Esports. Knight trying to get in there, but can't find an avenue to approach through the brick wall that is 369. Bin going forward for Jackie Love. Ruthless Predator flashed away, cease and desist onto that backline as well, but the collapse from Top Esports is massive. Between worlds goes Knight, and Top Esports still managing to survive through it. They turn it around. Kanavi and 369 just diving in. Bin will get 1 in response, but only 2 left alive for BLG. Means Soul is the prize for Top Esports.
It's a good try there from BLG. As Knight is going to hang around, he knows they can't give Soul. It's going to be a total prayer over the wall. And it was pretty darn close to being answered, as we can see our MasterCard priceless moment of the game. TES claimed the Soul. But BLG had a good start to the fight. Bid found a good angle onto Jackie. They do kill him off, but the problem is Elk dies at the same time. And when Elk goes down, who's going to kill the front line? From TES, there's just no consistent damage. So Bin gets in, gets the slow onto Jackie, stuns him as he goes over the wall. But then you have to look at what is happening on the other side. Elk here tries to get into the mix, immediately knocked down by Kanavi as well as 369, and then there's just not enough consistent damage. And then great try over the wall. Let's see how close it does get. Wow, okay. So it was a perfect smite from Kanavi.
Yeah. Auto smite at 970 is enough damage to get the kill. So well done all round by Top Esports to secure that Mountain Soul. And for BLG now, like, you've seen what a fight can be, but now you have to try and do that again into a Mountain Soul. You have 526 international kills for Bin, who has surpassed Perks for 7th all-time. Congratulations to him. He's going to get a few more, at least at this Worlds, you have to feel, because I think we both expect another game, at least in this best of 3.
We are absolutely expecting at least one more game at this point. TES not going down without a fight. And it does feel like 2 pretty controlled games on opposite sides, you know, when you think through. I do feel like, even though the gold has been closer in this one, I feel like the last game was maybe closer. You know, this time it just didn't feel like BLG ever got any real advantages, and TES has kind of felt inevitable because of the Dragon control, because of the composition. They're playing it out really, really well. BLG do still have some pretty good wave clear with Elk, but the problem is TES, I think, are strong enough now with this super tanky Kasante. You can just threaten the dive. He can just take it up forever.
And that's exactly what they do. Elk has to flash away. Meanwhile, there's a TP behind them. Between world seasons, assist all onto Jackie Love. The follower coming out from On. And BLG are looking for the fight. Kanavi still very healthy. Hung almost going down. He's going to have to flash away. Shadow gets killed off. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Jungle up for AD carry. Bin just going to run back up towards that top side. They might try and catch Kanavi as he walks across. Bin, Ruthless Predator can't get the stun. Goes in. Unable to find it, chomped out by Kanavi. TP coming back here as 369 is going to join Top Esports on the push. Surprised that Elk was able to survive that. The tower helping out a lot.
But the fact that Shadow's down and the fact that Azir is still up means this Baron is up and available. If you can't dive them, force them to come to you, and that's exactly what TES are doing.
Bin doesn't have that ultimate. 369 looks for the Antofos. Hung's looking for that flank position. The Baron down to about half HP. With the Predator stun onto 369. The disengage. Cream goes in. The Emperor's Divine fights 2, but not Elk. Kanavi's going to chase him out, though. On trying to protect his AD carry, but he just can't get there in time. It's roast beef for Top Esports as they claim 2 and will turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
It's just a beautiful run of play there from Top. They go mid. They force the dive. They can't fully make it happen. So then, with that kill on Shadow, they know we are just going to bring them to us over at the Baron. They immediately turn off that Baron, and Cream is able to find a great ult. They chase down Ulk, they kill him off, and now feel like they have full control here. 369 just kind of pushing them back, and then they decide, all right, just wait for Hung. As soon as he arrives, we are going to go. Kanavi goes in, the pillar comes down, flash from Cream. Knight does respond, and the spell shield was there from Elk, but he gets the other 2. Elk is chased down by Kanavi as well as Cream. Knight can do nothing but watch, and they know this one is all but over.
Cream doing a great job there, separating the AD carry from the means of protection in the form of On and Bin. And as soon as you do that, you can just chase him. Like, he doesn't have the damage to get through a Trundle who is sitting at Spirit Visage Triforce, the upgraded plated steel caps. He is such a strong position. Top Esports generally just in prime control of this game right now. And this is, I think this is part of the difference between how BLG win games and how Top Esports win games as well. Top Esports, the most macro, most objective setup-orientated team in the LPL, whereas BLG, they love to get pulled into a skirmish from time to time. And you see that here. It's 11-6, it's a 3,000 gold lead, there's a soul for Top Esports. It's all done, but the Nexus falling, and Top will just take it slow. They're like, okay, we'll push through bot, we'll force you away. We don't have to take the fight. They're still gonna look for On, but with Redemption coming out, Kanavi still trying to club him. We'll take him. Chain of Corruption down as well, onto Shadow. Goes in with the Season Desist Knight looking for the damage, but Kanavi's too healthy to do anything about it. And they're just methodical. They'll force you off, they'll take the towers, they'll look for the inhibs, and BLG can't find a way back in.
Yeah, BLG just simply don't have the damage in a lot of these skirmishes to really even threaten them whatsoever. With the Mountain Soul Shield, with all of their gold lead, they are looking to end the game and tie us up right here.
The LPL Finals went all 5. Top Esports and BLG looking to make it go all 3 here. One win between either of them and that quarterfinal spot for Top Esports. They just need to take down this Nexus. BLG trying to defend. Elk using that ricochet. On goes in with a double pulverize, but the tower's almost fallen. No Nexus towers left alive. Bin, Ruthless Predator won't find the stun. On forced away. BLG forced away. And Top Esports will force us to a game 3.
A beautiful bounce back here from TES. So many top fans, you have to know we're worried after that game 1. Would they just go down in a sweep? Would they be able to bounce back? And the answer is a resounding yes.
It really is, and questions arise around the draft as well. The Azir left up for Cream to pick. He had a great performance all round on it. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that game 2.
Thank you, guys. Honestly, I don't know what to think about this series anymore, because coming into today, especially given the two teams' performances, I was expecting the biggest fraud-off ever. Turns out, we're getting game after game the best performance we've seen from both these teams so far this tournament. So what do you have?
I feel like this was a great representation of the team styles. In game 1, I felt like that it came down to single carry performances. When I think of BLG, they have superstar moments, they have highlight plays, they love to fight, and they kind of use their individual skill to outperform the best teams in the world. But for Top Esports, it was more of a calculated, crafted effort where at various different points, we were highlighting different members and debating who really was the star of this team, who was the player that really defined the moment. But I felt like that every single player had key moments throughout the game. They slowly control it through good objective control, superior team fighting, and an overall big bounce back from game 1.
And we saw the opposite scenario, Emily, compared to game 1, where here it was BLG getting the early kills while TS were the ones stacking up those objectives.
Yeah, and I think a little bit it starts in draft. I wouldn't say necessarily the game itself was decided in draft, but I do think the most important thing here for me was that R5 Poppy. When Vetti and I were both looking at this draft, we were like, okay, BLG have drafted something they're super comfortable with. I wasn't surprised to see the first pick Renekton come through. I'm not going to say I liked it necessarily, but was not surprised by it, right? Was not surprised, especially by these first 3 picks coming out of BLG. But TES have a lot of really good champions to deal with what BLG want to throw with them. The Azir became super, super important. We've had a lot of discussions about Cream's Azir across the year and across last year as well. The Trundle deals really well, and then this is such a great Poppy angle, and you could see at times it seemed like BLG kind of forgot that a Poppy was in the game or could be in the game, right? So, and I think this Poppy ended up being a really strong pick for TES.
Absolutely, and I think that when we look back at how things were going in the early game, I was really worried for Top Esports. I thought it was simply going to be a matter of, oh, BLG's going to run away with it, because as you highlighted, Law, the early game kills were going the way of BLG, but as you also mentioned, in contrast to game 1, BLG weren't converting that into early dragon control, into a snowball. And when you have a composition like this, it's really important that as BLG, you're snowballing through these objectives, because you want to, on your power spike, force your opposition into fighting, which Top Esports, they kind of played their own game.
Yeah. Top Esports played their own game, and as we see these early objective controls, the only one they lost was Herald. They were able to stop that with the Trundle pillar, right? So BLG couldn't even get the credit for that. They also were able to clean up Otacon, and I think it's another example of just, I keep telling people like, man, you guys, like, I swear, Top Esports, they're a pretty smart team. I remember telling you this at the beginning of the year, and you're like,
Yep,
okay,
you did, yeah.
whatever, Emily. Like, you're trolling. You watch them at first stand. They're absolutely abysmal. But you could see it here. It's exactly like you said, where it's kind of a clash of these two play styles, and this is exactly how I expect Top Esports to play.
And for me, like, my big point of criticism does go toward Shadow.
Yeah.
He was in such a fantastic spot, and under zero pressure, he felt the need to force ganks mid. And twice we saw him trying to kill Cream. Twice Cream got the better of him. And I feel like because he got so many of the early game resources, he had to be that driving force. And so when Cream turns around and gets the solo kill onto him, all of the win gets taken out of BLG's sails. And then that's just where Top Esports slowly but surely take full control of the game.
And that's the thing, you don't always need to try to make things happen on the map, but I appreciate the fact that even if they were playing from behind, BLG were trying to get back in the game. They tried to prevent the soul, but even that doesn't work out the way they want to.
Yeah, this didn't end up working out at this point. TES are just so far ahead, right? Like Jackie Love kind of goes untouched, is able to kill off on here, and then you see BLG think they might be able to do something with this as it plays out when TES, I'm just waiting for it to get there. Here we go.
Yeah, they just have to wait.
Yep. So Bin just sees an angle onto Jackie Love, right? And he's like, okay, maybe we can take this. Honestly, at this point in the game, it was still a little bit doomed, where as soon as Shadow goes in, he falls, and Bin isn't really able to have that kind of great, he was never able to have the impact on the Renekton that I think he was thinking of when they locked that pick in first.
And I think for BLG, it's back to the drawing board. Because when we move towards Game 3, what we've learned is that red side is very valuable. We were talking about it prior to the game, that it felt like Top Esports wanted to be on red to deny some of these counter-pick abilities from the side of BLG, giving those solo laners the agency to run rampant on the Rift. And now moving back, we've just literally been told that BLG is not only moving to red, but they're subbing in Beishuan as well.
Do we like it?
Well, here's the thing.
I mean, this is what they do,
yeah,
right?
that's what they do.
It's also like, as Vedi already touched upon, Shadow had a few really big unforced errors, right? In both of those ganks that he was talking about, Knight didn't have his ult up. He'd used it elsewhere. At one point, Knight was all the way back under his own turret when Shadow tried to go in onto Cream. So I think, like, in terms of these two junglers, I think he's coming in because of the performance, also maybe for a breath of fresh air. He'll be playing for the solo laner specifically. He's a lot more, I would say, facilitative than Shadow. So we'll see.
I can't imagine the pressure he's under. He starts the tournament against 100 Thieves where he loses. Yeah. Everyone's like, get him out, put Shadow back in. And now he finds himself in the elimination match where they're like, no problem, buddy. All the
we believe in you.
You've got this.
I mean, yeah, the pressure cannot get bigger than this here. And honestly, BLG on one side, they were the world's finalists last year. They want to prove that quarterfinals is just the beginning for them. And on the other side, you have Top Esports. They want to beat those international chokers allegations. Let's see who comes out on top in this LPL versus LPL matchup in Game 3.
Can't find an avenue to approach through the brick wall that is 369. Bin going forward for Jackie Love. Ruthless Predator flashed away. Cease and desist onto that backline as well. But the collapse of Top Esports is massive. Between worlds goes Knight, and Top Esports still managing to survive through it. They turn it around. Kanavi and 369 just diving in. Bin will get one in response, but only two left alive for BLG. Means Soul is the prize for Top Esports.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser.
Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer? And isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and Summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where we are here to see our 7th quarter-finalist decided between BLG and Top Esports, who is going to join the other 6 teams up in that final 8.
You're looking pretty pleased with yourself as you're saying that.
Because I remembered how many teams had already qualified for quarterfinals.
You're giving me a look, you're like, yeah, you see that?
I was like, it is 7, yes, because we have one more series.
See how I can count? Went off the first hand.
I can go to 6
one.
and 7.
Yep.
I'm way too old for a joke like that. in my days, we had like 6s and upside down 6s, and those were the funny numbers. And that was about it. But yes, we do have a small delay on stage because Beishwan is subbing in for BLG. The last time Beishwan won on BLG was actually the first game of the series against Top Esports in those grand finals. And since then, we have had him come in at the start of Worlds, lost that first game against 100 Thieves, and now he's coming in again in this game.
Couldn't handle the heat from 100 Thieves. Needed this whole time to recover.
100 Thieves, incredibly impressive.
There you go.
I love the way they played their style. I thought it was really fun to watch.
Going.
I'm disappointed they got knocked out.
Thank you.
But
now
we have to talk about BLG and Top Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see
if Quid goes to Carmine Corp.
No, stop that.
Import them. Import them.
No, he's ours.
We got JoJo, we can get Quid.
Stop it. We'll see how
Busio, you want to come across?
Stop it. We have to talk about LPL.
Okay.
We have to see how Beishwan is actually going to do here, because it is a tremendous amount of pressure on a player, all jokes aside, who hasn't played a lot at Worlds, right? You played that first game of the tournament, and now it's like, all right, bud, time to sub in. By the way, if you lose, your year's over.
Yes.
And that is a lot of pressure. But the other side of that, and people love to talk about this a lot with 6-man rosters, is that you have been watching the series alongside the coaches. You were getting a different perspective. You're getting to see the pathing that your opponent is going for. You're trying to look for tendencies that maybe you could actually take advantage of. So we'll see if Beishwan can have a good performance here. If he can really just make it work for this team, because the pressure is on. The #1 seed here, of course, for the LPL. And at risk of going out in Swiss, and especially with the draw that they had, it would be a colossal disappointment to see BLG exiting this early. Of course, the same is true for TES on the other side. You know, the LPL does expect to get all their teams through each time, you know, but generally there's that reputation of someone from the LPL kind of crashing out at Worlds, and no one wants to get painted by that brush. It was supposed to be IG. They're already gone. They had the excuse of, we had to play T1. Come on, guys.
Yeah. And for Top Esports as well, going 2-0 up and then losing 3 best-of-3s in a row to get knocked out is pretty devastating. Having only won 1 game out of 5 so far, 6 in fact. I can count that high. This will be the 7th game they've played in those best-of-3s.
Sion, the thumbs involved in that.
Yes, I do. That was very important to me. Sion, Rise, Karma banned away by BLG, who picked the red side. LeBlanc and Bessa and Caitlyn banned away by Top Esports. And it is first pick Kiana for Kanavi. Now, I am of the opinion that Kanavi is one of the best, if not the best Kiana players in the world. The problem with it is you rarely get to see it on him because it is banned away from Top Esports all the damn time. So I love him on this champ. I think he's incredibly good. We've already talked about how strong he is in the early game. He gets himself ahead and then snowballs it to victories for Top Esports.
Yep, and we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to perform here on this Kiana. Of course, the Kiana, much less about the early game generally. It is more of one of those junglers that really just kind of power farms and looks to take over in these, you know, post-level 6 fights, generally speaking. But there is another powerhouse on the other side as far as those team fights are concerned. You're looking at the Wukong, you're looking at the Rakan. That is a very strong start to any team fight comp as the 1-2 over on the BLG side. And Karma has been banned out. Nico was already played earlier. Some of these really kind of like lane dominant supports that you might punish a Rakan with are already off the table.
Yeah, you could look for something like the Renata if you wanted, like just a bit more range. Go for a Corki Renata, look for that range damage. We already have the Corki locked in for top esports. Looks like Cream might be going towards the Annie, which is not something he impressed on too much in the LPL. Instead, maybe a little bit of engage potential with the Leona coming out for Hung.
Yeah, Annie has yet to win so far at Worlds.
Wow.
Has not looked impressive and has been losing all of the games, so definitely can be tough. Leona was kind of like that old school Rakan answer where it's like, oh, Rakan goes down, goes in, you lock him down, point and click CC, try to burst them out, because Rakan has always been so reliant on being evasive, really. But it doesn't feel like, for a long time, I don't feel like it's really a counter. It's kind of maybe just an answer. I feel like all it tends to do in the 2v2 is really kind of make it passive, because the Rakan is not going to look for any sort of hard engage. You're just going to maybe give up the push, and fish with those gleaming quills, just kind of keep your health high, and it kind of just becomes a bit of a farm fest. I do like when you've already seen Leona Kiana, Xayah early. We saw it got banned out last time, so I think grabbing the Xayah early does make a lot of sense. Of course, you can try to like draft range in mid lane for Cream, but let's be honest, when you're pairing alongside the Kiana, like you already are kind of deciding you're going to go in. Like there's got to be something to dive alongside that Kiana. So I feel like regardless of what we see the soul laners be for TES, the Xayah should be quite effective.
Talia and Cassia, the next two bans, see that mid lane pool being pinched. Both the teams have their junglers and their bot side of the map already locked up, so top and mid is where we are likely to be. Wouldn't be surprised if Bin gets counter for top side here with Knight picking something blind, but you can of course do it the other way, say, oh well, we think Knight can dominate Cream more than Bin can dominate 369, who's been having a pretty good series so far.
I would tend to agree with the Knight getting the counter pick. I feel like he has been by far their best player at Worlds. I don't think it's even remotely close. So to me, if I'm going to go all in on one player, it's got to be Knight. I mean, even in the losses, I feel like he has been the guy that is the hope for the team. So I really would like to see them just index into him. I also feel like, let's be honest, what top lane matchups are even that abusive anymore? Like anything where you pick an extreme counter, you just get lane swapped on.
It's very true. Yeah, because in the past you could look for something like the Smolder and say, I'm just going to stack up on you, Ben, and you're playing AD
Ignite
carry.
Quinn, now you're laning against another AD carry, and you're like, it's just like, the counter picks in top lane are very uninspiring at Worlds, thanks to lane swaps. So I feel like it's not an issue whatsoever. Galio is kind of interesting here. So Galio, of course, could go mid or top. Does follow up really, really well on the Wukong as well as the Rakan. We don't know what the matchups are going to be. I mean, if it's Mordekaiser, I think that you're probably just going to have to be sending it mid. I don't think you're really going to be wanting to play into that matchup. It does feel pretty rough. The other thing is, I mean, you can potentially pick two champions that are pretty good into it, but then you do risk getting really blasted by a counter, because one of the things that pros do sometimes like, if you're thinking about playing in mid lane, is things like Smolder, like you actually called back to, is just kind of free stacking off of it. But if you go Smolder, and then they move it top, and then you're playing into, a Knight LeBlanc or something like that, then it's probably go home fast. So I don't think you're going to do that. I think you are just going to take this Mordekaiser here, assume that it's going to be going top, and then probably go for a more standard mid lane pick.
I mean, Cream could still look towards his Annie, although I wasn't too impressed. He does have a 66% win rate on it across the LPL summer season.
Are they going to do the Smolder I was talking about? Wow, they are.
That's the Smolder, yeah.
So
okay.
this is, I think, a lot more risky, but maybe their read is that there's no way that Bin's going to play it, right? If that's your read, then, hey, you're going to be able to get this mid lane matchup. Bin, though, of course, does get his choice of the counter. Jax is his iconic pick. It is the matchup that I definitely think can outscale and eventually start to win out against that Mordekaiser. But I also just kind of like the Mordekaiser in isolation when you're thinking about the team fight, because there's a lot of different ways you can actually have success with this. Wukong goes in to throw down the cycle, and as Wukong's engaging, Mordekaiser just ults it, takes it out of that fight, kind of remove the ult from the fight. Similar things can happen to the Jax. Jax hops in with Counter-Strike, ready to get in on your backline. Ulted, taken away.
Rakan, Galio. If you're in the lane with the Galio and he's trying to hero his entrance in, you chuck that Death Realm on him and he's unable to join up with the rest of his team. I love it. I think it's a really solid pick. It's whether or not it can be as effective as you want, because you do need those quick trigger reflexes if you're going to stop people finding the true engages in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so interesting because it does feel like there's a lot of lane-focused picks, over on one side. When you're looking at the TES comp, you have these things that are supposed to be answers. They're kind of trying to put Knight in a difficult situation here with the Smolder, which I do really like in isolation, but then you have Smolder and Corki paired with this Kiana. That kind of feels like you have you're a bit of two different minds. Of course, Corki can still poke, and Smolder can like ult over the top on an engage. It's not like it can't work at all, but it does feel a little bit disjointed to me. That wouldn't be like, if you knew this was your other 4, you wouldn't have picked Kiana, I don't think, right?
I agree.
And so they are sacrificing something as far as how cohesive the comp is to focus on the lane matchups. So now you have to get something out of the lane matchups, in my opinion. Otherwise, you look over at the other side, and Knight may not be on a hard carry, but the comp just is so easy to see what they're going to do.
So nice front to back as well. With the wombo combo, you go in, you lock up the back line, Hero's Entrance on top of it, Counter-Strike on top of it, Quickness on top of it, Featherstorm as well if the Zyro ever gets jumped on. Like, BLG's comp is stock standard. Top Esports comp is, maybe we can burst a guy and kill them and win the lanes, you know?
Yeah, and also, it's not like you just have to, but we have to get through everyone to get on the Corki. No, you can go on the Kiana, you can go on the Corki, you can go on the Smolder. You can really just like press your buttons. Any of them is fine. You can lock them down, burst them down. So is a lot of power there over on the BLG side. We'll see, can TES really create some differences here? I also feel like though Smolder, of course, you do still have a lot of power as far as the scaling. It's pushed pretty far back, and the scaling is nowhere near. I think people still have not adjusted to like the nerfs that happened forever ago, where you used to be able to actually increase the threshold for execution. Now it just increases the true damage burn. It doesn't actually ever go up as far as the threshold for the execution, and so I don't think it's just like auto win late game like people used to talk about it. But of course, especially if you go through some of the more aggressive builds, like if you go Essence, Reaver, Rapid Fire, IE. When you're on 3 items and you're on 225, you just press Q every time Rapid Fire is up and you are poking them down. You become a real threat and you can force bad engages by putting on that pressure.
For the moment, we don't see any of those major lane swaps coming out from either teams. Both the junglers starting on the bottom side of the map as they'll work their way towards the top side. Do have a 100% win rate on red side this series, so see if BLG can continue that form on his Rakan as well. 79 and 29 on this pick. Rakan has just been ubiquitous with great supports over the last few years. The heal and the Gleaming Quill have to be used. Hung and JackeyLove getting the early push. A good phosphorus bomb at the end there from JackeyLove to get Elk down below half HP.
Yeah, Phos Bomb at level 1 is just Exalt. That thing you cannot get hit by. That feels like it just absolutely cooks you. So now On going to be trying to hit some of these Qs. Hopefully we'll be able to help heal up Elk to just keep them comfortable in this lane. Of course, you touched on Rakan, a bin on his Jack 68 and 29 career, and 369. Known for his Mordekaiser as well, 17 and 4 on the pick.
Yeah, last played it in the grand finals against Bin though on Kasante and went 2-7-1, losing that game. So in recent memory, 369.
He was calibrating.
Oh yeah, sure, that was it. Yeah, it's just I just need one game in a month and a half before we meet again at Worlds, which is a randomized draw.
Yeah. You're baiting him into a false sense of security.
That's smart.
Run it down in the LPL finals to knock him out in Swiss of Worlds. you gotta think a couple steps ahead here, Medic.
Yeah, I'm not as giga-brained as 369 apparently.
Well, that much is clear.
Good damage though coming out from the top esports bot lane. JackeyLove with that level 3 first. Cream just stacking up. And you get to that 225 is the mark you really want to look for the Smolder.
But honestly, like, I play a lot of solo lane Smolder. I think it's a lot of fun. To me, it's like, obviously the 225 is the goal, but one of the reasons that you get so much faster into these melee matchups is
Barrier coming out from JackeyLove. Elk looking for the blade call, doesn't quite land the root onto JackeyLove, but does onto Hung.
But it's just the idea that each breakpoint actually accelerates the next breakpoint so much, right? Once you get 25, all of a sudden you're AoE stacking off all their minions, but he can be in trouble.
Taunt onto Cream, has to flash away. Beishwan looking for the chase. Red buff slow, not enough. Flash for flash exchange there between Beishwan and Cream.
Yeah, Beishwan, thought he might have had enough damage, didn't have the calculation correct there. As it's 369 TPing down. This is what they did in the Lucian game as well to kind of bail out, Jackie and give him this preferential lane setup. But that is, a flash kind of for nothing for Beishwan because he had already gotten the flash out of the Smolder, couldn't finish off Cream. But once you get to 25, you start AoE stacking all the minions so fast. Then that really speeds you up towards the 125. And once you have 125, it's kind of unavoidable because you're just getting splashed through the minions. Yeah. Anytime you go for any last hit, he doesn't have to queue you anymore. He's just queuing the wave, and you're going to get stacked on. So every little bit you get really accelerates that next break point, and 369 being very annoying with that.
Really nice timing as well, because Bin has already TP'd down towards the bottom side, just so he's collecting this wave, which means there's going to be no one on the top side for a while. As you say, JackeyLove might just be able to pick up a solo plate, could go for a little bit of vision. This wave, it is a cannon wave. You're going to lose 1 minion, probably the cannon, and another, maybe even 4 minions off this wave.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. He's even going to Valk the wave to be able to get a fast reset off the back of this if he wants. So not only do you actually get the wave, you deny the cannon, you get the plate. So like that right there is almost a kill worth of gold that you just earned for your team. So it's one of these things that doesn't seem immediately obvious, but that's 300 gold ahead now for JackeyLove, and I think that's often earned by 369. Like, he deserves credit for that.
He did a huge job in that bot side. It's a whole level of experience lead as well for JackeyLove over Elk as Hung and Kanavi here team up to try and steal away these Razor Beaks. You talked about the power farming of the Kiana. If you can get into that enemy jungle and take away some of these camps, it just gets you scaled up that much more quickly. Kanavi running the first strike here on the Kiana, something he loves to do for that extra gold, for that extra acceleration towards his lethality items. Profane Hydra often when we look first.
Yep, obviously is something that's going to help accelerate, but also the upfront burst. So much of your damage comes out during that first strike window, so it's not just about the gold. It really is a powerful damage rune later on in the game where that percentage damage amp can mean quite a lot. When all of a sudden your combo is doing 1,000, 2,000 damage, a couple of percent is significant. So definitely is a powerful rune there. Cream, of course, picked up a call on that first base, so he is just scaling, looking to play this out.
Playing a dragon and scaling. Good one as well.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not too
that
one
one was
all
for
in that
you.
mid lane right now.
It's off to a smoldering start, if you will.
Good one, good one. Bin lands the stun onto 369. Not really much going to happen down towards this bottom side. Goal basically even between the two teams in the early game. There is a Drake up. We saw a ping coming out on it from BLG. We'll see if H1 decides that is his first objective. Has push in the bot side. Won't be able to get it in mid because there's a Smolder on the other side. On's going to land the knock up here into the Blade Caller. The damage on JackeyLove is massive. Flash shield of Daybreak from Hong into the Eclipse, just trying to walk his way away. Saves his AD carry's life, but JackeyLove now sitting at 200 HP. Does have Kanavi coming across, and Cream could
He's level 6.
Flap his way in as well. As you say, Elk not yet level 6. Doesn't have that Feather Storm. Kanavi's going to cut the wave. Cream wants to call in a bit of assistance, has Mom on the end of a telephone. Meanwhile, Knight moving across with that Hero's Entrance. Drake secure for base one. Now Top Esports know they have a man advantage, a numbers advantage. Here's the Hero's Entrance. Supreme Deslayer's talent flashed away by Elk, and Hung is hung out to dry underneath the tower. Good double taunt as well. They'll look for Kanavi. Next, he's down. Knight makes them kneel, but the turnaround from Cream is huge. On jumps in the Gleaming Quill. Elk will fall. Cream takes a tower shot. The Winds of War not enough to blow him over. Top Esports initiate the dive, lose a 2-for-1 and lose a Drake.
That's no Knight. That man is a king. Moves up to the top side to turn it around. But honestly, so bold from TES to go for the dive, knowing that he was coming. He walked across vision. They knew that Galio was going to be there, and it felt like they kind of overestimated how quickly they would be able to get this kill. BLG's bot lane delayed it for so long. Hong goes in, they started off, with the Smolder up, but the Galio ult is there at the very beginning, and you can only get in onto the Recon. He kites it out really, really well. Then Knight flashes forward. Elk is there to follow it up. They do get some kills back here. And you have to remember, Wukong was taking the Dragon in the meanwhile, was stealing the enemy camps in the meanwhile. So it's not an even number play. Even though it didn't look like that bad, it's everything that's happening on the other side of the map that really makes it hurt. And I just kind of am shocked that TES fully committed to it.
Top Esports now with 5 players up towards this Grubs. Top Esports got one. Bin jumps in with the counter-strike, does get the stun onto Hong, on down to half HP, flash away from Bin, death grip onto base one. They're going to be able to get a kill at the feet of Strength. Warfare, in fact, goes over to BLG. They look for the Grub as well. In the end, a 2-for-1 exchange in the Grubs. Top Esports have lost a man, and JackeyLove has to Valk across the wall. It will be a 1-for-0 exchange in favor of BLG.
And look at Knight, early Sork boots on the Galio. This man wants to get aggressive. And when a team on the other side has so many squishy members, you can do a lot of damage on this Galio. We often see kind of like tanky AP or 1 AP item, into full tank. So we'll see exactly where he wants to go with this build. But Knight is definitely not afraid to go full glass cannon if he thinks it is appropriate.
He's the guy that builds Darkseal into Medjai's at every opportunity, right? This guy knows exactly how much damage you can put out on every champion. At the moment, the only lead for Top Esports is down on JackeyLove in that bot lane. 120 gold, his advantage, but BLG ticking over to about 300, 400 gold in totality as their lead. H1 just going to be able to farm up his own jungle as Hong looks for a little bit of vision. It's much ado about nothing you have to feel, just trying to track people. No neutrals to fight over, no camps on this top side to fight over. They might look for a dive onto Bin, who has no flash, no Grandmaster's Might for him either. The plate's going to go over to 369. Hex flash forward from Hong. Bin needs to find a way to escape. He blocks the Shield of Daybreak with the counter-strike. Perfectly played from Bin. Now needs to run away. Zenith Blade tickles his toes, but doesn't quite connect.
I mean, beautifully timed by Bin, but I feel like as TES, you're the team that has time on the dive. You don't need to force. You just need to walk up, stand on his head as Leona, and wait till he presses E. Then once it's down, the dive is free, right? So you have to play around that counter-strike. Instead, he kind of played that dangerous game where it is a bit of a flip. Bin anticipates it perfectly, and now it's Jackie Love under pressure on this bot side. He's looking like he's going to be the one getting dove.
H1 has the Cyclone now. They should just go for him straight away, but with the teleport coming out, they decide against it. Hong got that off the unsealed spellbook. He'll TP in. And because of that, and with Kanavi backing him up, should be just BLG backing away.
Cream now, farming quite well, and also over 100 stacks. You're already at 10 minutes, so he is at a really good pace. Of course, this does generally just accelerate, again, as you get further and further on into the game. Once you hit Essence Reaver, you are just trading infinitely. Been nice little trade, but Cream still getting some more stacks and should be A-okay with Kanavi here to cover.
Interesting to see Knight's the one who's matching into that Mordekaiser on the top side. Bin is actually going to match into the Smolder.
I think the idea is just that you don't want the Smolder getting free stacks off of Knight, and he's going to have less threat. That's at least kind of my read on it right now. So you're sacrificing Knight's lane, but trying to really keep down Cream. I think that's probably their main concern is like, all right, how does the other team win? Maybe it's Smolder getting super accelerated. And Cream does have his Essence Reaver now, still working away on that 125, but he's going to be there very, very quickly.
He is. For the moment, we have a brief second before we get into what is likely to be the next fight. Drake coming up. It's an alternator for BLG, for Knight on this Galio.
Some games he is BLG.
Yeah, often he is BLG.
You didn't misspeak.
It's true, it's true. That Rocket Belt, a possibility. Kanavi, oh, good route, but H1 going in with the Cyclone. There's the hero's entrance. A brief display of talent and the flash used by Kanavi to get away, but Cream the next target. Cyclone secondary gonna get the knock at Winds of War, not enough again. That's Smolder able to survive through the Winds of War a couple of times in a row now. Jackie Love covering mid as On comes across. The Drake is up for BLG, and they might just walk H1 around the corner to go and get it.
At the end of the day, it's a trade of flashes for the junglers, trade of ults, and then you also got Knight's ult, and you got a really nice chunk of HP down onto Cream, so they're going to try to utilize that to turn it into the Dragon. Because cooldowns-wise, they did lose out, but HP-wise, they definitely won, and that is going to put them on a 2-0 Dragon lead here, which is starting to feel a little bit like Game 1, when you're starting to think back. It's been a lot about these Dragon stacking games, control, forcing your opponents to take these fights that they're not necessarily ready for, and they're going to see if second try works better here against Bin.
Yeah, no teleports to support Bin here. On does have the quickness, and he's on his way across. Kanavi caught out. There's the counter-strike. Solar Flare. On coming in, gets the quickness down, but Bin's already dead. Hung has to flash away. Meanwhile, underneath the tower, 369 is chasing on out. Obliterates him. Jackie with the flash auto's enough. It's 2-0 for TS.
Nicely done there by TES. This time they make it work, and not only do they kill Bin, they're going to deny a lot of CS. They're going to knock down this tower very likely as well. Try to play for this first turret. They kill off on Elk, can't even get there. So a lot of resources committed to this side. You can see Cream playing very defensive down on the bot side, knows he is going to be on his own. So he's just sitting in that tri-brush, making sure that the Wukong couldn't come in behind him. And now a lot of question mark pings over by that red buff, but it is already gone. We can see this dive one more time. This time, 369 and Kanavi do a pretty good job of kind of softening him up before they really fully commit into the dive. He's already missing a third of his HP. Kanavi goes in, really big chunk of damage, even though the Zenith Blade misses, even though the Shield of Daybreak is counter-struck once more. Hung can flash out, and the extra members do allow them to finish off. Jackie does have to spend his flash, so does 369, but they secure the kills, they get the tower, and as a result, it is going to come down to these objectives for feats because BLG already won the feat of warfare. They're only one of these objectives off, whereas TES would need to get the next two.
Herald up in 50 seconds. That will be the first point of call for both of these teams. 2,000 gold lead now, though, for Top Esports. Blue across the board, down on the bottom of that scoreboard, and 369. Perhaps that game in Grand Finals was just the bait. Set him up, now has the Riftmaker 1-0-1 on this Mordekaiser, forcing Bin away.
And we did get the Rocket Bell here for Knight, so definitely looking for a very aggressive option, whether or not he'll go into just like Zhonya's kind of tanky AP from here, or if he'll go into more traditional tank. I feel like if you're going Proto Belt, you're probably just going Zhonya's second, and you're just really putting that upfront damage in, which can be quite a lot. Also, like that On did go for the Mikhails here. I do feel like when you look over, it's Hong and then no one for the engage. So if you're just fishing with that Leona ult, and you can just be able to have cleanse on your Xayah plus that Mikhails.
The quickness follow-up. Supreme Display's hand coming out, but the counter-strike from Bin is enough to get one. They'll look for Hung as the second. Knight teleports in. Hung falls. 2 quick kills for BLG. The Rift held there for them. That will be Feats.
Nicely done by BLG. Really quick play. Nets them a couple kills and gets them Feats, as you said. And even though they are down in gold, I'm really favoring their position here once again. I feel like they're in a good spot. Feats is going to be a decent amount of combat power. They're going to get the Herald, which is likely going to result in a tower. But Cream is getting farmed here, just continuing to try to scale up. 163 stacks right now. Bin going to be looking for him, though.
Triforce, Cream does have the flash and has that flap. Counter-strike out. Cream's going to get stunned. Grandmaster's might coming. Where you going, Cream? Back to your teammate. Mom there for a bit of a heal, but Bin slapping him as he gets the solo kill. 369 here to join Elk, trying to bolster the defenses of Bin as they get another Counter-strike down on dashing around. Bin knows he's going to die. He's in the Death Realm, and 369 will hit him across the face with a mace to even it out 1-for-1.
Still great play from Bin. The red buff, I believe, finishing off Cream there. And you get the flash off the Smolder, which is critical.
And you get the Rift Hold in mid lane because all of Top Esports were dragged down towards that bottom side to try and react. That will even out a bit of this gold deficit that BLG found themselves in. It's down to 1K from about 2K a minute ago.
Yep, really good moves here. Now you're just going to use the Escape Herald to try to drive it down towards bot, but it will be finished off there by Kanavi. But you can see Elk already pushing in towards that tower. Assist pings from TES as they want to try to defend it, but feels like they're probably just too late already because BLG members are hovering.
Hong looking for Knight, who has to flash. Respects the fact that 369 was coming across. His jungler and his top laner are all the way on the top side of the map. On here can Grand Entrance and make a quick exit with the battle dance.
I mean, they got all 5 down here, so TES needs to get something because Bin is going to be the inevitable problem. There's no TP, so no one can answer Bin.
On gets the flank onto Cream here. Elk looking for the damage. Death Grip not going to connect. Solar Player down, lands the stun onto On, but Rakan not really the target that you want. He still has the quickness. Meanwhile, Top Esports continue to push in for the tier 1 on the bot side. Redemption being used. Supreme Display Titan does catch onto Elk, but he cleanses and Featherstorms away. The charm from On under the tower means absolute destruction for BLG. They find 2. They land a taunt on 369 as well. The tower still stands, but 369 tanks it up. In the end, a 3-for-2 exchange, but Bin continues to push in a side lane.
Yeah, Bin wasn't even there. It was a 5v3 for a while, and then the Wukong arrives. It's still a 4v5. Meanwhile, Bin is just getting so much gold up on that top side. TES kind of painted themselves into a corner. They all moved down towards bot to try to prevent Elk from taking that tower, and then they realized, all right, we've got 5 members here. We've got no TPs. We need to force, but there's no objective, so it had to be a dive. And it's BLG, again, first towards this dragon. 369 is in the area. We'll see if they can contest. You really don't want to give up Soul Point here.
Yeah, you got to try and fight it, but Bin comes in with a counter-strike. Now 369 isolated. Kanavi's going to try and jump across this wall, puts down the control wall for a little bit of vision, but On goes in with the Grand Entrance, looking for that knock-up, hits the Gleaming Quill. Kanavi jumps in, Kanavi gets it, steals it, pays for it with his life, but he delays the soul, and that is what Top Esports needed from him.
Yeah, that is well worth it for Kanavi. I think that is a massive steal from him. Cloud Soul is insanely strong, especially for a lot of these champions in particular. You cannot be giving that over. Hung is going to have to spend the ulti just to try to get away here from Knight, who is going towards that Zhonya's, as I expected, has the Seekers ready, so that big playmaking tool. Now all of a sudden, Beishuan or Bin throw themselves in the backline. Galio comes over the top, can do so much upfront damage, then go into the Seekers and really create this zone of control, buy the space for Elk to do his work.
Cyclone used by Beishuan there just to make sure that he walks away from 369 safely. Talked about the ability for Kanavi to power farm on this Kiana, but dying there at the Drake loses his entire bot side jungle. It's a great steal from him. Waits out the Grand Entrance, uses audacity to jump across the wall, and then manages to land a smite. But after you go in there, you know you're done for.
Yeah, absolutely going to be giving your life, but at least he didn't have to spend his flash or anything like that. And just goes in, trades his life for the 1 dragon. Still in a really difficult position. BLG, I feel like, are definitely the ones in control here. But there is playmaking, and there is hope because you've delayed that soul, you've bought time. Cream is going to have 225 by the time you fight Dragon next, so maybe you can take a real fight then. He has gone for Shojin, which is kind of more that like a little bit bruisery or a little bit more tanky. Of course, if you can continually get out spells, it starts to stack up, works pretty nicely. Usually when people go Shojin, they still want rapid fire, which doesn't mean your IE is super delayed, and your kind of consistent damage is a lot lower as a result, but it is a faster spike than the IE rapid fire style build. So Cream's still going to be really, really strong. Next wave, he has that 225. And then that really does, once you get the rapid fire, put a lot of pressure on your opponents because you kind of just start having your team stand around you. You walk up, every time rapid fire is there, you cue someone, splash through the team.
Yep.
Exactly. And you start to really rot them down. You force them to look for engages, and TS are trying to do just that. I wonder if they had vision of this Wukong recall, because no one's here.
Teleport. He's going to TP up towards the top side, as is Knight. The other can down to 10,000 HP, but Top Esports going to back away from it for now. Pull it up towards this top side. Cream standing on that front line. His hit 224, needs one more. Gets it with 225. Now has that burn. The Archon down to 3,000 on, looking for the quickness. Doesn't land it on anyone. Has to dive onto 369. The Hero's Entrance coming out as Kanavi secures the Archon. 369 standing in the middle of them all. Elk with a Feather Storm trying to pull back with the Blade Caller. Base one almost down. 369 falls first, but Cream is flapping his way onto the backline. Has to flash away. Bin dives forward with a flash of his own into the pit. But Top Esports are coming out on top. In the end, though, Bin finds Cream. Now it's all on Jackie. The bot lane's the only ones alive. Top Esports will claim the fight as they get the Archon, but it was goddamn even through it all.
It was an insane fight here. And 369 to me was a real hero. Look at this. He forces out the Gallia wall, then goes into an ult of his own, completely immuning it, negating that entire thing by himself. And look at the space he's creating. We talked about their lack of frontline. 369 says, you shouldn't have counted me out. And then Cream just goes all the way in, but this stasis from Knight plus a CC means Bin can flash in and finish him off. And then Bin very nearly had the 1v2. Jackie had to flash in the pit just to help him there as Elk and On are winning out on the other side. This is a game of inches. Absolutely insane fight there.
I mean, it's also Hung having the time to Hex Splash across the wall when you have a Blade Caller and a Grand Entrance from the Xayah and Rakan that had been used. Couldn't get the knock up onto him. 500 gold the difference between the two teams. A Cloud Drake and an Archon for Top Esports with two Grubs. A Mountain and an Infernal and the Feats of Warfare for BLG. A 12 petal difference equates to about 700 gold or so. Nothing too consequential yet for Top Esports.
Yep, and we saw that Seeker's being used, but no problem, because Knight has the Zonias. He bought it right after that fight, so it is going to be up and available, but definitely the danger of using a defensive ult on 369. You really can't go for that because he'll just press R of his own. He's going to avoid that completely. You kind of want to be using it aggressively, you know, with On or Beishuan onto Cream or Jackie. That's really what they are looking for here. So I didn't love the way that BLG played it out, but still, it's going to be about this next Dragon fight here. TES taking position in the river, pushing up mid lane first, clearing out these wards now, and they are going to be pretty tough to walk into.
It's what Top Esports do so well. Their objective control, their setup, some of the best in the LPL. We saw it at the Archon pulling BLG to have to force those double TPs. 369 looking for the damage onto Beishuan, but he's going to pop the decoy to get away. Death Grip out as well. Won't find its connection. BLG playing for this mid lane wave. Jackie Love coming across towards Knight, puts down the Gatling gun and hits a few autos. Cream still stacking up 250 now on that passive. Bin trying to clear out a bit of control, but can't get rid of that control ward. They do still have a ward in the pit. BLG pushing further forward here, looking for as many flank positions as possible.
Yeah, neither team having the confidence to start it up. Knight now getting very chunked.
Beishuan just has to flash away. Hung flashes for the Solar Flare. Nimbus Strike from Beishuan onto the minion wave, arriving just in time to save his life. On dashes from the Zenith Blade, but you feel it's starting to swing. Top Esports, they're finding that rot damage, that poke damage, and it's BLG who are being pulled all ways to Sunday.
Yeah, I think that's earned them the Dragon. You can see the double recalls coming through. Knight even gets interrupted. He could be in some trouble, but will be able to jump out to safety. Now for sure, they should be starting this off. They will have time for the Wukong to maybe get back in the area, but Knight has no TP. I don't think there's any real reason to try to contest this, but Bin is still sitting in a dangerous position, and maybe they're going to try to look for something afterwards. Been positioning to try to maybe catch Cream as he does walk down.
I like it because you also have Beishwan coming in from the
They're
top side here. There's the TP, they go into Cream. Cyclone down, Bin can't get in range for the counter-strike. Cream's gonna flap his way across the wall. Supreme display of talent, doesn't find anyone. Mom's gonna heal him up, now it's outfits as Cream up towards the top side. 369 on Beishwan in the death realm. Will get him, El's gonna get one for one exchange so far as Bin dives onto the backline. Hung trying to retreat from Knight, but 369's there to help him out. Knight's gonna flash into the pit. Kanavi caught out by Bin and on no range for them, but the counter-strike just short. Kanavi, can he escape? Knight has that flank. His team has given up the ghost on him. He tries to dive onto Elk, but for it, he just dies. A 2-for-1 for BLG, but how close are these fights?
They are really crazy. These fights are so intense. Bin just waited around for so long, was not on vision. They go for this engage onto Cream, but Cream honestly has really great positioning, flaps over the wall, avoiding pretty much everyone except for the flanking Elk. Zaya comes in, great pullback on the feathers to be able to finish him off, but at the same time, 369 has already beat down your Wukong, taking him out. And Jackie Love, he's the backup AD carry. He's still alive and still firing. And it does mean Kanavi is kind of hung out to dry, but it is still the Dragon going to TES. Another close fight. The gold remains practically dead even. We are just in for such a treat here. This final game between two of the best teams the LPL has to offer is really delivering.
And you're really seeing a part of what Top Esports are trying to do in some of these fights, which is pull them around, try and separate them, because we talked about it in draft. They don't have this traditional front to back, we stand behind an all and walk forward and let our Smolder do all the work. You've got Maud putting someone in the death realm, you've got Leona looking for a stun on the other side, you've got Corki flying across, Kanavi trying to stun someone up. Whereas BLG haven't quite found that more traditional front to back. You don't just have the Wukong engage into a hero's entrance, which is what you want, and you have to give credit for Top Esports for not allowing that.
They're surrounding him.
Looking for it now. On's going to get caught up towards the top side, dashes away, has that Gleaming Quill, TP in, as well as Bin goes in for the counter strike. He lands it onto Kanavi. Supreme decided Talon's going to get him stunned. The Cyclone for Beishwan. Jackie Love's already killed off on, and Top Esports just immediately turn it around. Beishwan trying to swing around with a Cyclone, but it's a Tempest for BLG. Now 2 for 2. Elk on the back foot. Knight gets caught in the Justice Punch. Elk flashes, finds the root, finds the Feather Storm. Jackie answers. Jackie flashes in. Jackie Love for Top Esports. Pulls it from beyond the grave.
Jackie Love finds the moment here in the mid lane. Bin goes for the massive engage. Look to try to find a multi-man counter-strike here, but TES are able to hold on here. There's just too many threats, it feels like, on TES. Look at Bin flashing forward into the midst of everyone, getting that counter-strike down, but he's pushed back. And Jackie and Cream, they are free-firing. And from here, it looks like it is absolutely cooked for BLG until Elk finds an incredible fight, knocking down multiple members, and then here on the side, goes forward, flashes for the pullback onto Cream, knocks down the Smolder, but Jackie still has resources. Barrier there, flash forward, knocks them both down, earns TES the Baron, and the first significant lead, and look at the heartbreak there on the faces of the BLG members. Shadow distraught as his team loses what could be the game-deciding fight.
It really could. The Baron secured for Top Esports. Hung, Jackie Love, and Kanavi have it. I'm not sure if 369, yes he did, came up in time to take it too. Now with the Red Bull Baron power play 2K already collected by Top Esports. Looking for vengeance from the LPL finals, where they went down in 5-2-3. For BLG, the story's the same. The book has been written. The engagers, if you find them onto this backline, it does work. You have a Cyclone, you counter-strike, hero's entrance, quickness, you have all of these tools. But Top Esports' ability to split, ability to scatter when that engage comes out, has been sublime so far.
And I have to give so much credit to Kanavi, 369, and Hong, who are making that job so hard. They're saying, yeah, you want to engage? I am walking into you. I am hitting you as you are trying to get close to my carries. You cannot just walk up for free and flash on them. You will take damage. You will get punished. And if you try to go for that engage and you fail, even just by a pixel, Cream and Jackie will make you pay for it. They are just destroying them at this point, as the third item is through for both of them. Now that rapid fire I talked about is there. The game is 10 times easier to play, it feels like, as Smolder. Once you have that third item, you get the rapid fire, you are just laughing at him.
Take a breath, we'll take a moment. Cloud Drake's up. Will only be third for top esports. No soul for them yet, but I'm pretty sure they're happy with the extra movement speed they're getting out of these 3 clouds. The ability just to dodge and dip around the fight. And now they will be on soul point. 4,000 gold their lead for BLG. A 2024 that was so close but so far. 2 finals. Weren't quite able to take it over the finish line. Now a 25 that has been up and down, to say the least. Managing to pick up the win in the summer finals, but being eliminated before even making it to quarters here in China, in your home country, will be a disappointment. Hung. Zenith play dodged away with the battle dance. On takes a super scorcher breath back into the rest of his team.
I mean, especially when you're looking at the strength of schedule for them. They played 100 Thieves, Fnatic, G2, and then VKS.
Yeah.
People would think that is easily 3 wins and you're out.
H1 goes in. Hung, the target here, as Entrance coming out. Hung was already going to flash away. Cream trying to put the damage down on, tries to get in with the engage. Solar Flare cleansed away by Elk, but look at how low BLG already are. Elk is going to be able to retreat for now. Top Esports continue to push in. 369 looks for the flash death grip, doesn't get it through the decoy. Top Esports on the advance.
Yeah, 369 short change to E there, misposition on his cursor, so it didn't actually fully extend, but it doesn't matter. They take the tier 2. They're going to crack the inhibitor towers here. You can see assist pings are deep. They're going to try to look for a TP play here. Bin's trying to find an angle.
Notice Hung doesn't have the TP, the flash. Counter-strike out, Bin gets exhausted immediately. Knight looks for that flank. Bin with a stopwatch, ongoing in, grand entrance. Meanwhile on the top side, 369 the target for Elk. Hung's already down, Bin looking for a re-engage, dives in onto Jackie Love, that's 2! Bin's doing it, Knight flashes away, but Kanavi dives in. On with a battle dance, the counter-strike from Bin will get 1! 369 down, it's a triple for Bin! He's looking for more! Make it 4 for BLG! Somehow they hold on!
BLG hold the line against the odds here. It looked like TES was about to wrap it up, but BLG saying no. You will go no further. They're able to find the angle here. Hung was already low. Bin just forces the issue, goes straight in. Beishwan as well as Onward threatening Jackie as Knight TP'd in. And look at Elk over the wall the whole time. Elk has such beautiful positioning. 369 only finds the ult onto a Wukong, and he can't even hit him during it. He's over the wall. Elk is untouched. The solo laner's getting so much work done here for BLG as Elk gets pulled in, but flashes back. Bin and Beishwan just bouncing back and forth, and then that feather pull catches the smolder, knocks him down, and BLG, they're not dead yet.
I was having Bin on Suning flashbacks. I had that Fiora Penta in my head right there. When you need him, Bin stands up. He's had a quiet world so far. It's been Knight who's put the team on his back, but now Bin with a Quadra, 3K gold lead for him. Doesn't matter too much. Has the Frozen Heart, 3 items on Beishwan, Knight at 2.
You can see Jackie has that shield bow, so going to be even harder to knock down. Critically Cream, no IE yet. Really wants to get towards that. And Elk has just been playing stellar in these team fights. He is on 4 full items, has the Infinity Edge. And he's going to have to do so much of the heavy lifting. He is the consistent damage for the team. It's up to the others to create space, but he must capitalize on those opportunities. And if he mispositions, he's going to be instantly dead against a comp with this many threats. But look at BLG. Threatening a potential flank. If TS move up here, they might just go.
The strike, they dive in immediately. Hero's Entrance coming out as well. Kanavi able to flash away with the supreme display of talent. 369 on that front line, catches out Beishwan. He's putting the Cyclone. Jackie Love trying to Gatling gun through Beishwan, and he'll find him. Bin jumps back in. On there with the quickness, he gets 2 with the grand entrance. Hung trying to escape. The dive in from Bin again as he chases them down. Counter-strike out, only finds the Leona stunned up, and he's going to dive further forward. Mikhail's, Sonya's, can Bin jump out? He dives back in somehow. The counter-strike enough to keep him alive through the orders, and the Gatling gun. Knight's going to retreat. Top Esports now on the front foot, a man down though.
What a close fight there. You thought Cream might have taken over, but he couldn't finish it off. It's blinking health bars. It's been just juggling it so incredibly well, going forward with the Counter-Strike into the stasis. Counter-Strike back up again, creating incredible amounts of space for his team. Bin is showing why. His name is synonymous with Jax. He is known for this champion, the best Jax in the world. This guy is just insane when he is playing at his best. And he is stepping up in the moment when BLG needs him most. But it is 20 seconds until a potential Cloud Soul. TS has claimed the last 3 Cloud Dragons in a row. And that is going to be the test. If you thought it was hard for them to find engages now, give over that Cloud Soul. You are probably both never finding the engage and never getting away after a failed engage.
Just never be able to escape. For Top Esports, like, you can see what the comp is meant to do. Catch out the engage with that Death Realm, then just allow the Corki and the Smolder to spit out damage to engulf their opponents. But BLG have been so good at stepping back, and once again, Beishuan is looking for that flank position. The Cloud Drake begun by Top Esports. Beishuan looks for the Cyclone. It's a category 5, and he's knocked into the wall. The Drake secured Soul. But Top Esports, they begin to retreat. Mom comes down, Cream finds one. Beishuan going out, and Elk has been slain. It's hunting season for Cream. He finds 2. Jackie adds another. Top Esports find the fight, and they'll march down the bot lane.
Beishuan looked for the engage, but Kanavi instantly denies it, stuns him into the wall, and seals their fate. Top have done it.
Top won't go through the bottom lane. They'll go through the LPL champions. They'll go through to the quarterfinals. Top by name, top by nature. In the battle of the LPL, TES rises victorious and makes it to quarters.
What a battle. To me, that's the best game of Worlds thus far.
That was so fun.
Such an incredibly back and forth game between these two teams. TES with a very difficult to execute on composition here, really making it work in the key moments. Lightning fast reactions there from Kanavi to seal the game.
Because that Cyclone, if that's on that your backline for long enough for a counter-strike, a quickness to follow up, you are just all done for. Perfection from Kanavi in the end. Top Esports, the ones that will go through to our final 8. For BLG, a disappointing Worlds, you have to say. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Break down what? I freaking love League of Legends, man. That was the most skill we had in a game at Worlds. LPL versus LPL, that is all I expected here from a matchup like this, guys.
Yeah, we got to see BLG solo laners take over in game 1. We got to see this series, Top Esports play a lot more controlled, and then we just got to see 2 teams bash each other's heads in for game 3 as BLG take their final bow. I'm so sad that we have to lose one of these 2 teams, right? Because I think neither team had the performances they would have wanted in this stage. These 2 teams have such talented players on them, and for BLG, last year they were at Worlds Finals, right? And for all of the rough times that they had this year, it's really, really sad to see them not go back to the bracket stage to try to kind of defend that position.
It's a situation where BLG didn't really show their final form up until this point. And my goodness, what a performance it was, because in that game 3, even when their backs are pushed to those Nexus towers, they still find those incredible fights. I mean, Bin on the Jax really showed up today, but again, it also just shows the resilience of Top Esports, the caliber of these players. 369 bringing out his signature Mordekaiser, basically making it impossible for Beishuan to ever work with Bin to get onto the backline, but these fights were so neck and neck. God, watching Elk in these fights, Jackie loves positioning. Like, we know that the LPL is known for their team fights, but this was just a beautiful demonstration of what this region has to offer.
I'm so glad you called out so many of the champion choices too, right? Because when their backs up are against the wall, LPL teams will always default for comfort, right? That's how we got the Bin Jax. That's why we get the Mordekaiser from 369. Like, even if it doesn't make sense to our viewers at home who haven't been watching LPL, it definitely makes sense to them in terms of comfort. You could see it in these team fights from both of these top laners, right? And then, I mean, shout out to Cream. I know he's had a rough tournament. I know he had some mispositioning errors in this game, even on the Smolder. However, hopefully people believe me when I say this is someone who has been able to contest Knight this year. Like, he has improved so much as we see that damage coming out of the Smolder in this game.
Insane.
And so I really, really hope that he can kind of brush off the nerves now and have a better performance going forward.
And this is a huge opportunity for Top Esports to finally change the narrative. They finally return to the quarterfinals. We heard the elation of the fans in the arena to see Jackie Love back at another quarterfinals. It's going to be an exciting one, and if they play like they did today, they are a scary opponent to go up against.
Vintage Jackie Love has entered Worlds 2025, but it doesn't stop here. It was absolute cinema in this best-of-3 series, and we have one last team yet to qualify to quarterfinals. It is going to be Movistar KOI going against the world champions T1 right after this. Speechless. Absolutely speechless.
As well as Bin goes in for the counter strike. He lands it onto Kanavi. Supreme decided Tanner's going to get him stunned. The Cyclone for Base 1. Jackie Love's already killed off on. And Top Esports just immediately turn it around. Base 1 trying to swing around with a Cyclone. But it's a Tempest for BLG. Now 2 for 2. Elk on the back foot. Knight gets caught in the Justice Punch. Elk flashes. Finds the route. Finds the Feather Storm. Jackie answers. Jackie flashes in. Jackie Love for Top Esports. Pulls it from beyond the grave!
Jackie Love finds the moment.
The massing, now and forever.
It's Europe's rising star versus the reigning dynasty in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Spain's MKOI, the #2 seed from Europe, face T1, the greatest team in league history, with everything on the line. In just 16 minutes and 47 seconds, T1 crushed Mad Lions at MSI 2023. Now Aljoya returns stronger as the rebranded MKOI charged toward their first Worlds quarterfinal since 2021. As for T1, the defending world champions haven't finished below semifinals since 2020. They may not look dominant this year, but history says never underestimate T1. Will MKOI's tenacious hunger rewrite history, or will T1's legacy burn through once again?
Once more into the fray at the Swiss stage of Worlds 2025, and what better team to close us out than T1 as they take on Movistar KOI. It's true what they said in the video, you can never count them out, but can we count these boys in? I think it's going to be a hard battle for them, and they are trying to very much conquer their demons, make it to that next stage at internationals. You heard it there, 2021 for Aljoya, that breakout year for him, but since then, no longer able to make it to quarters. And I don't know how hard or difficult it's going to be today, but I wager, Maurits, very difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Afe.
Yeah.
I didn't want to break the news to you, but I think we can all be honest about it. I know when it comes to T1, the plot armor is just insane. This team always clutches up, particularly at Worlds. So as we take a look at MKOI, obviously I think have been a really interesting org to me in that they've both been fairly consistent in being able to make it to internationals while simultaneously struggling to really make a mark.
Do you mean MKOI's been consistent or Mad Lions and getting 17th, 18th? What are you saying there,
But they made it.
But they're there!
That's true. They're there. They're there once again. We know it's going to be an uphill battle, but I do want to give them the time of day, Emily, in terms of their story, because I want to remind people of spring in the LEC. It was a similar situation to today where nobody believed that they could take the title. Nobody believed that they could take the games and that they had grown enough to show them that promise. Well, I think here it is a story of can you do that again and overcome that even if you want to take down the world champions.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for watching MKOI this year for me is you see they have the absolute ability to kind of punch up and do super, super well, like you said, against opponents that you wouldn't necessarily pick them in those matches. However, we've also seen them fumble a bit at this tournament against opponents that aren't nearly as strong as T1.
They had the reverse sweep versus Team Secret Wales, but it left a lot to be desired. They're up versus T1 Maurits, and now I gotta say, do you agree they've gotten a fraud draw, and why are they in this position?
Okay, that is a loaded question that I will not answer as such. Leading question and loaded question. What I do want to highlight is that for T1, it feels like a retread of the last 2 years. And I keep bringing this up because I think there's a lot of people that will only tune in for Worlds and they'd be like, I've seen T1 win the last 2 times. Why do I keep being told? It's because it's important to know this team, even though they're the 4th seed, brought Gen G to 5 in the LCK playoffs. And I think we're seeing some underperformances compared to domestic performance, which I don't know if they're going to be an issue for MKOI, but if you're a T1 fan, you want to see them fix those today because it is an important tempo in going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge thing for T1 as well, right? Coming out of that 100 Thieves lineup, or 100 Thieves match yesterday, I think they would have wanted to look a little bit stronger in that match.
And something that I want to talk about is Keria, because Keria, to me, when he's good, and we saw that for multiple glimpses throughout this year, obviously many times in the last year, is the most impactful support in the world. It's really hard to put into words how much this guy does for T1, and I just don't think that thus far we've really seen that level of impact from this player at Worlds.
I'd make a case he can be the best player in the world. I think he can break it outside of that support role, and if he is not playing up to his usual level, of course that's going to have a great add-on effect onto this team.
Is that where you nail it down also, Emily, the support role? Or is it because the whole team isn't working as such that then, of course, support also suffers?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, I don't think Carey has had the performance he would have wanted. I also think a lot of it is a team issue. I think someone you want to be looking for to kind of start having a he has such a rock-solid mental, I think, in a lot of these cases, is Gumayushi. I thought he had a really strong performance yesterday, even with Carey sometimes being a little bit behind the rest of the team on some of these engages. And this is a huge meta for AD carries, right? They play such an important damage role in so many of these comps, as we've seen already. And we saw him clean up in so many team fights yesterday.
He's always incredibly consistent, and he steals all the objectives.
Exactly. He can also be a jungler.
Yeah, and that's actually the biggest criticism we had of Owner yesterday, was that he got a little bit too used to having a third smite. But for me, Guma and Owner both. I know that Owner's smites yesterday weren't necessarily the best, but for me, the team fight setup is coming from him. The knocking down is coming from Guma. And we still have some of the clutch moments for Faker. We still have some glimpses of domestic Doran, but I think that T1 is going to be looking today to see everything kind of come together. And again, we go back to 2023. There were also questions going in, and they had a nice walk. They all came together, and the rest is history.
It's true, it's true. I do want to bring up some, not counterpoints, because that sounds like I think MKOI is going to like 2-0 T1 or anything like that. But I think when it comes to talking about Guma and his consistency, for me, Supa is a really, really big question mark. I think he had one of the worst series he's ever played versus Team Secret Whales, and that's not the Supa that I know and have come to love in the LEC. And whenever we've counted him out, he's had better performances, and I know he's going to want it today. Alvaro, on the other hand, is someone who I've always found incredibly consistent for the side of Movistar KOI. And I think, Emily, even in those runs that weren't that good at Worlds last year, he was always the shining light. But is it all going to be enough is, of course, the question.
I mean, I think that I'm glad you brought up support, because I think support jungle is actually still massive right now in the meta, right? And I think when I think of this Movistar KOI team playing at their best, it is, sorry, I'm going to pronounce that.
No, it's cool. They're movie stars.
It is from Elyoya, who's kind of the heart of this team. He's been with this org for so long. And then Alvaro, who has been consistently stellar across their entire run. So, I mean, I think the two of them working together, running the map, would be KOI's best chance to take this.
Elyoya still chasing that 1647 redemption. He wants it erased from his records. But let's see how the fans have voted at home. You can vote every single day at MasterCard GT on X. Well, not when we take a break. But, you know, whenever there's matches. And they are calling the match for T1 with 73.8% of the votes.
That's not that many.
What?
For T1 standards, that's low.
Yeah,
we're looking at 80s.
Yeah, whenever
normally.
I see T1, I'm usually expecting 80%.
Yeah,
so.
MKOI is just that good. It's
well, that's how you know that T1, you know, they've been a little bit shaky. And I can't wait to eat my words, you know, because we've done that the last 2 years when it comes to T1.
Absolutely. I think nobody will blame us for saying that, because it's just happened 2 years in a row, and you know they have their eyes on the prize. They don't usually get knocked out at this stage. In fact, they never do. So could a bunch of upstarts from the LEC help them or kick their chances away? I don't know, but I'm going to give my full support to Movistar KOI as they go up against T1. Come on, give us a show, boys.
And I think that's all we really want. Classic bias shocks, wants a show from the boys. This desk, though, there's going to be no bias, even those two LEC casters. Dragos and Dagda.
Wait, what?
Oh, did you not get that? You not get the memo?
Get the email. I didn't
oh,
get the
okay, all right. That's my bad. We show a normal, neutral amount of love to both sides. But I love everything that Des was talking about. Jungle support matchup going to be hype. Of course, for one of these teams, it'll be the last time we see them on the international stage thus far. T1, 3 LCK teams have already made it through. But one LCK team is built a little bit different, right? That is T1, and it never is going to feel like a top 8 at Worlds if they don't make it. But MKOI could be the team to cut this run short. They would be the #1 most beloved team in the LPL if they did manage to make that happen, I'd imagine.
It's also because we've just seen BLG get eliminated. If T1 are now eliminated alongside it, that's both of our finalists from last year is taken out of the equation. And for Movistar KOI to be the team to do it would be absolutely incredible. But I think a lot of people expecting T1 to be able to take this. They have been exceptionally strong over the course of the year. At some points, even the strongest team in the LCK. So it's going to be hard for Movistar KOI to take them down.
Uphill battle, to be certain. The MasterCard fan vote, you know, they were surprised it wasn't 80%. I will say T1 still expected to be the heavy favorites. Again, for both of these teams, they haven't had the most awe-inspiring run thus far, right? Neither one of these teams has beaten an LCK or LPL team in Swiss. But of course, T1 did start the tournament by beating IG. So a little bit of a different story, a little bit of a different tale, and we'll need to see what both these teams, you know, true level really is at, because there have been shaky performances. We heard about Supa, T1 obviously, while they clearly dismantled 100 Thieves, there were still a lot of kills given up. There were still a lot of moments where it really did feel like the Thieves might be able to take a win.
And a lot of that was coming down to good picks coming through from 100 Thieves, where they were able to catch T1 out on rotations, but T1 were able to fall back towards what has been exceptionally strong for them for years and years and years. Their team fighting at objectives, finding those moments where they're able to pop off and have their carries take shape. So I think that's basically what T1 are going to be looking to do here. Whereas for Movistar KOI, I think it is a huge amount on Elyoya and Alvaro to try and play through this early game, find some early leads, ban the Bard, try and find out if you can take it to T1 through that strong early game.
I like starting with ban the Bard.
Yeah.
You know, it really is one step at a time. Baby steps, explosive early game, and of course, for the EU fans out there, they're still carrying the trauma. Shock's brought it up before, but look, we look back to the 1647 era, that Mad Lions roster was ahead, Rob. We talked about this. Yeah. They were getting kills in every single early game.
They got first blood every game.
If you watch just the first 5 to 10 minutes of all of the games from the 1647 series, you would really think that T1 were losing.
Except for game 3.
Game 3,
the 1647 game.
Yeah, there might have been a little bit of mental boom after game 2. But again, it's not enough, right? And we have seen for MKOI, that was the story in their first series against KT. They got those early leads. They could not close it out. They could not bring it home. And even against Team Secret Wales, we saw some of that same shakiness. So hoping for that level up in performance to give us the compelling series. 7 out of 8 teams locked in for the bracket stage. 1 more to follow. Expectation is it'll be T1. But again, never say never when it comes to the world stage and upsets.
Yeah, I am curious what the game plan is here for Movistar KOI, because even when they were in LEC, one of the things we always talked about was their preparation. Now, obviously, much shorter timeline to try and get that preparation done, but still, this is a squad that tends to kind of download their opponents and then figure out, okay, we're going to try and pay for side lanes, picks, team fights, whatever it might be. And I think in this sort of instance, when you looked at what 100 Thieves were pulling off yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for this kind of 1-3-1 style with the things like the Talia, the Galio, the Rise, try and find those picks and find those ways to get the game in their favor off of those picks, because I think if you allow T1 to just kind of slow the game down and play for team fights, I think that's where the individual performers on T1 will shine, and I don't know if Movistar KOI can keep pace.
Good question. We'll be able to identify pretty quickly as we enter the mid-game in this game one. Of course, for now, though, we're headed to the Champions Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. Bard already banned away. Check. One thing off the to-do list on how to beat T1. Of course, there's about 50 to 60 other steps in the process, but that's one.
Yeah, step 2 and 3 is what's happening with Orianna and Azir, because Trundle now going to be banned away, leaving both Ori and Azir here. So I personally, if I'm looking at T1, don't give across the Azir. I think that has been exceptional for Faker for an extremely long time, although Orianna has been the stronger performer at this tournament.
The problem is whenever you say the name Faker and you say exceptional performer for a long time, you just could start listing
a lot of champions.
A healthy portion of the entire League of Legends roster. We were watching the replays again. It was Cassante mid last year. It was Nautilus mid. It's gotten weird over the years, but this could be a more conventional mid lane matchup. They've opted for the Orianna. Now, I think it is important to call out where there have been some struggles in inconsistency. JoJo has looked pretty solid, and Orianna remains that super high priority pick for a good reason. So see what they can do with this. Is an immediate Cassante picked up, not afraid to blind pick versus Mirwin, even with the luxury of red side counter pick.
Yeah, it's also been a champion Mirwin has, honestly, I think been one of his best champions, so not surprised to take away. The Azir is going to be picked up next. I do think, though, because you've still got options here for like the Wukong for Elyoya, which has also been a very strong pick from the Orianna Wukong, a strong combo. I think MKOI still are going to be relatively happy with the way this draft is going so far. But again, for T1, I mean, it's what you want, your bread and butter. It's Faker on Azir, strong front line. You're going to be able to get something like a Varus or something along these lines for Guma in that bottom side of the map if you'd really like to. Even the Xayah, and you're going to be fairly happy with the way things are going.
That you are. Really taking their time. They are going to opt to lock in the Xin instead, so potentially indicating a more aggressive plan in the early game. Obviously, we've seen Wukong kind of, I would say, be the pick of the tournament. It had meta prio a lot in all the regional playoffs, but I feel like in this tournament especially, it's looked super dominant. Now paired alongside the Corki, so MKOI, a lot of early to mid-game power here across these last two picks.
And that's kind of what we were talking about, is that I think MKOI is saying, look, if we don't win early and win hard, we don't really have a chance here. So going for a very strong early game in the Xin Zhao, you don't have to wait for that level 6 on the Wukong. Try and find these early skirmishes with the strong power lane that you have in the Corki. But it was going to be answered by the Varus. We kind of expected this, just a very strong lane and something that Gumayushi is exceptionally strong on. So I think for MKOI, it's going to be all focused on this early stage.
Where, however, are the bans going to be focused? Obviously a bit of a mismatch. MKOI can shape the jungle matchup, but support's going to be especially important here, as T1 will have the luxury of counterpick, and being in a position where carry gets to counterpick support is always a terrifying prospect. We might not be in, Caitlyn's support era, but it still haunts me at the very least.
Yeah, I'm also curious if we end up falling back to things like the Gwen in that top side, especially when you have the Xin Zhao there. You got the MC Hammer comp that can't touch this with both of those, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan, because it does give you a very strong front line and something that is very good at synergizing with these engage tools from Alvaro, which has been his best style of champion. We'll have to see what the game plan is, because you haven't seen much Gwen at this tournament, so it may just be an Ornn ban instead for T1 to try and take away some of that tank v tank matchup in the top side.
Is that option going to be for now? Is the Rumble instead, so limiting that long range. Of course, you do have the Varus, who's that immobile carry, and the damage from an equalizer can just make Guma's life pretty miserable, whether it's on hit or poke Varus, although poke, I think, is the assumption at this stage. One final ban here for MKOI. This is it can be really tough here for MKOI, right? Because a range support really changes the nature of this draft dramatically for the side of T1. Swaps are always an option, so Braum is going to be the takeaway here. Makes sense when you have a Xin who's diving in. Probably means we're going to see at least probably just 2 more melee champions from the side of MKOI.
I thought they'd actually save the counter pick for Keria, because that has kind of been where Keria has been strongest, is when he's able to get some of his more unique champions out and about. Now, obviously with the Bard banned and the Poppy gone, maybe just saying, hey look, Alistar, strongest into Nautilus, into Rel, we're happy to just take that matchup in a basic sense and see what MKOI want to try and answer with.
Okay, MKOI. Playing with our hearts, perhaps. Engage. Which, again, if you are a stranger to Alvaro at all, this is one of his best picks.
Okay.
Like many engaged players. And it's actually going to be the Mordekaiser coming in on the top side. So not just Bwipo anymore. Anyone and everyone pulling out this pick and can disrupt a lot of what T1 want to do in these team fights. Clutch ult can make all the difference.
The Qiyana would surprise me here. Yeah, there you go. I was going to say, I don't think you've got the setup, and the way that your team fights want to play are fairly easy front to back, but Owner maybe feeling himself here today.
Confidence. Qiyana going to be picked up here. Obviously, can be fantastic engage CC or follow-up CC, but isn't always going to have the same reliable teamfight impact that a Jarvan will bring to the table. This champion used to feel like the LPL special, but it has just been rising in priority.
Yeah, we've seen Owner play it once before. Didn't end up winning on it. But we'll have to see, as you say, it's been more of an LPL pick than an LCK pick. And now, coming in against MKOI, if you can get this ball rolling, Qiyana is an exceptionally strong spot, but it's not exactly in a list of champions that I would expect to try and play for the early stages, right? Azir just wants to sit in the lane and scale up. Varus just looking to push waves consistently and kind of win out through that respect. Yep. So trying to find these moments to snowball this Qiyana may be a little bit tough.
Could be, but I think if you're a T1 fan, you're sitting there pretty comfortable. Because Faker, 139 wins, 61 losses on Azir. Most played champion by more than 80 games. So I think if there's anyone who, whatever happens in early game, could scale up and bring this home, that is the man that I'm looking at.
He does have a habit of it.
Yes. But that is, of course, the historical, the prestige, the pedigree of Faker. More recently, as the desk highlighted, Guma has been the guy to look at. We'll see. Poke Varus is one of those champions that, again, it all depends on if you can land the Qs. If you can get those early advantages, Guma has been able to connect them in just about every situation. See if he can do that once again. So get ready for the first game in this series. Again, the final team to move into the top 8 here at Worlds. Will it be MKOI? Will it be T1? T1 the favorites, but MKOI They got a shot.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
In respect to the MKOI fans who have trekked here out to Beijing, I just heard one very guttural roar of Vamos Koi. Sometimes it could make all the difference.
And for MKOI, they're hoping they don't have to make that trek home after today. Opportunity here to try and take down T1, but Alvaro going to be spotted. Keria only has the head push, so significantly less worried about that. And no word placed yet, but Keria, there goes. Pop over the wall, just try and spot it the early clear.
Mirwin and Doran, of course, get eyes on each other. Small health advantage for Mirwin in that trade, but it means we're not going to be seeing any kind of creative swap. It does make some decent sense. And already, we got aggressive trading early, which I love to see. That said, lethal tempo usually outmatches if you extend the trade long enough. So what initially looked pretty positive for Jojo, Faker, good awareness of the keystone there just to keep that trade going, and is still keeping that tempo stacked at least for another second or so.
Both pots burned immediately by Jojo. So we're going to see if he can try and look for that early health trade, it looks like, as that pot ends up coming through. But either way, as you say, like, Harvey trading in this mid lane, that kind of favors, honestly, the Xin Zhao more, who may be able to make a bit of a pressure play here towards the mid lane earlier than outside the Kiana. But I'm also looking at that TP in the bottom lane. Varus, Gumayushi end up opting in towards an extra teleport for the squad. So we'll have to keep track of him, because at this point in the game, with Keria having that unsealed spellbook, that's potentially 4 TPs that T1 have to start moving around the map. And I think that's where we've seen MKOI struggle the most, is when they're trying to play on these 1-3-1 side lanes and getting caught out. If an extra teleport is there, can be a bit of a difficulty. Although, with the Orianna, less 1-3-1 for this style of comp.
Definitely. But getting caught out on side lanes, a common story for a lot of teams at this tournament, right? But that's pretty far away. Currently, still seeing some... Oh, okay. All right. Well, you know what I appreciate about this, even as an EU pundit, is that at least you get your oopsies out in the early game, you know? PvE oopsies instead of mid-lane gank oopsies, as we saw in the previous series.
It is a bit of a philosophical thing that I have, which is, you know, you get the bad karma out of the way at the start of the day. And then the rest of the day has to go well, because you use up all the bad stuff at the start. So that's basically what Ayoya, I feel like, is employing here. Just a little whoopsie.
Oh, it's intentional.
Get it out of the way, and then it all goes good from here.
Yeah. Okay, I feel you. We'll now go for an invade. We'll see how this one works out. Pretty difficult for him to threaten Owner, but can just go for a steal here. Goes over, never mind, he's waiting over the wall. Observer's highlighting it beautifully, Owner. Likely gonna have to flash here. Lock was there, might not get the chance. Doesn't even try to get over the big wall. MKOI with first blood.
It's the good karma. Draco's coming back for Ayoya. Managing to pick up the first blood here off a really nice invade timer. Even the fact he moved Alvaro over was just perfect. Moving over, Owner ended up using that invisibility at the start, which meant he didn't have any left. And then Alvaro able to move in here to help out Ayoya. And this is what we're talking about. That jungle support synergy is so high for this team.
Yeah. 100%, and really well played by the team overall. So unfortunate for Owner. He has the grass blade, which means that once he sees in, he should be able to go invisible, reset with the Terra shape, get the grass again, and just be out there, right? Be stealthy. But because he uses both charges, because he uses everything on that golem, he's got nothing left to survive. And that's the bot lane prio paying off. Of course, for now, T1 have an advantage of their own, and Jojo's pretty far up. Water blade ready to go for Owner. Jojo can continue to step into Faker, but he just does not have any health. Phase rush, he's going to get him out for an extra second, but Owner just finishes the kill off effortlessly. Is forced to use the flash, but a nice fire back.
Jojo took a while to spot Owner coming in towards that mid lane. Ended up sticking around that little bit too long. T1 make the play, and that's exactly what you need. We were talking about Owner wanting to try and snowball, set behind, but now answers back with a kill and helps even up, or at least control this lane state for Faker in the mid lane.
Yeah, credit to Faker playing so aggressive to get that health bar relatively low. You highlighted it earlier on. Of course, since you highlighted it, they had already TP'd back, they already did more, but clearly Faker and Jojo willing to fist fight for lane control here.
Also, the Dark Seal already picked up for Faker means that he does end up with a stack on that, as well as trying to trade hyper aggressively here. So the more kills that can go towards that mid lane, the better for the T1 mid.
Area, decent bit of damage. Powered auto going to connect. Ospawn back, but Guma crucially hitting the arrow, proccing those blight stacks. He has already moved in, and it looks like taking the Raptors. So a lot of little trades across the map. Of course, ultimately, it's still an overall gold lead to the side of T1. So what felt like a nice, promising early kill has been really well answered as this entire wave. I mean, the Rakan can get the money, but that
doesn't feel as good.
That doesn't. It actually feels pretty terrible. It's pretty bad. If you cancel some resets here, might be okay.
it doesn't matter too much because that extra TP on Gumayushi. So it means that he should be able to still come back in as he likes into this bottom side of the map. It also meant that if they tried to go for any sort of swap there with Supa, would have been able to be matched as well as Doran.
Level 6 immediately going to go all in on Mirren. Mirren flashing away. Doran can flash follow, but after he doesn't connect on the all-out Pathmaker, just decides not to pursue any further.
Yeah, Mirren flashed over to hit level 6 as well, so ends up getting that ultimate available, which means he may be chasing Doran as that ultimate wears out, but Mirren having him burn his flash in these early stages, and the individual laning phases, small wins for T1.
Going in, immediate knockup, it's not going to stop the pushback from the Emperor's Divide. Jojo Pune running, but Owner happy to grab another carry on the way as well. Instead, going to turn his attention to the wave. Elyoya finally here, but it's just too late. The lanes for MKOI getting picked off so quickly as Keria even now tries to deny little bits of farm.
Great timing there from T1. You can see MKOI were aware of the level 6 and the flashless Orianna being a problem, but instead of Alvaro being able to cover, T1 just send more members mid and end up with another kill now towards this Kiana.
And again, this is the first pick Orianna. This is the matchup that MKOI opted into, and this is Jojo, who I believe has been the most consistent player for this team up until this series, where he is being targeted and really taken out of the equation. Credit to Faker. This man is constantly using the E, the shifting sands to get in, keep that man low. And Jojo just had no room to play, while T1 already starting up that first Drake.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy to do so. Again, like, you have Doran burning that flash on the top side. You have Gumayushi and Keria winning out on bottom lane thanks to their aggression as well. And you can see that CS lead opening. And now huge wins in the mid-jungle. MKOI were hoping to fight early, but it just feels like it's already starting to slip through their fingers.
Definitely does. Faker comfortable in the mid lane. Gold leads everywhere except for Alvaro, who, of course, has the extra assist and picked up a couple extra minions after that last bot wave was pushed in. But getting cheeky here, getting aggressive. Owner does just take over to level 6, but has the mobility just to make it out. Oh yeah, looks like he will be able to take away the red buff, but Guma is there to contest, has used the ulti. TP now on the way in. That's Keria looking to arrive to the party. Slow, steady retreat here as Elyoya gets lower and lower. Super there to cover as well. I think they would have liked to force out the Crescent Guard from Elyoya. Debating if they can turn this back onto Guma. Guma quick flash to safety. MKOI nice patience, knowing they have the control ward there to cover them.
Also, denying Gumayushi from getting to the wave does end up moving across eventually, but meaning that they had to invest this time, invest the time in getting that play in the Tri-Brush and don't get access to the wave on top side. So at the moment, MKOI at least finding these little windows that they are trying to pressure on, and it does give them early access to Void Grubs. And I don't think you can really contest this as owner. May just try and sneak one with the Smite.
Level 4 for Alvaro. Throws the Gleaming Quill, so has been spotted. Owner not concerned whatsoever, knowing that Elyoya is on the Grubs. I think MKOI should just be happy getting 2. That is a smite from Elyoya. No real reason to fist fight here. You don't have control in the mid lane. Jojo going to move up because it's an even wave. Elyoya continuing to step up. It's only Keria level 5. When becomes lightning. Guma marked. Won't be charging in. Owner just wants to take this one. He has smite. Should be no way they can stop him, but Owner doesn't want to risk going down for it. So 3 grubs. Well played from MKOI.
I think Owner miscalculating on the smite and how much damage he could do. Couldn't quite get that button down and ends up popping out. So MKOI, nice little advantage for themselves and even denying Gumayushi this reset.
Pretty big as Guma doesn't have access to that teleport. Did a really good job early at building lane advantages without using it, but now in this position is just going to have to go for a bit of an honest reset. Instead, he's going to opt to stay and push one more wave even into the cannon.
Should be able to just push out the wave and then reset and match Supa back on towards his top side. He's not going to be too sad about any of it. But again, I think like a lot of back and forth here in the early stages. MKOI have been able to find some success in the early stages, but you can look down at the bottom of your screen and just see these small gold leads that are opening up for T1. And I think if they can continue to use this over towards things like the Dragon in 2.5 minutes and keep that pressure up, that's really where MKOI will start to struggle.
Yeah, and item completions are huge in League of Legends, right? So the goal really for Owner right now is the difference of having that Profane Hydra. Sunder Sky will be big for Elyoya, but doesn't have it yet. Now they're trying to make a play on Faker in the mid lane. He retreats back to the safety of the control ward, and Keria is here to cover. Level 6 before Alvaro, so no access to the quickness quite yet. Overall, gold has evened out. 3 grubs for the Drake, the biggest difference.
T1 also going to be able to move in onto this bottom side and set up a nice little bit of vision ahead of this Dragon. You can see both Owner and Keria moving in there, and Faker's fine here. Still has flash, still has the ability to dash away into this bottom side river. So nice job by him kind of solo contesting this area.
And Owner is very scary right now, Rob.
Yep.
Level 7, double buffs. Ready to get in there with the first strike. For now, luckily, he's focused on PvE, but I get a little nervous every time he pokes his head out in the mid lane. Guma only level 7 to Mirwan's level 9. As long as he doesn't get clipped by anything, it should be okay. But Mirwan's flash is going to be up shortly. Could be a problem. Keria now ready to respond, ready to support if need be.
It is still a little difficult to make things happen on this bottom side, because you can pop the ult as Keria and get out of the Mordekaiser ult, but you still then kind of want that for if you're going to set up the tower dive.
Yeah.
So get a little fishy, especially even if Mirwan just goes for the ult onto Gumayusi instead. So I think happy enough to just back away off of that one and just cover Gumayusi on the push. But again, like Guma, this long-range Varus is incredibly difficult to deal with, and he's been exceptional on this pick for such a long period of time across his career. And one of the things that he's become known for, I mean, even when you look back at stealing Barons at Worlds,
yeah.
So not exactly like he's off of any sort of comfort for himself.
No, definitely not, right? Those early item spikes for the lethality Varus can be so cheap, as well as, speaking of, he has now finished the Sundered Sky. Can be a big tool for sustain, although generally Qiyana can be one champion alongside a lethality Varus who can burst through that Xin if he's not able to get that ultimate down and really deny a lot of that effective sustain. As TP coming in on the bottom side, Mirwan locking up Gumayusi, immediately taking him into the death realm, but he just quickly walks back, uses the power of the ult, to the 1v1, the Q flash forward. Gumayusi may have overstayed as well. He's about to get taken out. Mirwan knows he has that one in the bag. Keria now running out to safety. Extra movement speed coming in. That's the power of the spellbook Ghost. T1 caught a bit of sleep at the wheel. Risky proposition for Guma. Might have been a bit of a caster curse, honestly. Hyped him up just for him to get 1v1'd.
But he's not used to running TP, you know, so not exactly in the best of spots. Keria.
Now sprinting out. Flashing as well. Finally going to use the Unbreakable. This man is determined to live. Has a taxied off of Elyoya, but no one else is coming. They're going to use the Shockwave as well. Keria will eventually fall. Surely Keria will... Okay, Keria has fallen. All is okay. Sorry, the EU fan came out in me for a second there. I gotta put him down. Put him back in the box.
Look, I understand. You've been hurt before, but he is dead. The cow was in the ground, and it does mean Dragon will also go and follow. But you're giving that kill to Jojo as well, helping to accelerate the Orianna. So overall, it's nice from MKOI, and a big punishment of Gumayusi's TP and the overextension to try and save him afterwards.
Definitely. And for a team with a lethality Varus and an Azir, you would have loved to be the person getting this second Drake when you've already gotten the first, to start stacking those Drakes to guarantee a fight where MKOI at some point are going to have to fight into you. Instead, unfortunately, a bit of a flub from the bot lane of T1. Mirwan looking to rinse and repeat here. Pullback does connect onto Guma. Do they want to keep the dive going? They don't even need to go that deep. Just obliterates him. Keria gonna get taken out. Well, they know he has no unbreakable will. MKOI grab another 2 in the mid lane.
Out of nowhere, MKOI starting to pick up a few of these kills, and it's off the back of the play earlier where the flash was burned on Keria and Mirwan just barely clipping Gumayusi after the flash with the claw.
And important to note there, observers highlighting well, a wave is the cost of that play, but perhaps that's why T1 felt comfortable, thought that MKOI were going to send someone up to catch the wave. Skipped the step, did not anticipate MKOI making fast plays, but we've seen over the course of the year, one of the things that MKOI loves to do, they're willing to take those riskier angles, and now it's starting to feel less and less risky, because the Swifties, Mordekaiser, it's scary. I'm just, you know, that is a hard man to stop from getting into your back line as Faker tries to make the difference himself, does get the flash out of Jojo. Jojo keeping the extension going. Shockwave going to force the flash back from Faker. Keria and Owner there to cover, but neither side going to grab a kill, just a flash and ult trade on both sides.
The thing is, though, it does make Jojo way more vulnerable in an upcoming fight, especially at the Rift Herald in 50 seconds. Having no flash gives Owner that target on his back, so I'm curious how MKOI want to try and keep Jojo safe. Is it forego this Rift Herald and try and keep their mid laner safe in a side lane, or are they just going to try and attack Owner very quickly as he enters River to try and deny him access to the Orianna?
It's a good question. Doran and Mirwan continuing to trade blows on the top side, but it's Doran who's keeping the push up, so that will be a push advantage for the team. Supa can respond, can try to get mid control for himself, but lethality Varus, obviously one of the big strengths of the champion, even when Corki has his Trinity Force spike, is that he can just clear those minion waves so effortlessly. So another wave, losing a couple of creeps, another bit of gold chipped away from MKOI here, courtesy of Doran on the top side, but Jojo been assigned, and our eyes are now on the next objective. 5 seconds. Jojo spots out Doran. Alvaro waiting off the side, but they really don't have the damage to kill Akana, Crooker, and Cassante. They will continue to tickle him, however.
He's going to be relatively fine for the moment. But I think with the way T1 have established themselves here, I don't think MKOI can really contest. There's a big wave that Jojo wants to get in top lane.
It's a risky bet. Top wave and mid wave essentially even. Mirwan going to push in on the bottom side, though. Try to deny some CS, try to get some plates, so MKOI recognize they're down a man. They don't want to commit the TP. Immediate exhaust on the carry. A 2-man knockup with the pulverize. Good damage. Down force using Unbreakable Will, but he's so low. Supa pushes for a bit more, and it's the big one to get it done. Redemption coming in the mid lane. It's going to heal up the minion as well. Keep the push onto this tower going. And now Yo-Yo wants Guma. MKOI are bloodthirsty and fearless in the mid lane. Faker trying to respond with a push in the meantime, but it's MKOI with a massive lead.
These mid lane collapses are working for MKOI. They're getting the kills, they're getting some waves, but again, they are dropping one wave on top on that tower to Faker in the top side of the map. But overall, like mid-tower for top tower, get the kills. They drop a wave in mid for T1 as well. MKOI are going to be happy with this.
In a good position. And again, the champions that they've drafted, the Xin, the Corki, you can see how they give them early control of the lanes, but they're not getting completely outscaled here. And Keria, it's been a bit of a rough one this game.
Yeah, and I think it's the fact that he didn't just use that ultimate early. Like, there is no objective that you really need that ultimate for. So just burn us, just say, okay, I'm going to be fine, I can escape away to the tower. But instead, he ends up going down, and then the Q3 being set up here by Elyoya to flash forward with the immediate lockup onto Gumayushi. The flashless Varus punished on the back end.
And again, the story for T1, even in some of these shakier games, has been Guma being the rock when Keria fell a little bit short, but now they're both struggling in the context of this game. Keep an eye on the item completion, see when they can get a greater advantage, but can't afford to be complacent. MKOI clearly playing without fear here in this game one.
Yeah, trying to put pressure now onto this bottom side, use the fact that you've already gotten a good chunk of damage onto that tower, but Keria has snuck in behind Jojo, and that flash is still not up for the Orianna.
Just shadowing, waiting above him. Do they want to push for the play here? Credit to MKOI. Might not know about Keria, but have enough people here on the bottom side to make sure that Jojo Pune is not pushing out alone.
They have the vision in the top side jungle to spot out Owner, and he hasn't shown on any of the wards. So I think that's what MKOI spotted, going, hang on, where is this Kiana? She has to be on the bottom side, but Jojo
finding out firsthand exactly where Keria is. Lockdown coming in. Q-Flash goes in forward for Dorn. Pushback coming through on the Pathmaker. Pulls him out of the Redemption. Knocks him down. Owner picks up the kill. Killing spree for the Kiana.
That was patience from Keria. So long he waited in that bush. Knew that eventually Jojo would walk up and face check. And that's the dragon now for T1.
So important for T1. So much time invested on the bottom side, and they are able to grab the pick. TP coming in from Faker. Want to make sure that they have all members present. Mirwen lingers a bit in the darkness, debates if there's an angle, thinks better of it as there's a bit of prio in the mid lane. Some minions denied and likely the tier 2 to fall. Supa making good use of that Trinity Force power spike. The Spellblade damage to the towers can't be underestimated.
The 3 Void Grub buff as well, doing a lot of work for them in that one. So MKOI getting at least something back, and maybe more as they want to try and push in on Doran. It denies them access to this top side of the map. More turrets for them.
1v1 on the bottom side. Mirwen starting to retreat. Owner debating if he can follow up. Obviously, Earthblade going to do a lot of damage when he gets the next reset on cooldowns. So Mirwen zoned away, but it's just a split map. MKOI getting a tower on the top side. T1 likely to finish off this tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and for T1, this is kind of what you want in a split map scenario, being able to match a lot of these plays and keep within touching distance in the goal. You do end up scaling exceptionally well with the Azir and this Varus as the game starts to go on, but I think for MKOI, the fact that so much of this gold is going into the hands of the Orianna, definitely they're going to be happy with as well. So it is going to be a case of how much can MKOI do now off of this 2-item spike that we're going to start to see come through, and see if they can just power through our T1.
And a huge opportunity for Supa to redeem himself, right, from the last performance that we saw. Has 2 items just waiting for that tier to fully stack. 103, 1K individual gold lead. We've seen from a lot of Corkis at this tournament what you can get done. We saw a bit of it in the mid lane when they took down Keria, but if they can keep that momentum going, make the most out of the early power of something like the Trinity Force, could put themselves in a very commanding position. But as EU casters, and if there's EU fans out there, you might be starting to sweat, and you might not remember why. But it's that little timer at the top of your screen that says 10 seconds counting down. That buff is called Otacon. And if you have ever watched an EU game ever in your life, you should be a little bit nervous about how this particular objective is going to unfold. We've seen great moments, but we've also seen a lot of throws. T1 staying composed, though. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
MKOI are looking like they want to try and hard force this, though. All 5 members on the bottom side of the map and no TP among them. So T1, as long as they can play this slow, keep the waves pushed, they're going to get value from Doran in that top side.
Alvaro has to be careful, though. Does have the barrier to keep himself healthy, but a bit of CC paired with the sheer amount of damage Owner can bring to the table can just take him out. They don't have control of that tri-brush, crucially. MKOI slowly trying to work their way in. They have mid lane control. They're trying to get control of the bottom lane. Alvaro going to take about 50% of his HP. Does have access to the redemption, but instead is just going to opt to reset. Herald used in the bottom lane as Owner finds Supa. Face first, pushes him back to the wall, immediately CC'd. Flat forward with the shockwave! Excellent teamwork, but Owner's still going to be able to find his way out. Now Guma's moving in. Ulti is going to connect, but it's Elyoyo who body blocks. Elyoyo with the crescent guard, but the snipe from Guma! Dead center right between the eyes to find the double as MKOI are now on the retreat, and T1 take the fight in the river.
The MKOI carries tried to combo, but it's T1 who were able to find the fight that they want with the positioning and the snipe from Guma. They managed to get the Otacon off the back of it.
Mirwin going to stop any charge from the Herald in the bottom lane, but a Herald for Otacon, a damn good deal for T1. Supa, powerful individually in terms of what he could do in a fight. What he did do in the end, nothing. Stunned, finds a bit of a lockup, isn't able to finish the kills, even if the shockwave combo looked good for a moment. And Guma, despite that deficit, Supa was 1,000 gold ahead at the start of this.
And that's the downside for MKOI fans. The fact that you couldn't quite pick off Owner despite the play here and the Valkyrie getting interrupted by this supreme display of talent means that when Doran jumps onto him here, he has 0 escapes left. Elyoyo jumps in front of the Chains of Corruption, but Guma knows exactly where he is. They finish him off. Elyoyo's gone too far forward. And ideally for MKOI, they play this slow. They keep T1 separated and they can actually make a play on that bot lane turret. But just with the way things went, MKOI get caught and T1 find their moment to fight back.
That thin line between confidence and hubris. Right, the sweeper giving Owner just that half a second more of information than he needed to make the aggressive play. And Supa, if that Valk gets him out, it's a very different situation. Because that CC connects, isn't able to use any of that power even now as he hits that 2-item threshold, the fully stacked tier. Giving him the upgrade, right as Guma's also going to get his, admittedly. But we take a look at the gold, it's Owner who just continues to pull ahead. Has opted for the Umbral Glaive. Going to deny more and more of this vision away from MKOI.
And it feels a little bit like that series yesterday from 100 Thieves where the picks and some of the kills were going in MKOI's favor, but when it came towards the objective setup and how to play the map, T1 just ever so slightly ahead. Now MKOI, they're seeing they brute force their way in through the mid lane. Faker is separated.
Hot Charm is there. Lock up on Owner, but he goes invisible for a brief moment. Now he's pulled him to the death realm up against Mir when Ulti is really going to do nothing, but Owner's still able to retreat for now. Alvaro taken down. Owner coming over the wall, going to pop out in a brief moment. Wants to get the grass blade, doesn't have time. That's the shutdown, but it should be Supa uncontested. Instead it's Carrier coming in with the pulverize, and now it's Elyoyo versus the world. He goes into the Faker, but there's too many people. There's not enough sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. Jojo wants to make the difference, but Guma grabs it. 3-man shockwave. He just doesn't have the damage yet. He doesn't have the items. Jojo keeps him low, but Doran wants to keep going. Q3 ready to pop. Pull through on the all-out. Looking for the Pathmaker to confirm. Tries to predict Jojo, and it just doesn't work. Doran looks like he's about to fall. Nice sidestep on Guma's Q, but Doran just barely able to walk away.
It's the Canadian mid laner trying his best, but it's Faker who's better and snipes him out.
I don't even know if that was necessary. That was the insult after the injury, Rob. No man left standing. Alvaro died at the start of the fight. Respawn. Faker's still sticking around like he might kill him again.
And the fight here, everything onto Owner to try and deny him. But it's Faker who's now shifted up from the top side, picks off Alvaro to start this off. And you can see MKOI, they're very scattered on this. Supa and Elyoyo are so worried about Owner as he comes out. Jojo has been completely isolated. Now Alvaro is in the same boat.
Alvaro caught, will just get taken out there. Important to highlight in the fight, Doran perfectly calculating the Pathmaker, the Cassante W, to catch Mirwin as the Death Realm faded, making sure that there was really nothing he could do. And I swear to you, if you are just joining us, that 5 minutes ago MKOI had a 1,000 gold lead. 5 minutes ago, they were just face-checking a brush at Otacon, and everything seemed fine and dandy, and now here we are, and I think this is what makes T1 and teams at the top level in League of Legends so terrifying, as it is one fight, 2 fights that can shift an entire game in the blink of an eye.
And it really does come down to like their ability to set up well around objectives in the team fights. Like looking at that Otacon, it was, okay, we can catch members of MKOI out where they shouldn't be. MKOI, Supa and Jojo try to make that play, it doesn't work. And now, I mean, Jojo, to give him his due, is trying everything he can with the fancy footwork, but there's just too many members of T1 standing whenever he gets that shockwave, and there's not enough damage with the build that he's gone at the moment.
Nope. And again, credit to T1, right? It didn't start great for Guma and Carrier, but have transition nicely into this mid game. Guma connecting on all those piercing arrows. Carrier with a taxi play to make sure the knockups are connecting.
To give them their due, Gumayushi did an exceptional job in lane of getting the lead with the punishment on towards Tsupa, but as you say, as they started to move on into that early to mid game, that's really where Kerry in particular started to get caught out. You started to see MKOI finding picks onto Gumayushi off the back of that, but now T1, this is where they're dangerous as a unit, stepping forward, choking out MKOI's vision, and Faker, Playmaker, hiding in the shadows.
2.5k, just about individual gold lead. Shadow Flame, the Verdant Barrier. 10 stacks, he hasn't even upgraded to the book yet, but honestly, he probably could. That is a terrifying Azir. MKOI, I think, in a weird way, happy that he's in the side lane and not right up in their face. Because now they have to try and hold on to this tier 2. The wave being ushered in, a bit of poke onto Doran, but they don't really have that much damage. No pen for Supa quite yet.
And now, as Gumayushi, you're delighted with life. Because the fact that you get to sit underneath these towers and just take pop shots at everyone on MKOI is so nice with 3 items completed. MKOI trying to check the Baron, see exactly what's happening, but that river is very dark and full of dangers.
That it is, and again, the Umbral Glaive for Owner. They've already seen 1 blue trinket used. Looks like 2 more on the side of MKOI to try and spot out when the Baron is going down, but they don't really have someone on the side lane who can go toe-to-toe with Faker. Doran is a tough threat to deal with as well, so it's just so difficult for MKOI to fight on even terms now. They had their chance in previous fight, but T1 with this kind of advantage just starting to smother them out of this game.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against this Qiyana, it is very difficult to get control back in your own jungle. You step forward, you end up walking towards a wall, and suddenly a Supreme Display of Talent comes over and you're not having a good time.
I love that ability.
Yeah. It's so
It's
long.
a mouthful. Yes. You can say ultimate, I promise. I'm going to say, I'm not saying the name.
But sometimes if you yell it at the top of your voice, it really does work.
Yeah, you're right. You look nice and staccato, gets the people fired up.
I don't think I had that in that sentence, though. Uh-oh.
Supa. Falk out. What is the talent, though?
Qiyana. Have you never listened to her voice lines? She is very pumped.
Yeah. Pumped up. Guma potentially caught out. Alvaro not able to hit the charm. Only connects on the carrier. Redemption going in. Q flash from Mirwin. Redemption response from T1. This is a bit of an awkward start. Mirwin losing a ton of health. Pulls Carrier into the Death Realm. And now it's Doran into the backside. 4 members strong from MKOI. Slowly working through the health bars, but down goes Mirwin. Doran only losing about 60% HP. Bit of an awkward exchange of cooldowns, and T1 come out on top.
Yeah, MKOI trying to go back to if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which is just collapse on mid and hope for the best. But T1 have seen through their plan and managed to pick off Mirwin before any real damage is done. And now they're over towards the Baron. But again, face checking is not fun.
No, it's not. Supa losing about 20% HP just for walking in. TP in for Doran, solo zoning Supa, gonna ult him back through the wall. It's gonna take all of MKOI to turn. Doran now trying to retreat back into the waiting arms of his team. In the meantime, the Baron has been taken out. Faker and Owner easily 2-manning it. MKOI, brief moment where they have control of mid, but really nothing else for them to get.
The T1 gonna be happy enough with that. Doran will give his life, but it's the Baron. And now that the Baron is taken, it's very difficult for you to try and deny the siege from T1.
And this is part of the reason why we see Azir prioritized so heavily, right? Is he is a control mage who does it all. Other than Cassio, he's like the only mid laner who obliterates that objective. Any other mid laner, and you're not 2-manning that objective while pressuring somewhere else at the same time. But T1, no strangers to rapid early Barons. It was a signature move from all those years ago. And MKOI only getting further and further behind.
Yeah, for MKOI, I think you're hoping on a miracle shockwave. Jojo near Shadow Flame, but even then, oh, hang on, Alvaro
on the flank. Nice backstep from Faker. Able to get a bit of CC down. Shockwave going in, but it's really not doing the damage they need. That's the supreme display of talent. I said I'd say ultimate, but I didn't. I couldn't help myself. MKOI getting the objective bounty in the meantime. Looks like the tower did fall in the bottom lane, but they're just being zoned off, pushed away. May come down to the 50-50 steal if El Yo-Yo wants to poke his head in.
Nah, I think it's done for. This is what I was about to say, was the fact that you don't really have that damage on Jojo, and that Banshee's Veil on Faker just makes him so difficult to lock down, and he is the key target. So great itemization coming through from the T1 mid laner to keep himself safe and really deny the win condition from MKOI.
Yeah, and that MasterCard priceless moment was essentially just T1 denying MKOI any potential moment they had. And mounting the comeback is now Owner sprinting through the jungle. Alvaro goes over the wall, but there's just members of T1 around every corner ready to lock him down. Super really does not do enough damage to Doran. He's able to zone him away. Hex flash over the wall. Alvaro locked up and interrupted. Owner trying to one-pop him, but Alvaro lives for an extra second. Nice shockwave, but really only connecting onto Keria. With that major cooldown down, it makes it so easy for Faker to step up, for Guma to step up. Big chunks coming through from the Varus Qs. The piercing arrows connecting. And T1, now that they have the Baron, now that they have access to the bottom lane, will they just go for the throat, or are they going to take their time? Doran unstoppable for a moment. The siege just continues from T1. No real way for MKOI to answer for now.
Yeah, the Gatling gun is a tickle for Doran. The shockwave is a cattle prod for Keria. There is no damage on MKOI's side, and T1 are just kicking down the front door. Reset's coming through now, and they want to keep up this pressure. TP back out onto the map on both top and bot, or top and mid, but is this something?
TP? Faker feels good because he has a death cap, and oh god, he wants to use it! Redemption going in! That looks completely insane, but my man, did he do the math?
That was a display of talent. That was some damage from Faker on that play. MKOI kicked to the curb after that.
The brief moment where they thought they might do something. Oh, Faker's just going to kill everybody by himself. All right. We've learned that the best player of all time's most played champion might be worth taking away. We might have learned it before. Other teams might have learned it before, but MKOI relearning this particular lesson.
Very happy that Fearless exists in this series if you're MKOI, because you do not want to go up against that again. As T1 was siege down the Nexus turrets. The waves aren't here, but the poke can be.
Yep. Guma just continues to free fire. One wave coming in on the top side, likely the end here. MKOI some good looks in that mid game, some good picks. Some good angles on the T1's bottom line as Alvaro gets things kicked off on the Faker. Nice initial bit of damage, but he comes out relatively unscathed. A lot of cooldowns missing. Redemption to get the health bars back up. Alvaro needs to backstep. Big damage. Doran going unstoppable for a moment. Q3 pulls him back through. Elio in the midst of everything, but Doran getting lower. The tower not quite enough. Supreme delay. Talent coming in. Owner still standing for an extra second. I think they've overstayed a bit, but it just doesn't matter because they're not hitting Faker. And he's got more than enough damage to finish the job. The super minions are here too. It is long, it is drawn out, it is only getting more difficult, but Doran remains standing, T1 remains standing. They've only lost Keria. The Nexus exposed.
The defender's advantage is not really looking like an advantage.
Finally gonna end the game, Rob. They took their sweet time. They wanted a couple extra kills. The icing on top of this game one cake. Faker looking for another, the double to finish it. T1 coming in hot in this first game.
They didn't want to just beat MKOI there. They wanted to crush them. Finding those extra kills, making sure there was no man left standing. It was a close fought early game, but T1, they woke up.
Something, supreme display of talent. That's pretty much all we have to say here. T1, incredible stuff. Desk, how'd you feel about that one?
Well, I feel like I already knew that Faker was pretty good at Azir, and then I got reminded again. It's the long con. They play Orianna, they let him play Azir so that we don't get those two anymore in the comeback that's coming, right?
I mean, they are both off the board. You're right.
That is Fearless. That is correct. Hey,
you're right.
Great game from T1, I want to say, after initially perhaps dropping a couple of kills too much, or too many, I should say, in the early to the very early mid game. But you had that sinking feeling, didn't you, that it wasn't going to last?
I think everyone did, unfortunately. But first, I do want to give some credit to MKOI here, because I think their early game plan was actually in line with what we've seen other teams use to beat T1.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, right, they wanted to go for that invade, set Owner behind, especially since he's on this Kiana, which is much more of a farming champion rather than, oh, I'm going to be interacting with my lanes super early at level 3, level 4, etc., right? So I liked that, and we talked about setting up everything for this team. It's Alvaro and it's Elioya. And I think their early to mid game really showcased that. They had a lot of really good setups and really good picks together.
I agree. I think Alvaro was kind of everywhere, it seemed like, that he needed to be, and that created advantages for them. I think they were very resolute on the picks that they got on Guma and the push that they had mid. But the thing is, when you've crossed that line, then you got to think about anything else. What do you think broke the camel's back?
Oh, I don't know if we can really point to one individual moment, but I think the larger theme for me, as is so often the case with T1, is that you don't get a lot of mistakes, right? We're talking about like Jojo getting ganked repeatedly in mid. That's one of those. We're talking about when he walked up early on, we're talking about the fact that even despite them getting those early picks onto Guma and Carrier, who in the early game did really struggle in this one, what did it actually lead to? Like, were the leads substantial enough for T1's team fighting not to come back? And the answer is very obviously no!
Yeah.
This is at Otacon, I think, or just before.
Yeah, this is just before Otacon, where T1 kind of find a window to be able to kind of clean up, and then after this, they were pretty much in the driver's seat, right? Because as you alluded to, Chronicler, after a lot of these fights, they were able to actually pick up a lot of objectives.
And I will say, I had a big rant about Movistar KOI last time they played. I don't think that is apt in this case. I think I really saw a good early game out of them, and I can't really blame them for the mistakes that they made against a team of the caliber of T1, because they will close the door a lot harder than anyone else, right, in their defense. However, if you're going to be thinking about winning the series, the thing is you can't make any single mistake. And Maurits, you probably can't leave up the Azir for Faker. Let's check out our HyperX Reflex replay, where it was really the death warrant that was being signed for Movistar KOI in this game.
And this game was already kind of slowly starting to slip away from MKOI, right? We had the fight in the jungle where Ona got the catch, Guma got the snipe, the Otacon was taken. That's kind of where it felt like the tides were turned. This was the fight, actually, I take my earlier statement back. Yeah. This is where the game truly broke. And
really?
This is a stark reminder as why no single LCK team lets Faker have this champion. I am very confident. I think that Faker's laning phase just hasn't been up to par to what we've seen domestically. This is an ongoing thing, but there is one champion where you can be certain that he will deliver. The last time was a win for Zinchi in July! It was the height of summer! We're well into October, it was hot, everyone was like... This is on par with when we let Carrier's bar go, but now it's not just Carrier's bar, it's like, oh, the last couple of... This goes back, I don't know how many years!
He wins world championships on this champion, like with this champion.
He is currently in, I don't know, what is it, like the top 8 of most iconic plays of all time?
Yeah,
with his ruler shuffle?
Put it between, like, leaving Bard up for Carrier, leaving Draven up for Doggo, leaving Azir up for Faker.
This is the worst.
Yeah. This is the worst?
This is to me the worst.
This is the most egregious.
I mean,
they knew, right? They knew. They must have known.
Yeah, it's just his most iconic champion. It also just allows for such amazing setup in these team fights. You see how confident he is going in, setting up these shuffles for himself without any CC even towards the end, right? And so I think, yeah, I mean, the other good news for Movistar KOI is that Azir is no longer on the table.
Orianna also not.
Yeah.
So.
Big win.
Now we'll see it. I am not a game one Andy. I am not. I saw good things out of them in the
No, you know what? You're not mad enough. Every time you've gotten mad.
Great matchup versus.
This is not good.
Okay, I'm super pissed. This was ridiculous. I can't believe what I saw. How dare you give up that advantage at Otacon? KOI's choose red side, I believe, which is, I don't know if I'm mad at that. I don't think so. But no.
I think it's a cool move. Like, I feel like when we see people swap to red side and draft, as we saw in the last series, right, with TES and BLG, it's because you want to get really good counter picks for certain members of your team. In MKOI's case, either they're solo laners, because we know Mirwin and JoJo can both cook a little bit in terms of champion picks, or support for Alvaro, right? So
I do think it's telling that T1, despite everything and despite the early deficit, still was able to come back. Yeah. It's still that stability that the team is known for.
The
early game remains a little questionable.
And it might have been rough, but still they're one game away from being in those quarterfinals again. And then, what can happen then? Who knows? We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with game 2. Yes, that was implied, Emily. We'll be right back. It was rhetorical.
I'm at buzzkill.
Arm is there. Lock up on Owner, but he goes invisible for a brief moment. Now he's pulled him to the death realm up against Mir when Alti is really going to do nothing, but Owner still able to retreat for now. Alvaro taken down. Owner coming over the wall, going to pop out in a brief moment. Wants to get the grass blade, doesn't have time. That's the shutdown, but it should be super uncontested. Instead it's Carrier coming in with the pulverize, and now it's Yo-Yo versus the world. He goes in on a pick up, but there's too many people. There's not enough sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. JoJo wants to make the difference, but Guma grabs it. T1 coming in hot in this first game.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem.
It's ARAM, but with augments. It combines all the fun augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
We want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 as MKOI and T1 face off for the final spot. Top 8 here. Next stage, best of 5s, but after that first game, MKOI set reeling, and we're going to have to see how they recover as we get ready for picks and bans.
It looks so close at times. They gave us the hope. It was some of those picks where I was like, oh my god, maybe we've got a moment, but T1 again, it's the same thing we saw against 100 Thieves yesterday when it comes back to how they can set up around objectives. It just looks so good.
As a team that's comfortable in those complicated team fight situations, and even when you see Carrier picked off a couple times, maybe Guma picked off a couple times, it just doesn't end up mattering. They find their footing, outperform in those clutch scenarios. Faker meditating ahead of the picks and bans. If you're an EU fan, maybe you're hoping that he's napping, honestly.
It's hard to catch Faker sleeping, to be honest. This guy's incredibly strong when he gets his champions like Azir, and he kind of showed that. So I think coming into this for MKOI, it's going to be a case of you clearly thought you had a plan for Azir. Okay, that doesn't work. What's going to be the next couple of rotations? Because again, it feels like we're going to go back towards things like the Talias, the Ryze, these kind of picks. And is it a case of, hey, we're going to try and give across a Rise, which has kind of become the next like go-to alongside Talia, answer with a Cassiopeia, or do we want to just try and pick up an early Talia for ourselves, which has kind of been a very strong mid-jungle pick for MKOI?
Yeah, Jojo certainly looked very comfortable on it. And again, mid-jungle support is where we generally look at for this team to really define early game. It's true of most teams, but I think it's just especially true of MKOI when they're at their best. It's because those three players are working together beautifully. Now, as we get into picks and bans, reminder that this is elimination. This is match point for T1. Could potentially be saying goodbye to MKOI. And they've made it to 2-2, which is better than they did last year, but it's definitely not the road that they were looking for. Weren't able to take down a stronger opponent in terms of the overall tier list. Got a game off Fnatic. Got a series off of Team Secret Whales, but would love to mount a comeback here against T1. Well, for T1, first time we've seen them drop more than a single game in Swiss or in groups back when we had group stages, but are certainly continuing to ramp up and rally. And now they're going to get their hands on that first pick, Wukong, Sion, Poppy, Yunara banned away, the Bard, the Talia, as well as the Nico taken away on MKOI. And I said that maybe Faker would be sleeping. MKOI want to make it a reality.
Yeah, I think it'll just
Never
be
mind.
Trundle. And I imagine they'll either take the Rise here, or they will try and go for some sort of support pick here for Alvaro and basically say, look, you take the Rise, then we get the Cassiopeia and we can try and set up for strong team fights. But we'll have to see if that is the bait or if they want to just take the Rise for themselves. Like Jojo, it has been a pick for him the entire split.
Yep, 2 games on it, has won both of them. Movistar Koi. Wouldn't feel bad to be able to grab that. And now we're going to see a return to the Ambessa. And again, if you're not familiar with Mirwin, he's known for a couple of things. The funny champs, as Otawamne would call them, the niche counter picks, the fringe characters. And then this year, really, especially in winter, Ambessa Cassante. Ambessa Cassante, whenever the option was there. So Cassante, of course, gone because of Fearless. Ambessa will be the option.
Yeah, and I mean, it is an exceptionally strong pick for him. And we saw Big Dokes yesterday making T1 work hard when he got his hands on this pick. But there is the Rise. And this is what we're talking about. I think that's the idea here for MKOI is give over the Rise, take the Cassiopeia into it, and now you've got decent team fighting and backline threat when it comes with the Ambessa and the Trundle, and now the Cassiopeia try and play through the team fights. The only thing is, traditionally you'd want something like an Ornn in that top side to try and provide that front line for the Cassiopeia. So maybe they're a little unsure of if they want to go for that here.
Can be a bit tricky. Do love to see the Pillar plus Miasma combination, locking people into that grounded effect. Although now we have the Rek'Sai coming through. Will we add Doran to the list of certified Rek'Sai players? That is the question. Will this be the game where he joins Flandre? And at least a few others.
Keen up there as well.
Keen definitely up there. So Karma going to be the immediate ban. Obviously no attention from either side paid to that particular bottom lane matchup. Zig's an interesting one. Wouldn't have expected it, but I guess you already have a decent amount of AD coming through from MKOI's side.
Also just works very well with the Ambessa as one of those extra backline threats. Yep. So if Ambessa goes in with the public execution, throw then the Mega Inferno bomb off the top of it and try and pick it up. I do like the Caitlyn ban. That was one of the big things I was looking at for Gumayushi in that bottom side, especially when you've got decent side lane threat in both the Rise and the Rek'Sai. Having that Caitlyn to start to snowball and being able to farm up in mid lane would be a little bit of an issue. Kai'Sa also a pick that Gumayushi could end up opting in for here, just because you've already got like both Wukong and Rek'Sai that can be those dive buddies for the Kai'Sa in this sort of fight.
See what the angle is here, because you're right, there is so much dive on the side of T1. This is usually where you want that kind of follow-up. Sometimes you see Jhin, although Atlas would be mad at me for probably Mao too would both be mad at me for even mentioning that, but it is, you either want the champion that can follow the dive or the champion that can support it from a distance, and they might go a different route here. Hovers, we have the Braum now locked in, really good against so many short-range dive-focused champions, but when you look at the nameplates, when you remember MKOI, they're a team that is usually very reliant on Alvaro for that playmaking, and Braum is certainly not a champion who has that same depth, that same potential to really make those game-defining plays.
It doesn't mean you're heavily reliant on Mirwin to be in the fight as well. The fact that you're going to be trying to play side lanes into things like the Rek'Sai means that MKOI have very little when it comes towards engage tools, and I wouldn't be surprised, they're going to say, if we see the Lulu come through for T1, because you've got so little of that dive threat here.
Carrie is playing with our hearts a bit. Sivir locked in, another champion who is pretty good at empowering those dive threats with the On the Hunt. Also scales quite well against a shorter range composition. Really no big long range poke champions. No super safe scaling hyper carry. Cassio obviously can do a ton of damage, but doesn't have the range safety of something like a Jinx or even, honestly, the Azir that we saw last game. So what will the final option be here? It's Vayne. Okay.
Okay.
And you know, I honestly, you have to respect it. MKOI, if they go out here, they're going out on their terms. And their terms are no one plays range, absolute fist fight to the death, which are great terms.
Yeah, look, it worked against Fnatic. Maybe it can work against T1 Super, hoping that this Vayne can once more bring them forward one more game. But this is 2 hyper-scaling carries on the MKOI side, with honestly only Braum as that real protection tool. So for people like Doran, for owner on this Wukong, I'm a little nervous if I'm MKOI and trying to keep our carries alive.
Yeah, Supa certainly some tools to protect himself, but Jojo gonna need someone standing next to him. And honestly, they're gonna fist fight.
Yes.
I think the difficult thing is, and I'll just put a little asterisk next to this game, is because both these comps are relatively short range, if one team gets a, you know, let's say a healthy early to mid game lead, we might see a rather quick deflation of the hype that we're trying to build. But for all of our sakes, for the viewers at home as well, I hope we have an explosive back and forth.
If I'm an MKOI fan, though, the things I do like is, again, IOI opting in towards these strong level, you know, kind of 3, 4, 5 junglers that can really get access to the map and try and make things happen. And that's what I think he's going to be trying to do again here, trying to find those early skirmishes, look for these invades, especially alongside Alvaro, and use the fact that you've got that synergy with the Trundle and the Braum. If I'm on the opposite side, though, for T1, it's kind of a similar story of, hey, we can kind of wait until we hit our level 6s, hit this like 2-item spike across the board, and then just look to dive on these 2 carries and blow them up.
Yep. And we have reports of a hardware issue on T1's side, so there is a bit of a brief delay heading into game. We'll let you know as we have more information. In the meantime, we got to take a nice look at Keria, contemplating, thinking, should I have picked Pyke? Would it have banged? And the answer is yes. Would it have been good? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing into a Cassiopeia and a Braum, like really good disengage, I don't know if Pyke is exactly what I want to be playing.
But it would be a flex if they won with it, because
it would.
Playing as Pyke against a Miasma is a nightmare. But here we are. Okay, issue resolved. We're now into the game. I got the T1 fightings. Okay, a lot of T1 fighting. I was waiting for the, where's MKOI? I hear it.
I think he tried, yeah.
I hear it.
There we go.
There it is. Gaining some momentum there. Oh, it's the knife grab. Owner ready to fight. Jojo ready to fight. It's like level 1 Twin Fang. Mirren and Doran gonna trade blows. Definitely favors Doran early on, though, as he has that built-in sustain, but either side gonna get a grasp proc. And what are you looking at here, Rob? There's a cornucopia of interesting matchups to talk about.
I think a large portion of it, again, is going to be on eyes on Elyoya and Alvaro. They got a nice invade off the last match, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get a similar story here, because when you look at Doran, should be able to punish Mirren in the early stages. Faker as well should have decent push against the Cassiopeia, unless you can go for this hyper-aggressive trade with Jojo on level 2. And in that case, I think it's a little bit more difficult for MKOI to try and like brute force their way into T1's jungle.
But it's important to note, you can see here on the top side of the map on your mini-map, Faker, of course, trying to take space in mid lane, but on the mini-map you can see Supa wandering into the top lane. Pinged out, though. Clever early ward here coming in from T1 to spot this swap. So Supa will be able to play really aggressive into Doran, but it's also going to free Guma and Keria to really just hard shove these waves in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think the fact, though, that Supa will have as much control as he wants in his top side is much more important. Doran as well, you obviously want to try and go forward aggressive, make these trades so the Rek'Sai can survive, and she doesn't like when she can't actually get access to the wave because she doesn't get to stack up that healing on her bar. So from the MKOI side, nice swap and good timing to prevent T1 from being able to match it.
Yep. Fury, it's crucial, right? It's why this champion is so obnoxious in those melee matchups. Champion going to connect the Noxious Blast, but not in a position to Twin Fang. Faker giving the respect. No stranger to this matchup, right? Through all the eras of Rise, Cassio has always been an option, always been a counter. So we'll just back off and knows that he's going to need a bit more time before he tries to go toe-to-toe in those trades.
Yeah, I'm curious what happens with Elyoya moving towards this top side. Doran has managed to take at least not terrible trades in the beginning, but always an opportunity for an early dive if you can make something happen. It's just that Rek'Sai is very good at dodging away from some of these plays because of the tunnels, because of the flashes. And you've also got Owner who's been able to move up towards his top side as well to match the trundle. So looks like this wave will just crash and there won't be too much pressure going towards Doran afterwards.
Yep. Supa, of course, can try to get aggressive here with the tumble to get some extra poke, and will try to chip away, but does need to respect the potential for an instant flash knockup. Try and turn something back. Alvaro and Keria matching each other here around the mid lane, and again, we have a situation early on that it feels like favors MKOI in terms of overall lane prio.
And look at this, they're going to double reset, so both the Vayne and this Ambessa going back as the Rek'Sai TP's down. So is the Vayne comfortable enough to move in towards this bottom side of the map? It doesn't look like it. So we'll have just Australian lanes, but the AD carries and the supports against each other.
Max isn't even here anymore.
I know.
Shame. Baker continues to trade. Bot lane. Okay, so just a delayed initial start to the laning phase. Supa is able to grab the Cole, as is Guma, but Guma, of course, first to the wave. Will be able to push this in, and one of the long-time struggles of Vayne, as long as she has been a champion, is general lack of wave clear. So should be pretty easy for Guma to just sustain a push here on the top side. Will cost him a decent amount of mana, but of course, absolutely no AoE in the kit. So Supa just going to be accepting his position under tower here for now.
Nice call here from Keria. It kind of ends up as this ward to spot it exactly what Elyoya and Alvaro are up to, because this is what I was talking about, like this duo of both Braum and Trundle, incredibly strong on the invade if they can start getting some of those auto attacks down.
Supa has recognized that fist fighting is the solution. Who's going to get it? That's the third stack. Knockback on Guma. Flash forward auto in the 1v1. Supa comes out on top.
The Vayne dueling power is so strong, and even with the barrier, Gumayusi isn't able to match Supa. Early first blood for MKOI.
And again, that's part of the reason why we've seen this matchup before. In the 5v5, Sivir can be a powerhouse, but in the 1v1, Vayne so strong here early on. MKOI now looking to keep that advantage going, but it looks like T1 may have caught them out. Double knockup coming in for Doran. Owner now on the chase. Elyoya needs to get the hell out. Mirwan not doing much to interrupt. Double flashes. Elyoya trying to get fancy with the footwork, but it's not nearly enough. Concussive blows continuing to stack, but Mirwan now needs to leave as well. Flash over the wall to safety, but Keria immediately falls with the Zenith Blade. Now it's Alvaro knocked up. The solo on the top side immediately counteracted by T1 in the bottom lane.
The Tremor Sense doing work there, spotting Elyoya and Alvaro as they went into the brush, and T1 picked them off where they stand, answering immediately back for Supa's good work.
Real credit to T1 for the quick pulling of the trigger on that bot lane counterpunch. Mirwan going to use his TP to reset onto the top side. Of course, flashless now, which might make things a little bit trickier as he tries to race to that level 6. Supa moving down to the bottom lane, has the recurve bow, will feel really comfortable isolated as we take a look back at the all-in here. Level advantage for Supa.
Yeah, managed to step away from the return of the boomerang, which does a lot of work here. And again, it's just this silver bolts. I'm pretty sure he's put 2 or 3 points, or 2 points into that there, rather than going for the tumble as with the amount of damage that was coming off those silver bolts. So that dueling power incredibly high against the silver in the early stage.
Yeah. Honestly,
I know it's just tumble, yeah. 3
just
points
the tumble.
Yeah.
Additional damage, right? Huge steroid if you dodge out on the boomerang blade. Ricochet, again, Sivir, great scaling option, but the early level is certainly not where she has a ton of damage in that short kind of all-in trade. Good poke. Not nearly enough there, however, and Supa happy to have that XP advantage as well. Level 6. Final hour. That damage steroid could be big. But unfortunately for MKOI, we're in a situation again where they found some kills, but it feels like T1 are still taking the reins, taking control of the game. 2-0 start for Owner, a terrifying prospect.
And you're kind of putting your eggs into that Supa basket, right? He's got the level experience over Guma. You can see Guma's just hit 6, whereas Supa already had it for a little while. Also, the early kill going to try and accelerate him towards that Blade of the Rune King, but you really do need 2 items on towards this Vayne before you really become a major threat in fights. And unfortunately for MKOI, you've got T1 who are winning elsewhere on the map. Getting this Dragon now, being able to set up with Owner already on 2 kills. This is where Wukong becomes terrifying in some of these fights, especially as he gets towards that Triforce.
Yeah, Triforce, we've seen it in the Corkis or the Wukongs, right? This is just such a powerful first item spike. Expensive, but when you get accelerated into it, can do a ton of work. Jojo and Faker continue just to trade blows here in the mid lane as Mirwan, Doran do the same. No kills really to be had, and now that Mirwan's ticked over that level 6 threshold, does have the Vamp, is able to kind of match the sustain that Doran brings to the table.
And the one thing that this moving around actually did, it did actually set Supa behind. Supa got the kill, which gave him the advantage when it came to the CS and the experience, but it has actually helped Mirwin in avoiding a lot of this matchup and get some of the much needed CS and experience that he needs. So Mirwin has kind of been carried through this early stage, alongside Supa being in a decent spot. So at least for MKOI, they've kind of got those two parts of the map they can play through. Whereas for T1, again, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you just see a ton of pressure now towards Faker and Jojo Pyun. Try and do a similar story of what we saw in the last game. Burn flashes on Jojo, rinse and repeat over and over, and just make this Cassio incredibly uncomfortable.
Definitely a solid option as Doran gets a little tricky with the tunnels there. Luckily does not take a tower shot, but now it's Owner coming in behind. Mirwin, of course, has the ulti available. Public execution back into Owner, trying to get tricky with it. Bit of a sidestep there. The Sundering Strike ready to come through, but he just has no time to press the button. 2 spins coming in, but Mirwin! He gets a kill back onto Doran! A catastrophic miscalculation!
That's the second time T1 have tried to dive an Abessa this weekend, and it's the second time it's backfired.
Supa caught out briefly, cleanses, goes invisible with the final hour, but he's hitting the wrong target. Guma immediately using On the Hunt. Supa now debating if he can chase, but that's the heal coming up for Carrier. Takes over to level 6 just in time, and there's no cleanse this time around! Alvaro comes in to try to body block. Flash over from Supa into the bush. Guma not afraid to flash forward, but now he's face first into Elyoya. Concussive blow stacking 3. Alvaro desperate for the 4th, but it's Faker coming in from behind. Jojo also on the way, but he's just too far away. Alvaro locked up. The hubris of Supa once again punished.
It feels like this balance of powers, where when Supa does well, Mirwin must have a terrible time. All right, the bot side must have a terrible time, and now we're seeing that swap elsewhere, where Mirwin gets the turnaround and Supa overextends, questionably. That Braum was nowhere nearby, but thought maybe he could make the play happen regardless.
And stronger certainly in the isolated 1v1, and it probably stronger as a duo in the 2v2, but a clutch level 6 from Carrier. And now as we take a look back at this, I thought for sure Mirwin was dead.
It was a nice job here. Just so watch the shield, holds onto it for so long, and at this stage they think, okay, that's the execution, but the shield from Mirwin, really well played, and then picks up the kill here. But look at where, so miscommunication looks like. Elyoya on the Void Grubs, not coming topside, and Alvaro was getting some vision down in the enemy jungle. Supa thought he had the support, but definitely did not. And the flash from Guma into the bush means he can get the auto attack before any stun comes through. And Faker flashing over the miasma to get topside. Looked great, and ends up working out for T1 with another kill.
Yeah, obviously use a lot of summoner spells to make that happen, which could put them at a disadvantage in the next fight, but more than happy to have that gold, those 2 quick kills onto the bottom lane. Supa still not able to complete that Blade of the Rune King. Carrier now ghosting in, looking for the lockup onto Supa. Supa no cleanse available, going invisible courtesy of the final hour. Now wants to get the hell out, but there's Owner to start spinning. Supa taken down, Owner on a killing spree.
It's everyone on T1 focusing on Supa, making sure this Vayne cannot get ahead. The ghost from Carrier puts him into the perfect position, and even if he doesn't get some of the stuns, just buys the time to Carrier.
Just be careful, pillar down, force to flash. Smite for a bit of extra slow. Ulti already down as well from Elyoya. That's one tanky trundle. Carrier going to fall. Elyoya still a powerhouse. Owner getting locked up. 2 stacks of the concussive blow, and he uses the clone to escape. They're not going to over push into Guma, but Carrier a little overconfident, continuing to push forward there.
Nice job by the MKOI duo to pick him off. Could have been a bit more, honestly, but the Trundle Pillar not quite a backup off Kuda, and now Mirwin trying against Doran, doesn't want to look for the public execution. But still, it's very back and forth. T1 are slowly pulling ahead as they did get the extra kills in that initial bottom side play. But still, MKOI, they are fighting every step of the way.
That they are. Elyoya opting for the Sundered Sky this time around. Given how many short-range champions there are, I think it makes sense, but it is compared to the completed Trinity Force of Owner. So Owner, much more burst damage, but a bit more sustain for Elyoya.
But I think that's the terrifying part, because burst damage against things like Vayne and even this Cassiopeia, who hasn't gotten towards like the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs yet, is going to be a bit of a disaster if you start to move in towards his fights. Mirwin fishing for the execution, but not quite able to clip him.
No, he's not. Guma focus. Now that he has the Essence Reaver completed before even the Blade of the Rune King comes in for Supa, it's so easy for him to just infinitely wave clear mid, deny Supa for any opportunity to force those 1v1s. Here now is Elyoya and Alvaro on the top side. Dorn with the tunnel network. This man's played Zerg at some point in his life. I feel confident saying that.
Yeah, it's only not quite a 6 pool available in this game, but MKOI is going to be happy to take away some of these plates on the top end of the map. In return, T1 going to be getting that dragon, so looking for these trades, but again, T1 kind of playing around. Oh, hang on.
Doran Potentially a little bit overconfident. Slowed up, he's just gonna get taken out. I think thought that he could get a bit more. The rest of the team is on the way. Faker is here. Keria is here.
But they were so far away, and you're tunneling into the Cassiopeia with the miasma. Like, that's the worst option out of all you could have done.
That was bad. That was a goof. Big old goof from Doran.
I don't think he's getting the rec site.
Nope, he's
the rec site license.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it top 8, but did you get the Rek'Sai license? I'm not so convinced. It's Faker doing a good job of trading here. Nice sidestep on the Noxious Blast. JoJo needs to get out. Hasn't hit the Noxious Blast, so doesn't really have the movement speed. Conqueror procs. Faker happy with just the flash. Oh, Yo-Yo moving in. The pillar's going to be big here. Nice initial lock up on Asuba as he tries to step back. Alvaro doesn't have the Unbreakable quite yet, and they're starting the retreat. Owner getting good chip damage down to Elyo. The flash still keeping Elyo alive. Keep your eyes on that Realm Morph. Hand delivered, but he's already been stunned. Owner locks in for a moment. Wants to turn on to Elyo. Tries to finish off Suba, but down he goes. Doran arriving just in the nick of time. This is a double knockup. Guma goes over the wall, and he's looking to clean up house. Mirwan's still standing, but he doesn't have the ultimate because of the play earlier. T1 firing back.
That ultimate is so close to getting off the cooldown. I think Mirwan wants to fish for Faker, but it's a bait as Doran finds him in the bush. They're going to continue to push forward.
4 seconds on the public execution. Guma, does he have access to the spell shield? JoJo and Mirwan hesitating for a second. Tunnel interrupted. Mirwan's still walking up. But my God, what a fist fight on the top side. 14 kills, 14 minutes. That's a pace of game I like to see.
I mean, this is turning into an absolute banger, and it starts with this trade in the jungle as Faker just trying to keep JoJo here so Keria can manage to get up towards the top side. It's a good flash from JoJo, and MKOI looking to turn this around, but look how far away Mirwan is from this fight as the TP comes through for Doran. It's a numbers advantage, and Owner, again, that burst damage, so good in setting up for this play. Supa goes forward hoping to get the kill, but it's actually the Realm Warp that ends up sealing the deal, because Supa then takes damage from the Rek'Sai, which allows that ultimate to pop through, and Mirwan eventually shows up at the end of this, but with no ultimate, and a lot of his teammates gone, there was little he could do.
Solid fight for T1, but the gold's still close. It's really the objectives where T1 are starting to pull ahead. Mountain Drake next on the menu, 2.5 minutes, but 10 seconds on that Herald.
The nice thing here for Supa though, Blade of the Rune King now completed, so is in an okay spot if Alvaro doesn't get caught here on the top side, where you can hope to try and play around his 2-item spike, but like Doran, Owner, Faker all do so well when we come into this kind of 20 to 23 minute mark.
Keria potentially caught out once again. Alvaro taking a big chunk of damage though. That's the Unbreakable use. They get Keria's flash, but Supa's still taking his time to clear mid, and this is one of the things that's going to be so frustrating for MKOI, is it just takes a year for them to get mid prio.
And that's the MKOI, every single game so far have been doing this play of abandon sides, overload mid, and hope we can catch people out, but T1 have started to get aware of the ruse, and now they're just losing minions top, they're losing minions bot, and the TP from T1 to contest.
Full 5v5, Hex Flash over the wall from Keria, Solar Flare available, the Cyclone as well. Alvaro with the blinking health bar is going to be forced to retreat, does have access to the redemption, so it'll just be the Herald conceded. Are they going to spot him? Not quite. T1 happy to have the objective, and MKOI slowly losing advantage across the map.
Rift Herald put down immediately. The cavalry from MKOI is here, but T1 are here en masse, and this tower will fall with little MKOI can do.
Mirwan's starting to kick a fight off, though. Ulti forced out from Owner. That's the redemption coming forward. He's going to mount up back into the Herald, looking for the triple knockup. Starting to drive through the entire team. Alvaro on the back line. Owner's just hitting everybody. MKOI pulling back. They'll keep their members standing. A lot of cooldowns traded, but no one going to drop. Faker contesting JoJo a bit, but it looks like JoJo just forced to TP out. Doesn't want to take the isolated 1v1.
The Battle Herald was enough to get a little bit more there for T1. And as you say, with JoJo TPing out, I think this is just top wave turret for T1 as well. So mid, top, control over this top side jungle. T1 again starting to push these advantages as we crest the 15-minute mark.
And we've perhaps recognized a problem with the man in the mid lane, now 2-0-2. We complained about his Azir, but there's also a World's music video where he's this champion.
Oh, wait.
Yes. Yeah. So maybe the GOAT's the GOAT for a reason, I think is what we've learned, and perhaps there is no right champion to give him.
Yeah, it's a decent trade from JoJo trying to go for it, but this backstep on Faker once more, which was famous on his Riven, to actually be able to sidestep away from the Cassiopeia, and then immediately forces the TP from JoJo.
This cast, we will be praising Faker. This is what we've decided. He doesn't probably need any more, but just in case you forgot.
This is the first international event I got to this year. I gotta like, it's a
You gotta
full
make up.
year
First
of
strike
Faker
and then
praise
MSI.
saved up.
Yep. Fair. He wasn't even at the first one, so I respect that you were saving it for first stand too. T1 going to grab their third Drake of the game. MKOI not feeling like they're in a comfortable spot to contest. And you can see why, right? Steadily falling behind. 1.5K doesn't seem massive, but it is tough. They have less wave clear overall. They really haven't found an opportunity to take control of the side lanes. And you saw in the 1v1, Cassio is still really hard to play in the Rise, right? You need to hit the Noxious Blast. You need those empowered Twin Fangs. If you miss one ability, Rise is easily going to outdamage you.
Yeah, and with the phase rush, it does get very hard very quickly thanks to the extra movement speed. But I do think MKOI, if they can hit that kind of 3 item, are in a decent spot. It's just a case of slowing the game down enough for that to happen. But we're getting aggressive on the bottom side. And at least T1, with 4 members down here, does open up a window for a bit of pressure on towards the mid lane. Faker going to drift across here to try and cover. But how aggressive does he want to be? Is he straight on top of Mirwin?
Be a bit risky. MKOI don't have good information. They don't have good ward coverage on the bottom side jungle. So they did see 4 in bot lane, but it had been too long. They didn't want to risk pulling the trigger. They didn't want to risk going all in. So now, bit of a lull, bit of a calm state. Again, objectives where we're looking 1 minute until the Otacon, spawning on the top side of the map. Neither side has that top lane tier 1 to play around, and Jojo for now just focus on getting pressure in the bottom side, getting closer to that second item.
T1 though, at least for now, being a little bit slower when it comes to setting up the vision control, waiting for people to be in place. So Kerry even hex flashing over there to make sure he's not spotted until he leaves on the to get his vision down. But again, like, this is get pressure made, get that push with the Sivir, slowly but surely eke control here from MKOI. This again, like, you have opportunities from MKOI to fight back with the Cassiopeia ult and the Braum if T1 are disjointed. But you can see here, like, they are just not. They're very careful and methodical now on their wave states and setting up the map in their favor.
They have better push, right? And they have the advantage in terms of overall gold. And you can see Jojo there, as much as he would like to 1v1 Doran and force a greater advantage, he really can't. Doran just walks away, gets the push. Now Otacon has spawned. Guma instantly wave clearing mid. I love you for that, observers. Well highlighted. This is the nightmare. If you weren't around for like season 4 or season 3, there was a lot of this.
You may have heard of this season called Jin Air Green Wings.
Yeah, it's Vayne can kill Sivir on a side lane. Vayne is winning the 1v1. The problem is sometimes League of Legends is a game about minions, and Sivir is really much better at that game than Vayne is.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Supa hasn't been able to collect as many of those minions now because of the moving around the map. We even saw like a Mirwin moving to mid to collect the wave, not giving that to Supa, means he's just starting to drift further behind. And Gwinsu's Rage Blade is a big item spike, but we don't get there.
Exhaust onto Elia, locked up, all the CC leverage. Alvaro looking for the disengage as Dorn's off to the side, has been caught by the Condemned. Guma flashing backwards, already used the spell shield. It's Mirwin in the midst of the entire team. Fall with the Petrifying Gaze. Supa's still untouched for now. Slowly they're chipping through the health bars and Dorn's about to fall. That's the Silver Bolts proccing. Blinking health bars across all of MKOI as they start to retreat. Guma, Faker, still alive. The Realm Warp available. T1, do they want to chase?
Public execution on Mirwin, he's going!
We're gonna go back on Guma. Guma with a perfect spell shield, looking for the follow-up as well. Still standing for a moment, but Elia goes right in, looking to chop a bite out of Guma. Supa gets the kill, but Faker untouched for now. Again, MKOI playing on the edge. Owner about to be hand-delivered. Elia looking for the angle with the pillar. Extra movement speed for Jojo, he's not gonna be able to escape. They turn back onto Owner. MKOI still standing.
Faker goes for the kill on his mid laner, but leaves his jungle out to dry, and MKOI, when it looked like things were going dire, somehow find the fight that they need. And it starts off the back of this invade, where the exhaust goes onto Ayoya, but that dive isn't really there. Supa on towards Doran in the top side. Jojo ends up flashing over the wall with this great setup coming through from Mirwin as well onto the back line. And the fact that Mirwin holds onto his public execution for so long here is insane, because the stun from Supa onto the wall, they back away, and Mirwin hiding here. Gumayushi, great reaction on the spell shield, but the heal is still there, and the turnaround from MKOI is perfect because everyone has to go and deal with Guma, and Supa finds his moment to jump into the backline with Ayoya and find that duel against the Sivir.
And this is the situation we've alluded to so many times, right? The Sivir, you got the wave clear, you've got some power, even as Faker cleans up here. But when it comes to these scrappy fights, Supa has so many tools to stay safe, to dive in, to use that stealth. So the second the fight gets crazy, the second it gets chaotic, as much damage as Guma is doing, as much as he is an absolute powerhouse, he is still so vulnerable.
It's also T1, as Faker actually starts Vatican, not getting the fight that they would like, where it is this multi-man dive into the backline, constantly keeping up the pressure. Instead, they were kind of playing a lot of that resource into Oyoya, but T1, resources well allocated here, as Vatican just going to go down because they're trading this for Dragon.
MKOI presumably know this is happening as they set up around the Drake, just don't want to give up Soul to this T1 team, but losing Otacon is huge. The XP advantage, the adaptive force. MKOI buy themselves a few more minutes. You talked about it before, 3 items, 2 items. Maybe they feel like they just need a bit more time, and this does give them time. This is a tough thing to come back from. Otacon often underestimated in terms of the raw power, the raw stats that it gives you.
I do think, though, the time bought is actually a win for MKOI. Like, again, Riley is going to be massive for Jojo Pyun in these fights, and kiting back from Owner, kiting back from Doran, even making the fight difficult for Guma Yushi if he has to walk over a Miasma. And then as well for the Vayne, who Quincy's Rage Blade now is a big spike for Supa, so can be much more of a threat in these fights. And we just saw T1, even though they tried to get the jump in the last fight, MKOI can find their moments in these engages.
Definitely can, right? In the extended fights, once owners use those ultis, once Carriers uses initial cooldowns, Braum passive becomes so oppressive. Vayne, such short cooldown on the tumble, the silver bolts. We know what the team can do in those drawn-out fights, but have to keep finding those opportunities because, you know, sad to say, we saw the same thing from 100 Thieves yesterday, right? We saw good fights, but the problem was those good fights never turned into good objectives or good games overall. And now MKOI find themselves in a similar precarious position. They need a fight, and they need to turn it into something greater. It's not enough to go even. It's not enough to scrap with T1. You need to best them.
And it's hard to do so when T1 just have so much control of the map. 1-3-1, a very strong push for T1. We talked about in draft. Now they're starting to use that to clear out waves. Look at Owner constantly hovering mid. He wants this pick onto Supa so badly.
Just for a bit more. Hovering. T1 though ready to collapse. The tunnel's all set up by Doran. MKOI, again, there's no major objective on the map quite yet. Baron in 12 seconds. It looks like they just want to get a little bit of pressure, a little bit of prio on bot side to make it easier for them to access the Baron.
But look at how T1 are moving on the map. So Faker pushes in top side, immediately starts to shift mid, lets Goomba start to teeter down towards bottom side, which immediately denies MKOI that access onto the bottom lane, despite T1 being a little bit behind when it came towards where they were positioned on the map. And MKOI just haven't been able to answer with this because oftentimes they're using Mirwin to try and sneak around a player, using him to back up some of these vulnerable carries in the Vayne and the Cassiopeia. So T1 just playing the map and slowly starting to get these waves further and closer to the towers of MKOI.
Yeah, and of course, I think it's important to note, MKOI have very little vision on members of T1. Guma just walked up mid lane, and if MKOI had just sent it there, they probably would have killed him or at least forced a summoner spell, but they're uncertain. They don't know where anyone else is, and if someone else is there, that play could turn on them in an instant. So really good awareness from Guma to understand what MKOI can and cannot see on the map.
And it's because of all the vision that's been set up on this top side. Like, it is littered with blue wards, but also has been cleared out of anything that was remotely red. So it does make it very difficult then for MKOI to really understand where are people in relation to Guma Yushi. And now the resets come through. 2 minutes until that dragon. Baron is up and available, and you have to play the dance of MKOI of how do we keep both sides of the map safe.
That you do as Mirwin starts to trade blows with Doran, and you can tell that MKOI feel like they're behind when they're using their control wards in their own side of the jungle rather than neutral place, although they finally push that vision line up. We do finally have the Rylai's for Jojo Pyun. The third item completed. It will make those fights so much easier, so much more difficult for a lot of the short-range threats on the side of T1.
If you're MKOI in this position, I think you have to just wait for T1 to pick an objective and then force the fight at it. There is no real opportunity to try and trade. Maybe if you want to try and use Ambessa to take the dragon, but you can see Doran still happy to take these trades on the bottom side against Mirren, so I don't think you really have the 1v1 potential as Mirren to force that objective by yourself.
Definitely seems that way. Owner drops a control ward. Slow, steady choke out of vision. Farsight available for both Jojo Pyun and Supa. Again, it's a long cooldown, so really want to wrest control back from T1 here. Do have a pretty fast Baron once again, rise amongst the champions who can really shred through that objective. But it's the same for MKOI if they can find an angle.
MKOI very slow and retaking, but it does give these little windows where carry it, resets, pick up a bunch of wards, Doran able to reset as well. And now, if you're looking at Supa, he's completely tapped out. And this is where T1 trying to get aggressive, knowing that Alvaro doesn't have the vision to contest them if they can clear it.
I'm not sure if the observers are able to hear us, but if they can just show the vision difference between these two teams. MKOI sees so little of the map. Honestly, T1 might as well be playing with map hacks. Look at this. They have bits, they have pieces. The only reason they even have a remote idea of where T1 are is because they know this dragon, this soul, is spawning in 14 seconds. Already Faker taking control of mid. MKOI have a bot wave that they would kind of like to push in. The price of admission for them even to group here is going to be a wave of minions. They fail here, they'll only be even further behind. They're betting it all on this play. That's the Solar Flare, but no immediate follow-up. Lock up onto Jojo Puna is good. Doran going in as well. Jojo Puna flashing forward. They're looking to take out Guma in the midst of the entire fight, but another knockup coming in just in time to keep Guma standing. Mirwin taking him down and moving back out of the fight in the midst. It's Owner taken out as well. T1 ready to come in with the Realm Warp, ready to turn it back. MKOI though, still 3 members strong. Doran debating where does he go? What is the angle for this fight?
Supa's lost the ultimate though. He's now way more vulnerable in this fight, and Doran wants to go for it. No flash available for him though.
And Alvaro need to protect Supa. So much damage could come out of this vein, but if a single piece of CC connects, there's likely little they can do to stop any further damage. Heal comes in from Alvaro. Objective getting lower. Knockup coming in from Doran. That's Alvaro taking out of the equation, and Faker's now on the hunt looking to zone Supa out as well. He needs to take away the dragon, needs to deny the soul, and he will do so. Still standing for a damn long time, but not enough to turn the fight. Faker, Doran, Carrier, too strong. MKOI might get the objective, but they lose just about everyone.
And the Baron is still a target here for T1, and Owner is about to come back up onto the map. Faker even looks like he just TP'd to the top side. Wasn't sure if he was scared of something, because it's only Vayne that was on the map.
No, it's adrenaline. I think he thought they were just going to immediately go Baron.
But he's going to reset and move back up towards his top side. And T1, they barely don't get the dragon, but if they can get the Baron off the back of this, it can still be huge for them.
And the gold is so close. The gold lead that you see on your screen is a bit deceptive because items completed is relatively similar. It's really just the petals giving T1 the greater advantage here as they now start this objective. Mirwin not even sure if he can step up. MKOI after that last fight don't feel confident to contest. T1 taking the Baron at 29 minutes. Gonna have to see what they can do with the Red Bull Baron power play because there's no response from MKOI.
And Dracos, you talked about the short range already on T1. Having this is a huge book.
Public execution, it looks like they want to get some exit kills in the meantime. Locking up Owner, looking to take him down. Faker and Gumayushi on the way in, but the redemption already used. No other summoner spells. So we'll just be the single pick that will slow down this Baron, but MKOI know that they need to play for more. They can't afford to let T1 choke them out.
The Riley's onto Faker though, the slow, nearly enough to keep him in place, but that will slow down this Red Bull Baron power play from T1. Because they just don't have the members on the map. A pick from MKOI might have bought them more time here.
Gives them a little bit more space to maneuver. 3 minutes to the next Drake. Again, T1 at Soul Point. Wave clear advantage in their favor. Likely they should knock down at least a few of these tier 2s, but for the next 15 seconds, Owner isn't around. It means they'll at least need to concede a bit of space on the map. So, as you highlighted, the pick gives them some time. Chips away at this Red Bull Baron power play. Means that T1 cannot take everything.
Should give them mid-tower as well. And that'll open up, well, maybe not with the TP, but I was going to say should give them the opportunity to actually get some deeper vision. A huge portion of this game for MKOI has been played in the darkness, not being able to figure out where T1 are on the map. Now, the deeper vision here, Carrier should be able to spot out, as it is just a control ward, so should know exactly what's happening. But still, they just need to get back to base, spend the gold, and come back onto the map and keep T1 on their side.
It's tricky now for MKOI, surviving the siege, right? Guma with the Ricochet can just make these MKOI members eat so much damage even while they try to defend their own towers. And on the hunt, available. MKOI overcommit here. Oh, you walk face first into Guma. Lockup is there. Ulti connects from Alvaro. Nice petrifying gaze to kick things off, and down they go. MKOI with one more fast play. One more pick, but this time they want the full fight. It's Doran splitting off. In the meantime, MKOI immediately turn back. That's to get them right back into the wall. Lockup for the concussive blows, but the tunnel's keeping Doran standing. All of T1 immediately retreat. They want nothing to do with this. Doran will be sacrificed. T1 punished.
Flashless Gumayushi was caught by Ayoya, and that miasma barely keeps him in check, so MKOI can chase them down. And by some miracle, MKOI are constantly finding these picks that are holding them in this game. Look at the top left of your screen. That Red Bull Baron power play is negative for T1.
1.2k, all that separates them. The flowers as well, of course, still putting T1 in a favorable position. The scaling of the Sivir still feeling like it puts them in a strong spot. But MKOI making the risky play happen, waiting in the darkness. Not willing to just go quietly in this game. Again, T1 match point advancement moves them up into the top 8. 4 for 4 LCK seeds advancing to the quarterfinals. MKOI need to win here and win again or they will be sent home.
And I do think this, if Super resets here, is the adaptive helm finish for him as well, making him significantly safer in these fights. 6, 3, and 4 in the Vayne. We were questioning whether it would work if he could hit this late game. And now, with 50 seconds until that dragon, this could be the picks that MKOI need, and a potential third dragon, mountain dragon for them, makes them very tanky, which is exactly what you want against this kind of more burst-heavy team from T1.
Makes a lot of sense. 38 seconds. Again, Supa doing his best to clear these waves, get priority in the mid lane. May need to be ready to fist fight just to gain control here as T1 are matching.
It flashes up across the board except for Alvaro, and it is just Gumayusi missing his barrier alongside it, so maybe vulnerable if MKOI can get on top of him and Miasma can lock him in place. But MKOI now taking control here once more in River.
Faker waiting off to the side. MKOI no vision up into mid lane. A few creeps going to be missed here by MKOI, but they know that's the price to contest this Drake. Doran off on the side, isolated as well, taunting, threatening. Trying to distract the members of MKOI. Flash forward from Jojo, completely whiffs. Owner immediately turns right back. Alvaro tries to find the disengage. Lock him on Guma, does not come through. Mirwin cannot find the angle. Supa still standing for now. Knock back into the wall is good, but Owner wants to take down the Vayne. He doesn't quite have the damage. Supa still standing, but the rest of MKOI are starting to fall. He splits back into Mirwin. Tumble back into the back line. Knock up from Doran. One more ferocious bite, but the Gadam says not today. Supa standing, but here comes Faker.
Faker finishes off Supa and holds the game for T1 in his hands. It looked like Supa might have been able to hold it, but now with the Dragon Soul in T1's favor, what looked like desperation in the fight may just crumble before them.
The priceless moment. T1 holding the line. MKOI so close. A few too many ultimates going awry.
And it was Jojo who tries to make the play here, flashing forward to get on towards Gumayusi, but that misses. Mirwin goes for the public execution onto Gumayusi. He flashes it and keeps himself safe. And with that, T1 at least have that damage from their AD carry ricocheting through the fight. Faker uncontested topside, and Supa is playing out for his life here. Desperately trying to move around the fight, picks off Gumayusi, but again, look at these repositions from Faker, constantly threading onto key carries. The realm warp to get on towards Supa, and MKOI try desperately to play both sides of the fight, but T1 get the access that they need.
Damn good fight, but in the clutch, T1 holding on. The sustained damage. You can see the story really is Supa, Mirwin trying to go toe-to-toe with Guma and Faker. Initial exhaust now coming out. Elyoya just chunking away on the clone. Both sides still ready to fist fight. Advantages slowly growing for T1, but they don't have Baron yet. 3 seconds till they can take that objective. The Soul making them that much more tanky. The true damage of Silver Bolts still has a lot to work through.
No flashes on towards MKOI's carries. Faker still has his. And if MKOI try to play the fights front to back, maybe they have a chance, but Owner
Caught out for a moment, uses the clone. Forced to retreat, on the hunt used. That's the Cyclone. One key ability chipped away. MKOI, that's an advantage for the fight. Ulti from Gumayusi as well.
They're not over contesting, as you said. Baron up and available for MKOI. Knowing now both ults on Gumayusi and Owner down, feel comfortable moving in here. Mirwin
going in. Guma, that's the pillar. Mirwin taking his time waiting for the spell shield to be utilized. Nice side steps from Gumayusi not to get caught by anything else. A lot of ultis traded, but neither side burning too much.
Nobody wants to overcommit. MKOI know that their hopes of sticking around at Worlds lie in the balance of this next fight at the Baron.
That control ward in the pit, though, MKOI didn't take it away, so it means T1 know that they have the time to play slow, to ease into this. Faker flashing forward, trying to get more out of JoJoPyun. JoJoPyun taking his time. The Petrifying Gaze only going to connect onto Owner. Immediate exhaust to follow up. Doran looking for the knockup as well. And just now, Supa's finally able to join the fight. The Realm Warp going to bring only a few minions in, but that's a clutch pick for T1.
MKOI separated as they try to contest the mid-wave while keeping their approach on Baron free. And T1 pounce. That was exactly what they needed in the moment. And just like that, T1 are getting objective after objective.
Just that bit of difference. They burned so many cooldowns in the setup, but once they get that pick, full confidence to send it on the objective. Faker not afraid to walk face first into JoJo, trusting his reaction times to just dodge the Petrifying Gaze. And it feels like this Red Bull Baron power play may be the last in this series. MKOI once again in a position where they have to hold the line. Last time it was picks that stopped this from being a problem, that stopped the Baron from getting full effect, but they're completely on the back foot this time around.
And that's the thing, it's no longer about where you are in your build or what items you could try and hit. It's the fact that again and again T1 have been able to find those fights, have been able to spread MKOI thin. They're picking off JoJo at the start of these fights, and then it just becomes Supa versus the world. And Vayne sometimes likes those odds, but in this sort of situation, T1 have been able to shut Supa down every single moment.
I don't think anyone's playing odds against T1, brother. No matter how good, no matter how fed. There's a reason they're the two-time, the back-to-back. Both these teams, a bit of an awkward road to qualify. But all that matters is getting there, making it to the next stage. T1 on the precipice of taking the series. MKOI, the cusp of elimination. Have to hold the line.
Doran very quickly making his way through that middle turret. The Demolish doing work. As T1 just letting the minions do the work for them on the bottom lane. There is no one that can really approach these waves, and that wave clear is abysmal on MKOI's side.
That it is. Everyone trying to contest Doran, but again, the tunnels are set up. He's not even going to use it if he doesn't have to. Another inhibitor tower falling, likely 2 inhibitors to follow.
There is a wave amassing on the top side. MKOI Worlds starting to sneak away from them as T1 continue to put a stranglehold in this game.
Supa walking up stun initially onto Owner, does still have access to the GA. Double ultis, both supports trading, and T1 with a quick retreat. Happy to have 2 inhibitors, no need to risk anything else.
Looking for, they found Guma. They end up interrupting him, but no public execution to follow. Guma had the flash if he needed to.
Get the TP at the very least out of Carrier, who's there to cover for his AD carry, but on the hunt, and the Spell Shield both still available for Guma.
But now with super minions in both mid and bot, there's no one who can clear that out very quickly. MKOI going to find themselves thin on the map once more. T1 starting to escort these minions in and then move up towards this top side.
MKOI begging for a chance at one more 5v5 despite the gold deficit, because they know if it comes down to PvE, if it comes down to waves and prio, that they just do not win. Doing everything they can to clear the waves before T1 are in a position to threaten.
But it's not just one fight. Mid towers all still stand. Bot lane fully stands. MKOI need to find one fight that can fall into another, that can maybe get that domino going in their favor.
Once more into the abyss, once more from Movistar Koi. Owner locked up for a brief moment, on the hunt used. MKOI retreating back to the river, but unbreakable down for Alvaro already. Oh yeah, isolated. 5 members grouped for MKOI.
Super minions in the bases. MKOI start the Elder. They need to find this fight now and quickly.
TP there for Doran, and he's immediately going to use it to go to the base. He wants to threaten the back door. MKOI don't have great tools to respond to this. T1 just need to keep the pressure on, and Doran will end the game. Owner with the knockup to keep things going. Carrier there as well. Rise with the Realm Warp. It's Faker and Guma alongside Doran to try to end it all. Mirwan doing his best to hold the line. TP coming in for JoJoPyun. They're not going to be able to cancel it. Mirwan, JoJoPyun, they need to make this work. They don't have the angle. Guma with a perfect spell shield is still going to remain standing. T1 move on to the top 8 at Worlds 2025. MKOI are sent packing.
Everything was taken from them in a moment. MKOI looked like they might have been able to hold on, but T1 continued to stride forward towards playoffs, to continue forward to defend their title.
A valiant effort from MKOI, but T1 outmatching in this best of 3 to qualify for the bracket stage. Let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Movistar KOI sang one hell of a last song, but it wasn't enough because the eternal dance that keeps on giving is the one of this T1 roster who once more make it to the knockout stage of the World Championship and now can continue their road to possibly their 3rd in a row. And when you hear those facts, I think it puts into context how hard it was for Movistar KOI today, despite them, and forgive me the pun, fighting like absolute lions in that last game.
Yeah, one thing I really love to see from this Movistar KOI lineup as they take their final bow to this Beijing crowd is they and 100 Thieves to this T1 team, right? Like, they both knew it's going to be an uphill battle despite the fact that T1 isn't looking at their most powerful or their strongest. And I loved that KOI went out fighting like they wanted to, right? Like, they did not deviate from their style. They did not play scared. They locked in a draft that was difficult to execute, in my opinion, but something that they felt really comfortable on, especially with this Supa Vayne pick, right? Like, we do know it is one of his pocket picks. Effie is looking at me like she's like, I don't know.
I thought it was great.
Oh, yeah.
Except,
no,
like, they had the one snafu, but I think,
like, it was obviously something you could even see in teamfights, the way they were playing with Fog, the way they were trying to get picks. It's difficult to execute, but they went out fighting and they went out playing their style, and I really enjoyed that.
I absolutely did as well, but on the other end is, of course, the fact that T1 had complete control of all the objectives, of everything on the map, of all the dragons, of all, like, practically everything, and I feel like you make it very difficult for yourself if you put all your eggs in the basket of we're gonna win that big team fight. You just have to take a look at the rest of the map and you cannot make any mistakes.
Yeah, T1 put me in a really awkward position here because compared to domestically and even what we saw at MSI, I think we're still seeing a lot of the issues for this team that have plagued them, I think, in the later end of summer, right? T1 summer is a meme for a reason. But then they also just keep winning. So it leaves me in the unfortunate position of like, what does this really mean? For T1, going into quarters, I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh,
this team
see that HLE match.
It just keeps happening.
Yes, but you know what remains the same? Faker in the mid lane. He is your Oppo player of the series for his Azir, of course, in game 1. But also, I think, probably not the game-winning, because there were a lot of moments for them to win the game, but that game-winning flash onto Jojo to kill him and to get the advantage in that late game that was becoming dicey. He's just a GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell, we already talked about why you don't give Faker this Azir, right? As we look at his stats, I mean, I think the big thing, yeah, like this Rise was also so good at repositioning, because you have a comp from MKOI who wants to separate, who wants to make picks, right? And get you down with the Casio, get you down with the Vayne. His repositioning on this Rise, like, you're reminded as to how comfortable he is with this pick, why it's a signature pick for him alongside these here. He didn't die.
He didn't die.
Look, Rise is deceptively tanky. I don't know what to tell you.
Deceptively.
Yeah.
That's crazy,
you know,
because of the skirmishes in that last game. It was a skirmish every second.
And for me, T1, so often we keep saying they can't keep getting away with it. And for Faker, it's like, when does the plot armor run out?
Never.
We keep going, oh, you know, even me. Yesterday, and I think this was justified. You know, his laning phase didn't look that good. He had the Talia shuffle, but outside of that, I don't know, little shit. And then he has the undisputed, best performance of anyone, I think, on the Rift today. 13-0-14 in a series.
The plot armor at this point is just an accessory.
Come on,
then he has the World Championship rings as well, some MVPs in his backpack. It's really, really crazy. Not that this is, of course, you know, it's not... They went up against Movistar KOI, who put up a fantastic fight. But they were heavy favorites. But we also have to take into account, we talk about T1 in this manner, and we know that they're going to power up. But this was an incredibly easy run. So the fact that we have question marks with their performance, I think you have to kind of qualify in the fact that some of their opponents weren't the #1s in the world, and a lot of them actually were probably near the bottom end of those AWS power rankings.
Well, you could even argue, like, the fact that this went to 40 minutes. I've seen T1 in winning positions. They normally don't struggle this much. If you've watched this team domestically, you will know they are one of the teams. The saying is Gen G, you know, you don't really get to play the game, but you just kind of sit there and you watch the game happen in front of you. T1, they will chain dive you, and as soon as they get a lead, they are the most aggressive team by a far, far margin in the region. And that, I think we're still not seeing that form, right? And that is why, if you are an LCK watcher, I think there's still the trepidation, but the results don't lie, right? They are back at quarters again.
Are you worried about Doran?
Extremely, yeah. Because Doran, unfortunately, as we all know, I think actually had a solid MSI, had a really good ramp up to MSI. I think is also one of the big reasons why T1 is even in the position that they were in the first place, because domestically, he was their rock. But I was really hoping that we would get, you know, one of the flashes, or like one of the moments that we've seen have really plagued this player internationally. But it hasn't passed yet, and it needs to pass going into quarters, because against a lot of the teams, you do not get away with some of the plays, like going in on the top dive, or a top, was it
Bot,
1v2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ambessa again.
Again, Ambessa, annoying.
Yeah.
We are getting ready also to hear from, I believe, Elyoya later, so that gives us a chance to kind of close off the chapter on Movistar KOI and their year, and if we reprise their year, they had a wonderful championship that they won back in spring. They had things that they left on the Rift internationally, and I think they're going to feel similarly here, because the draw before this for them then, conversely, was actually not as difficult as it could have been, and I don't think they will be too happy with that. And I wonder what they're going to say, because there are glimpses of things that are great about this team, but there are also, unfortunately, mistakes that they do keep on making.
And I think it goes back to that KT series. That, to me, was the one game where you just so very clearly felt like they were the ones that were in full control, and they weren't able to make it happen.
Okay, I believe I do see the interview getting set up, ready for that, and I think it's always amazing when the players after a loss are willing to kind of talk to us as we take, to close out the series, a look at this post-game breakdown. I gotta say, there was a big cheer from the audience for that, I think, 8,000 damage fight by Supa. Like,
yeah.
The crowd was, you know, they're Uzi lovers probably, and he played Vayne, so that has something to do with it. But yeah, Sovereign for T1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing coming out of KOI, again, this is a really difficult composition to execute, and I do want to give them credit for, again, knowing where they wanted to try to make those picks. I do think that's actually another reason why it took a little bit longer for T1 to close this out, is because they were really looking to try to ambush. So, I mean, sad to see them go, but we'll see what T1 can do towards the future in the quarterfinals.
Yes, very sad for Movistar KOI indeed, and I do believe that Lore is now standing by with Elyoya in the Verizon post-game interview.
Elyoya, thank you so much for joining me after this one. I'm sorry we have to meet in these circumstances, but talking about this series, talking about your preparation and everything, we know that when it comes to T1 especially, it's only going to come down to details. We saw that in game. What do you think you guys were missing today from the draft, and what happened in game?
Yeah, I mean, I think game one, we were lacking some, not sure what to say, if it was confidence or, I'm not really sure. As of right now, I think we were in a really good position. But again, when the Atakan came, we struggled for this sequence. They got some good picks. They got Atakan. Then the next fight, I mean, we got, yeah, I think, yeah, we misplayed overall. So mostly I think it came up to details today. So yeah.
It's crazy because you say confidence. I feel like you had that confidence, especially coming into this game too, especially with this Vayne pick, with the aggression that you guys have been able to put in game. Looking back at the Worlds run that you had overall, what do you think you could have done better as a team?
Well, we can think of many things that we could do better, but I would say mainly was the mid-game sequence. I think around Atakan, around these moments, we struggled in the game into KT, in the game into G2 we also did, in the game into T1 today. So I would say for sure it's this one what we should have worked on more, I guess, because yeah, it was still not good enough. So I would say anyways, these Worlds we did a pretty good job in terms of work and everything. I think we need to reflect more on the summer season that we didn't use as well as we could have used, and we didn't come as prepared as we had to.
Something that I admire, and I told you this many times, is the hard work that you guys have put all year, the fact that this bunch of players, you believed in them from the get-go. You stick with this team and you knew that you could take it as far as you could, and looking at the LEC, you were always a top team. You managed to win Spring. The improvements that I see from MSI to Worlds, they were there. What are you going to draw as positives for MKOI this year and the progress that this mix of players has made?
Yeah, I mean, positives, I can think of many. I would say this roster has what it needs to win Worlds, and it's what we are gonna work for coming into the next year. I mean, yeah, I love every one of my teammates. I think I wouldn't obviously change anyone. I think the group of 5, if we get to fix some issues that we are having in training coming into next year, I know our time will come at some point. So yeah, I really trust everyone in my team, and I think it's just some individual things we need to change, and we will be in the top.
I love the fact that you know that you guys want to stay together. Any closing thoughts that you have for your fans, words of encouragement for Europe, maybe G2 being the last one standing for the West?
Yeah, I mean, let's put all of our support into G2 because they are the last hope of Europe, obviously. As of right now, I think they have done an incredible job. I mean, I think it's one of the first time I'm complimenting one of my rivals, but honestly, how much they improved during summer and how much in a good shape they are right now. Even Skumond, I think, coming from a rookie level he has right now, it's pretty mind-blowing. So yeah, I would say do as good as you can and make Europe proud. Come next year stronger, because we will challenge you and we will take everything if you guys don't.
I believe in you, Yoya. Gracias por todo. Thank you so much
for
sharing those words. Shox, over to you.
Thank you so much. We will immediately go over to the draw show. Just as an explanation, 3 bowls on stage right now. The teams are grouped together in the bowls consisting of their record. The first bowl is the 2 teams that went 3-0. The second is the teams that went 3-2. And the final one has the teams that finished with a score of 3-1. Of course, the 3-0 team should be on different sides of the bracket. So the first draw we will see is to put those teams on either side of the bracket. Important to know is that the first matchups that will be drawn for 3-0 will be out of the pool of the 3-2 teams. Then whatever team is left from the 3-2 pool will be put in a randomized draw with all of the 3-1 teams, and we'll get our final 2 matchups from there. That is all the info. Any hopes and dreams?
I'll let you take this one, Emily.
I know. I'm sitting here looking at KT being a 3-0 team, thinking about how
we knew that.
a 3-0 team has never made it to grand finals, I don't think. So
Why?
just being like,
it's
okay.
fine. This is just a normal KT fan experience.
Yeah, okay. But here we go. It's AL first.
Anyone's Legend.
Anyone's Legend from the LPL. It's shaping up to be the hope of the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did look like the most solid and stable team, right? When I think of AL as a team overall, I'm more curious to see, as we see, there we go, KT drawn into the other side of the bracket. They are a team who kind of like always punched above their weight due to their coordination, due to their drafting, and I still don't think we've seen that strength yet, so I'm really curious to see their opponents.
And now for the opponents, we'll start, of course, with the first team that was drawn going up against CFO, TES, or T1.
There's a 1 in 3.
Here it goes. There's a TES team in there for
1 in 3 chance to get another LPL team kill.
I know everybody here really does not want that team kill, so it's a tie. What do you have for us? Is it going to be upside down? Is it going to be up straight? What is it going to be? T1! Oh my God, what a phenomenal LPL versus LCK battle.
In quarters!
In quarters! Immediately to see if that magic against the LPL from T1 is still working.
Get him, TES!
Here we go. KT's opponent.
Oh, God.
Who will it be?
CFO. Okay. I did hear, I forget exactly who on CFO said it, but they said, yeah, Hongkyu it was, who really wanted to draw KT.
He gets his wish!
He got his wish!
There we go. That means TES is still in that 3-2 pool, and they will go in the rest of the pool with Genji, G2, and HLE, which is pretty darn insane, I have to say. Broken Blade did say he wanted to play Genji, and I'm going to say I don't want them to play Genji.
I think that's the right attitude to have, no matter what. However, having watched a lot of Genji, I do think you're taking a bit of a risk there.
I agree.
Yeah.
So, of course, the first matchup drawn will go into the AL side of the bracket, and the second in the other. That would be ALT1. So that's a pretty, I think if I have to look at how to compare the two halves, that's already shaping up to be pretty intense. So let's see. G2! Here it goes, European friends. You're holding on to your breeches. This is it.
G2 Gen G.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
That was the 2020 quarterfinal, if I remember correctly. G2 back then, 3-0, then what's it gonna be?
I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it. Come on, Stai, do something good for us, please. No. TES!
Oh, yeah.
Hanwha Gen G!
TES!
So there's a LCK.
Come on, man!
All right, so we've got HLE versus Gen G on the KT side of the bracket, Emily. Are you not too happy? What a phenomenal matchup, though, we're going to be seeing, but it is a team kill for the LCK.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Just looks absolutely
I'm
not happy.
No, I mean, this is a position of luxury, obviously, for me to have that many. Not ideal. But what you're going to do, that's the risky run when all 4 of your teams make it through. This was, of course, the LCK finals that we had very recently in Incheon.
What an amazing draw. This is great.
Wow.
Honestly, right? So we have ALT1, G2 TS, that side of the bracket.
Oh no, the LPL T1's on the side of both teams.
There is no way we could get an LPL LCK final. There's no way. Right? They're all in the same side of the bracket. ALT1, G2, TS.
Yeah, we got.
I mean, you're saying T1 just raced through LPL teams.
No, I'm saying even if. Oh, like this, you mean? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, my hubris.
I was like, what? So you're just calling T1 going to finals?
That's insane. I can't believe I just said that because I'm fully indoctrinated by what they've done the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's valid.
It's not valid.
Well, based on the plot armor we saw today, that Faker is still sporting. That said, though, actually, if anything, if they can best their eternal enemy, I think that LCK versus LPL, unless CFO can have the run of really...
It's actually very likely.
I know, it's kind of insane.
It's extremely likely, actually. Hey, I think EU could have done worse. When I say EU, one team region, G2 could have done worse.
Yeah, what was the result again for G2 versus TES, the most recent one?
Exactly. What was the result when Fnatic played IG before the knockouts at that World Championship in 2018? They beat them. They beat them 3 times and they lost in the final. So, are you saying G2 can't lose to them and then beat them in the best ofs?
No, because I'm referring to
like
when they 3-0.
Counting TES.
They 3-0 TES. I was trying to throw you the phone.
He was setting up
throw me under the bus.
I was like, what? I thought you were talking about this championship.
No.
That would be
I would never do that. That's so mean.
That would be more logical. Oh,
you guys are only mean to the LPL on this desk. I getcha.
That's not true.
And, no,
some final thoughts. I mean, KT, CFO, I know it's not the hardest draw they could get, but CFO, they're looking to take that scalp, you know, in a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me with KT, I think KT are a little bit relieved with this draw. I definitely think if they had gone up against T1, for example, I would have definitely called that for T1 based on the way these 2 teams have matched up more recently. And that would also be a little bit of a seeding grudge match from the LCK, right? So I think, like, it's going to be really interesting, especially with the way that mid lane is evolving to also be super, super important. Hongq, I think today he was really good. I think this tournament, though, we haven't seen the same highs that we saw from him at MSI versus BDD, who at sometimes has been the one kind of dragging the rest of KT kicking and screaming, right? So as a KT fan, I'm like cautious about it.
Cautiously optimistic.
I'm not, I don't think this is the worst draw we could.
It isn't the worst draw you could get. But speaking of Hongq, I did have a chance to catch up with him earlier after they qualified, a historic result for the LCP in the Verizon post-game interview. We can hear his thoughts. It was an absolutely historical result for CFO to qualify for the knockouts, and I'm here with Hongq. The first thing I have to ask is, tell me about this history you have made at the World Championship to qualify for the knockouts as the first team from your region in 10 years.
那你们也是在刚刚的胜利中创造了我们赛区的历史，10年来第一次进了8强。那现在感受怎么样？你觉得这件事情对你的意义是什么？
就蛮开心的吧，因为终于隔了10年，然后终于又再次进到8强，有这种感受。
Right, so I'm pretty happy about this. It's been 10 years and we've made it back to the quarterfinals again.
Maybe, maybe you'll get there. When it comes to how your team has improved, I think the team has shown tremendous promise this whole year. I think a lot of people were waiting for the next step. What do you feel about your level, and what do you feel you have improved at the most across this year?
那在这一年，你们其实进步的幅度也是相当大哦。那同时在国际的舞台上面，也是有很多人就是正在瞩目着你们的，甚至在关注你们的表现的。那你觉得这一年下来，你们进步的程度最大的地方在哪里？还有就是你希望接下来还有什么地方是可以继续改进的？
进步最大的幅度应该是从 MSI 回来的那一次吧，因为就是学到了我们中后期的运营上，然后运营上面，然后还有展现那些的吧，比较多一点。
Right, so I think our greatest improvement came from after we came back from MSI. I think we learned a lot about lane swap, a lot about how to kind of manage the game towards late game phases, and yeah, I think that's our biggest improvement so far.
Can you tell us what you wish to prove in the knockouts now that you have this historical opportunity?
那接下来进到淘汰赛之后，有什么事情是你想要向世界证明的吗？
就像我们6个人，就是可以越打越好这样子吧，然后让世界看到 LCP 的实力。
Right, so I think us 6, I hope that we can keep improving as we play more and more, and we hope to prove to the world that LCP has also got what it takes.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vivian, for the assistance as well. And that was Hongkyu.
That was really great to hear from Hongkyu. I'm glad that he was able to talk to you after. Again, this is really historic for the LCP/PCS/LMS. I loved the flashing of the Flash Wolves emote, right, as a nod to that team. And I think I can't understate how consistent CFO have been, right? They're the only team that's made it all 3 times, so yeah, it'll be cool to see what they can do in knockouts.
It will be, but yeah, also saying that 6-man roster, I mean, BLG's out, right? So they are the most successful 6-man roster team at Worlds, and probably out of a lot of teams. In the world? No.
I think we've seen examples like there was obviously 2021 EDG, we've seen 2022 DRX, but this is the only team that actually feels like it has 2 top laners, right? It doesn't feel like, okay, if one is... They continuously swap. It's not really that tied to performance, and they clearly get along so well. It's just such a feel-good story in a tournament where finally they break through that final hurdle and actually make it past, I think, what many were expecting to be at least a competitive match today.
Definitely so. I can't even believe PLG is out of it. I didn't see them in the bracket. I thought they would make the run, but alas, heroes fall as well as they rise here at the World Championship, and that will do it for us for the Swiss stage. But I do have the schedule for you, I believe. On October 28th, that is day 1, we'll have HLE versus Genji. On October 29th, KT versus CFO. On October 30th, G2 versus TES. On October 31st, on Halloween, AL versus T1.
Oh.
Wow. Just seeing the matches there, I'm getting goosebumps. Like, we're going into knockouts, baby. Let's go. Thank you so much for watching us and watching the Swiss stage from Beijing. We're going to hit the road because the knockout stage is going to be taking place in Shanghai, live from the Mercedes-Benz Arena over there. HLE Genji will start at 3 p.m. local time. That is 8 a.m. CET and midnight PDT. Thank you so much from all the cast and all the crew, and we'll see you in those knockouts. Bye-bye. Get some sleep.
GG입니다.
GG입니다. Nice.
Looking for that angle, trying to find the knockups here. As out he goes as Doggo just takes down Quad. They're all starting to explode. And now he presses W, runs forward. Masu trying to get out of there. The axe from downtown. And he gives the thumbs up as he looks to chase out Masu here. There it is. Grabs the triple. And Doggo on this Draven, looking like it won't be adding to that 10 column. Trying to distract the members
members of MKOI. Flash forward from Jojo, completely whiffs. Owner immediately turns right back. Alvaro tries to find the disengage. Lock him on Guma, does not come through. Mirwa cannot find the angle. Supa still standing for now. Knock back into the wall is good, but Owner wants to take down the bait. He doesn't quite have the damage. Supa still standing, but the rest of MKOI are starting to fall. He splits back into Mirwa. Tumble back into the back line. Knock up from Doran. One more ferocious bite, but the Condemn says not today. Supa standing, but here comes Faker.
Faker finishes off Supa and holds the game for T1 in his hands.